coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start Deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuidayo archetype. So I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get managed. However, BSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. It was fun. Large scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies, and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning Premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G-Series and even before that. To me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before, and I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V-Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% Premium, 20% V-Standard in that format. Now with B-Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where Premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by, I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into Premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard or V Premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D Series. Thankfully, D Series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. The internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, and communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. Um, but despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds. And my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got right as often because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let the judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories when they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, "Hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them?" And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. There's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or wherever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun, so enjoy yourself.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year
about,
plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This
what's this?
this is English breakfast. Yeah. And then too
strong.
strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes, yes, this.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
you
the
can
one.
even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess, first of all, I like attending events. And I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah, so I started with Vanguard. And
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So, I mean, that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. I mean, because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
We're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah, so I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come, And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
So let's.
So some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside.
Ah.
Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around as well? Like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you still see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as an attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay.
that's very nice.
Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
I mean, they do sometimes, but it's more of like a joke. So
Can I have an extra play, man?
that's like no. Then win.
Yeah, you win.
win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a playmat. That kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat,
Ah.
be in the top 4.
Yeah, be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean, they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like, give them stuff. It shouldn't be any bias.
Yeah. And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at a point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended events, other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special side event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change stuff.
Oh, that's good, because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you this.
Hello and welcome everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online EU for the standard stage. We're back again into the new year, starting off 2022 with a bang. With me, of course, are the boys, JJ and Ben. How are you doing, JJ?
I'm not doing too bad whatsoever. It is a beautiful Saturday morning or evening or afternoon to everybody else in parts of the world. I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in and stopping on by. What about you, Ben? How you doing in this awesome 2022 year?
Yeah, doing pretty well so far. Hope everyone else has had a lovely holiday season and start of the year as well. I finally managed to get changed when the sun was up compared to last time we did this. We've made a nice change of things. And going forward as well today, it's, as you guys know, it's going to be the standard format tournament, and I'm really looking forward to that because if there's one thing that standard really gets to me about, it's that it's just with premium, with V, there's all these things to think about, there's all these cards to know, there's all this gameplay to work around. But when you really boil it down, I think standard is just pure Vanguard at its simplest form. And it's going to be really exciting to just sit back and just watch some games of that, especially with all the testing we've been doing in the last few days.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it's gonna be really fun. I think there's also quite a lot of surprises. We're watching the AO side of the stream, and there's been Bub Sagara here and there. We had like Jesus, the world champion, on stream, I think just now as well, playing Nirvana. Like a lot of decks that people wouldn't really expect to see as much of doing quite well, and like people getting taken out by some surprise choices. So I really can't wait to see. I think the meta right now in DB203 is also very exciting. DB24 is coming up next month, and it's a pretty exciting time. I think if I can position myself like this, you got DB24 boxes right here. But it's going to be a really hyped time, and I think it's a really great format overall. But of course, let's introduce to the folks tuning in today for the first time maybe that haven't watched the other BRO stages what Bushiroad Rumble is all about. So we have plenty of beautiful slides for you guys to walk you through how things are going to go down today. So it's going to be a very exciting weekend. It's not actually 1 but 2 days. So we have, of course, the day 1 event today, which is the Swiss rounds. So of course, this is a best of 1 Swiss. We're probably going to have about 8 rounds or so you can strap in for the long term. And then, of course, after that is done, we're going to be taking you guys over to the NA side, where they might be having a total of 10 rounds because they have over 450 players signed up, which is insane. And then, of course, in day 2, we will also have the top 8/top 16, depending on the region. So that's going to be super exciting. And next week, BRO is still going on because we have the Weiss Schwarz stage with, of course, day 1 being on January 15th, and then top 8 or top 16 being day 2 on January 16th. Now, JJ, I think we also have some other cool things to show for you guys. I think we got prizing and whatnot as well.
Oh, that we do actually. Since we do have already had just the schedule being announced for us, we currently had the prizes that's going to be given out to you awesome contestants for today. It's going to be the 4 copies of Expecta, the championship promo, the version that you guys have all been waiting for. It's going to be so awesome to have such a very new card already being added to the format, being given out as a prize support already, and you do get one display and a certificate already. So you do have second place gets 2 copies of the Expecta, one display certificate, and then third place gets 1 copy, one booster box, and a certificate, and the fourth place will just get the certificate. That is super super awesome. I
Yep.
have no idea how to like come across with this because this is one of those type of cards where it's just it's new and it's awesome.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and like it's also the first ever D series card to become a like kind of like a BCS slash BCF prize card. So far, we've had so many beautiful ones throughout the years of the BCS and BSFs. We had the beautiful Chronojet last week as well, but this is it's finally a beautiful Varina form as the prize card, and I think hopefully in the other events coming up this year, there's definitely some other promos that I want to see being distributed for winners going forth. So please, Mr. Bushiroad, we want to see those beautiful promos. Keep them coming. I think we definitely have some beautiful ones this time around, like the brand one we had for premium. The Chronojet, especially for V Premium, was really, really nice. And of course, the Verina Expect is also just fabulous. Absolutely fantastic. So that is your prizing. That is what the players are playing for today, on top of the glory and being able to brag about being able to make it to top 8, which is always an amazing feat. But Ben, how are you feeling, having seen all the prizes and going into today's tournament? What would you say are kind of like the favorites, like the favorite deck picks, the things to look out for?
I think when it comes to the meta game for D series, it's a lot harder to gauge because people will say like, "Oh, this deck is tier 1, that deck is tier 1," and you hear the words like Bruce, Bastion, Lauren Errol fairly often. But what I think really goes under the radar for a lot of people is that the gaps between tier 1 and tier 2, especially in D standard, are a lot smaller than they are for V and premium. Like with premium, you have like Grand Blue, Nightmare Dolls, etc., etc. And these decks are pretty much nearly always favored to beat out sort of the lower end decks like Overlord and what have you.
Hmm.
But at the same time, when you say tier 2 in standard, you're talking about things like Nirvana, Bastion, Baramagnus, and these aren't like 70-30 matchups. They're like 55-45 matchups. Like either player can win on any given day, and which means that instead of just going, okay, you hit like this particular card, this particular win con, the game is over. Let's pack up and move on. Both players have to actually sit there and go through the motions. Be like, okay, well, even if you're on Barrett Magnus, if you don't have this counter charger, I can stop you from using your Barrett Magnus effect. Or if you're playing Lauren Errol and you don't have the grade 1 booster, I can actually hard guard your big Lauren Errol column because you don't have that extra 10k. It's all these little bits here and there that I think are really going to shine through, and you know, where the player skill is going to have the most opportunity to make a difference in the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's going to be, we've all been testing for quite a bit, even for us commentators, we've been playtesting a lot for Overdress. There's a lot of decks to look out for. And as you said, it's it's never really over until it's over, especially in this format. There's always, you can always pray to survive at times. And there's also just a lot of decks that people don't expect to be very good. And especially a lot of developments over the last few weeks that I think aren't exactly as well known of, because we had the release of DBTO4 in Japan that essentially caught a lot of people's interest, right? So a lot of people are already looking at looking at the card reveals on the official Vanguard Twitter and things like that, and already making up like new strategies. So some people have already forgotten to like focus on this set, to focus on set 3 and think about what kind of other like decks might come up in BRO. And so we've seen stuff like Gravidia be a really, really strong new contender. Flagberg came out as well that might, take some people by surprise. Greedon is a deck that in my locals has been tearing up the place because of how strong the pop-off can be if they do manage to just have the CP for the bonus drive checks and for everything like that, and then they're basically just like swinging at you with like the super high pressure Vanguard column like over and over again. So there's a lot of interesting decks. There's decks people I feel like underestimate a little bit, like Barrow Magnus, that can easily if they get to their 15 soul as early as turn 3, it could be over very soon, and a lot of decks cannot deal with that kind of like field control all the time. But JJ, what else do you think is kind of like potential surprise pickup we might see today of like, not so much the Bruces and the Lorna rolls, but the decks that might kind of like, end up being the surprise top for today.
I believe it could be the. I think it's
Ooh.
Bavsagra. I will toss my hat into the ring this time, since I was never too much a choosy or picky person, but I feel that Bavsagra, even for how little bit of support that it's had at the moment, it has one of the highest potentials of ceiling at the moment, because a lot of people are not too much on the wagon with the build of using the Verena Arcs package or mixing it with Expecta, for example. It does create a higher ceiling. It does make it a little less consistent, but since we don't have that much support, it fills a big slot of being able to add some extra pressure to your opponent, that almost all your rear guards can have criticals potentially, which is kind of scary to have to deal with when you're at 3 damage, because it can shoot you for 1 and the other 2 side lanes can go in for the last 6 points of damage.
Yep, that's true. That is definitely true. And like you can also play it in a much more like rush based, like aggro version.
Yes,
And
exactly.
we're seeing in the current meta, especially aggro is very, very good because a lot of decks are turn 4 decks. They need to get to turn 4 for their final rushes, for their songs. And set 4 is looking like a turn 4 meta too, because of all the grade 4s that can only go live on turn 4. So I think any deck that can have a consistent early rush is always going to have like a pretty good time in the current format. So I believe in Buff Sagara. She's definitely won a lot of people's hearts over after the anime. And for those of you that haven't seen already, watch the Overdose anime. You can watch the entire thing on the official Vanguard YouTube channel. I don't know what other card game will give you that kind of treat that you can watch the whole anime on their YouTube. So make sure you watch it. Don't miss it. Enjoy the lovely soundtrack. Enjoy the lovely, the plots. We don't want to spoil anything, but it's pretty spicy. It's very, very good. Very, very
Yeah,
good.
for sure. One thing I want to quickly mention, I don't want to spoil too much, but to give JJ a bit more legitimacy to his claims, I will give you guys watching now this early on a little bit of bonus data, which is, with the exception of one lyrical Monasterio build being a Stache, every single other deck build in Standard is currently being represented in this tournament.
Word.
That's right.
That's awesome.
We didn't have that in V, we don't have it in Premium, so I think that's something definitely to be said for Standard.
Yep. I mean, it's really exciting that we can have that kind of representation. Like across all formats, we've been seeing, or not just across all formats, like across all regions, we've been seeing a very nice like representation of all the different ride lines, and just the fact that people are bringing like all kinds of spicy decks, and like I've heard of some mad lads playing Willista and things like that. So it's gonna be pretty exciting, but it's gonna be hype. I really can't wait to see what kind of decks we're gonna get featured, and also like taking a look at AO wrapping up now as well. Like we've been seeing some pretty some players that we've seen at the top doing really good in AO already. Like Kevin Cho, I see is like undefeated so far going into round 8 over there. So it's gonna be interesting to see like not just like those top players playing, but also what kind of decks they're bringing. Like I see there's a 6-1 Buff Sagara in AO. JJ's claims are actually true.
It's weird. It's weird. I might have to put back on my glasses because I might be seeing too far into the future again.
Word?
Might wear out my eyes too quickly.
Can you tell me my drive checks every single game?
I got you.
I think we already have the representation graph coming up for you guys. Let's have a look at that.
Oh, of course, production being the absolute goated team that they are. So here we go. While we wait for the event to start, you can see already the representation that we have for today's tournament. So 46 Bruce players, 40 Lorna Roll players. Of course, these are like the 2 favorites. A lot of people are bringing these in. But then Bastion at 28, that's definitely quite a popular list to bring. But then look at that, 16 Orphis, 16 Gravidias. Keep in mind, of course, some Gravidias are also Orphist variants, and probably most of them actually are. And then we have 15 Nirvana players, 13 Barrow Magnus players, 11 Hexorbs, 11 Zorgas.
That is very unexpected to me. That the Hexor variants, I am very interested if they're playing either the Lapisto package or if they're just playing pure Fasados and playing with the new support that I've gotten in set 3. But that's very surprising to me.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually one of the really cool things about D, which is that you look at Hexorb, you look at Nirvana, you look at Gravidia. These 2 archetypes aren't just one deck. Like I said, there's the hybrid Gravidia list with the World package, or there's the straight pure Gravidia package. With Nirvana, there's the Prayers order build versus just the raw normal aggro build. With Hexa Orb, there's events you talked about. I think there's even one guy here. I remember looking through the deck lists last night. There's one guy who's playing the Blaster Dark Ride Line package in Hexa Orb. Like, there's so much flexibility you have as well. I mean, even going down to the lower numbers like Zorga, we have some Magnolia players. Some of them are playing the Zorga Ride Line. Some of them are playing the Straight Ride Line. There's just so much you can do in the current standard format. And I think that's going to be really cool to see how those are coming out.
Yep, absolutely. Like I want to see that other pile, the 37 other remaining players, because this has been there's probably some spicy one-offs. I know there's at least one Willista player in here as well, and just in general, like all the other ride lines and like Buff Sagara, for example, as well. I want to see how they're doing.
Off the top of my head, from the stats I was looking at last night, it is one Buff Sagara, one Willista, and one PBD.
Damn. Ooh. Only one Buff Saga. I guess it makes sense because in EU, of course, some shops haven't been able to. Well, I mean, some players haven't been able to get their product because they kind of released right before Christmas, and Christmas is kind of like the time that shops all close in Europe for New Year's and the Christmas break. So just kind of that's how it is in Europe. So I'm still very pleased by this. By the diversity. Of course, Bruce and Lorna all being the most represented, I think, is expected. But a lot of the players, like one thing I want the people watching to take away is like, while Bruce and Lorna are the most represented, the majority of the rest of the pie chart is people picking decks that counter the top two. And so I think that we might be seeing quite some upsets today, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said earlier, it's all about that. No matchup is ever set in stone, right? Even something like, say, Bruce versus Zorga, which is traditionally very Bruce favored, it's not impossible for Zorga to win. And no matter how bleak it might be, like, you should always play out these games. And I think that sort of grit and determination is really going to come through in the games we're going to watch on stream. And I think that's going to give us the ability to, really see some interesting games as the day progresses.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. So here we see the complete graph over here. Good Lord. So we have Clarissa. Seraph Snow actually much lower than expected. Flagberg as well. Still Flagberg over Magnolia, which is surprising, and Celestial as well. And then we have a few other remaining ones.
I think it's due to the fact that a whole lot of people, I think you probably also might know, Chris, a lot of them like Aquaforce a whole lot, in V and in Premium. So I guess they said like, hey, why play Maelstrom when we have our boy Flagberg standard? So I guess they went with that route, I guess, which was kind of funny to me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Definitely a popular pick. But I can't wait to see how things are going to play out. What kind of funky decks we're going to get to see. Like, even for Bruce, right? It's 46 players, but there's like 2 or 3 different Bruce builds that we could be seeing, right? Whether it's the Quenlu build or like the Leonard build or a fusion of both. Some people are trying to like, kind of melt the two together. So I really can't wait to see what kind of builds are actually going to come out of this, especially for decks like Bruce. But with that being said, I think we're going to show you guys, for the people that are tuning in, maybe you just started playing Vanguard, maybe you're really new to Standard, or you just play Premium, for example, and haven't really kept up with what's going on in Overdress. So we have a nice little explanation video for you guys talking about just like how Standard works, what the rules of the game are. And so hopefully with this, you guys will be caught up to speed and be able to enjoy the action throughout the day. So let's take a look at the video and we'll be back with round 1 after that.
Two-player card game where you take on the role of a Vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into 2 different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are 2 types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the 4 numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of one of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard Circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard Circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian Circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard Circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard Circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. Then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of plus 10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get plus 10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger. An over trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have one such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
And gentlemen, this is now going to be round 1 of a BRO 2021 standard, and it's going to be an exciting time because, of course, it's the start of the day. It's the first round is where we can see a lot of the, potentially wacky decks, but also might see some big names all of a sudden as well. And of course, round 1 is going to be brought to you by myself and JJ. So I think, JJ, I'm hyped to get into it, see what kind of spicy things people are bringing. What about your side?
I am always excited to see any Cardfight being played because I get to see some awesome, skillful players demonstrate to me why I'm in here and they're there
Yep,
at the tables. slapping some cardboard and taking names.
Yep, exactly. And I think that, everyone is excited to get into it. And I think that, like it's always the first round where the nerves can be the highest, right? It's like no matter how experienced you are with competitive events, like with any card game, you start off the day and it's like even if you've played like dozens of these kind of events, you're still like, ooh, like please give me a good pairing. Please don't give me my counter matchup in round one. Like please don't make me play against the world champion round one. Like in BRO, anything is possible, right? It's an international event, anyone can enter. And for those of you watching as well, you can participate too. You're in the chat. You can also write on Twitter, hashtag BRO 2021. Write us your impressions and emotions and experiences throughout the day. Share your deck list if you want to. But I think no matter how much experience you have in these events, that first round is always so like you're just sitting in that Discord call with your friends, like, oh, like, let's all do our best. You're laughing about whatever, just to like kind of like take the nerves away as much as possible. But I'm really hyped to see how the tournament's gonna start, especially if we see any new players, because in particular with with standard, there's been so many new players getting into overdress, and we might just see like the beginning of a new era of competitive players as well, right? Because it's like a whole new generation of players that got into the game, and we might just be seeing some of them come out on top today, right?
Yes, I can completely agree with that because it has been, you can attest to this. I think Ben can attest to it as well. Having some people visit either their locals, because some local stores have been able to play, of course, if you've been immunized for sure. But it's been so exciting to see new players being able to appear, talk about their first experiences, their first drive checks, their first triggers, their criticals, their first wins and them being their first tournaments taking parts. If you guys at home also feel inclined to take part in this tournament as well, hit up your local store, hit up your local friend who probably plays this card game, get into the game. It's a super fun one. It's so exciting to see them.
Yep, absolutely. Like seeing all the new players that have gotten into Overdress thanks to just how easy it is to access, like people just picking up the $4 start decks, right? It's such an easy way to get into the game itself. But seeing people get into the game and then like not just falling in love with it themselves, but then going back to like their friends, their coworkers, like their other like social circles and be like, yo, I just started playing this really cool game, and like then bringing their friends into it and like the local scenes like blooming again. It's such a nice thing to see, and I think it's thanks to how accessible Overdress is that has been possible in general, right?
Yes, of course, because like the decks themselves are relatively inexpensive. They are super easy to get into, and you create friends for a lifetime if you're oftentimes so inclined to keep them. So it's just like I have no other words for it, man. It's like when you get your first pet, for example, or you get your first dance, like your school dance or something. You're taking your first steps of being a player who loves uh, a subculture of card games. It's so awesome to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think we both remember, when we got
Mhm.
into the game ourselves, like I was still, I was like what 15, 14, like still in school, and basically just like every single day, once I got like found my locals, every
Mhm.
single day after
Mhm.
school, it was just like finish up school at 4:30, go to locals, it closed at like 7 or like 6:30, go have dinner with the people at locals and then go home, do my homework, and then think about Vanguard for the rest of the night. It's like Vanguard was like all I could think about back then, and it was still is to this day. But it's cool to see people kind of re-experience that feeling that you had as a kid, when you first got into the game, and now like the new generation of Vanguard players that is like just going through it and like being able to like just get so like addicted to the game, I guess, right? It's it's incredible. It really is incredible.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. So, do we happen to have our first matchup already? Actually.
I think we do. So it is coming up. We're gonna have the deck list, and it looks like well, this is the EU stage. We're gonna, it's open to people from all over the world, and looks like our first feature match is actually gonna be between two players from Singapore. So again, adding to the beauty of BRO is that anyone from anywhere can participate in any region, even if it means playing crazy hours. Some of us played in the NA tournament, and we'll be playing later today in the NA tournament, which goes on into the early morning hours as the rounds go on and on and on. But that's the magic of BRO, right? it's one of these events where you can technically be playing Vanguard nonstop for 48 hours, right? And for those of you watching too, you can be watching Vanguard nonstop for basically 48 hours, which is always incredible too. And I'm excited for round one because I think we got two decks that not everyone expects to see at the tournament. That I think, when we showed the first pie chart, they were both part of the other pie chart bracket. So I'm pretty excited to look at this one.
As am I. So
All
let's
right.
take a look at the first deck list that we'll be getting into. It will be piloted by an awesome card fighter, Remy.
Yes, sir, and it is none other than Willista. So, Lyrical Monasterio is definitely a very powerful nation, and we've talked a lot about how good it is, and Lorna Roll and Clarissa, but there is a ride line that not a lot of people like to talk about as much, but is still very strong, which of course is Willista. And Willista essentially focuses on playing these orders that you see at the bottom right, the precious gems, and they either like power up your units, they help you draw cards, and then Willista basically turns them into more card advantage by soul blasting them out and doing various effects with them. But this build looks almost like a Highlander deck to me, man. Like, what are all these what-ofs?
I think it's more or less to confuse your opponent. Because then it's one of the tactics that we used to do back in the day. I think Chris can also explain this part too as well on his own end. When we used to compete in competitive Vanguard, sometimes you used to run out one of triggers uh, before you're mandated to write your deck list, so that if you were to drive a trigger, you can kind of fool your opponent into thinking that you're probably playing different ratios. It's either that or he just likes different artworks. And you know what? I still respect it.
Yep, absolutely. But I'm curious to see because this is kind of like this is a build that can also, we're talking about earlier, can definitely play a very strong aggro early game in order to just like rush a lot of these like turn 4 decks. So that's it's great if you do get paired up against those turn 4 decks. But his opponent, unfortunately, is playing a deck of a very similar style, which is also very aggressive. So this is Terry's Magnolia, but not just any Magnolia. This is what some people like to call Zorgnolia, where we see the Zorga ride line grade 1 and 2 in order to basically just draw extra cards and recur a order card back to your hand with the Magnolia. And we see the beautiful DSR as well in the ride deck, plus the 3 SPs in the main deck. So, it's definitely a dedicated player. But this is going to be interesting, right? Running a pretty high count of orders, running the extra soul charge grade 2 there as well. What do you think, JJ, of this particular Magnolia build?
I really like this one as well because it actually increases the ceiling of this type of deck by incorporating a lot more of the orders. It creates a ride line that you can utilize. And of course, since you're using wild intelligence to be able to scrounge for more resources for you, if you're being bled out by depending on the matchups, if you're playing against Gravidia, for example, because that's the type of matchup you're probably going to be going into, or some featuring some form of retire to clear your board. This increases a way of you being able to consistently deal with them by recurring your threats. I really like it. I really, really do.
Yeah. I do like it as well, and I think it gives Magnolia just the ability to, not be as afraid of the removal matchups because you have so many ways. Like, Wild Intelligence is already like a huge kind of like swing in tempo when you get to use it and just like call out 2 things. But, the Spiritual Body Condensation is 1 revive. Also running, the Elenia, I think her name was, the grade 2, that lets
Yes,
you also recur a grade 2 or less from drop. So there's a lot of really cool cards in here, and as we see the recent addition from DB203 here as well with the N-Bar. N-Bar is amazing. Like, this card is an 18k attacker, essentially, plus bounces to hand after its attack every single time, so you can just, like, use it as shield, then revive it, and then, again, revive it, swing for 18, bring it back to hand. So you have this, like, kind of, like, recurring shield, recurring attacker every single turn because of how much revive you have. So I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to go.
I am as well, and I do love the addition of draw triggers in as well, because usually in this format you do see a lot of people run more fronts since it is a bigger defensive option, but a piece reliant deck like Zorgnolia, as we're liking to dub it now, it's very scarce when it comes to having those kind of pieces, and you need the draws to be able to facilitate that play.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm very excited to see how things are going to play out. I think we're going to get into the game once the players are ready, but this is going to be hype. Like, both decks are very fast, both decks are very aggressive, but they
Mhm.
can both play the long game too because of both Willista's ability to plus out of just her own skill, and I guess this build being able to revive everything through the grade 2 and the wild and not the wild intelligence, the spiritual body condensation. So I am pretty excited by what is being shown here, and I can't wait to see it in action as well.
Yeah. So without further ado, let's get into it.
All right, so round 1 here between Remy and Terry. This is going to be a very exciting match between these two players. Of course, ooh, you can see the the sleeves there on Remy's side as well. It's kind of almost baiting, to think that he might be playing something else. But I think the Bermuda Triangle merchandise is definitely a different story, right? It's telling a bit of a different story here.
It's a bit of a giveaway that what he probably could be playing today. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. So I can't wait to get into it. Both players just waiting for the goal sign. Of course, we have to wait for the judges to
Mhm.
give them the okay to get started here. But it's going to be very exciting to see how things are going to go in this matchup for these two players.
Oh, that's true. Like, are you a person who oftentimes leaves the decks that they use, like the decks that they're going to be using for the day? Do you just leave them the same type? Like, say for example, you're playing Shadows, will you do Mordred or something like that?
Um, I think if I'm playing in a tournament, then I generally speaking like to keep it a mystery. So I use event sleeves, like the
Mm-hmm.
Japanese event like VMC or WGP sleeves, or like the 10th
Mm,
anniversary logo sleeves to kind of make it a mystery. Like the blackout sleeves here too. Like they're very anonymous, I guess. But
mm-hmm,
for most
mm-hmm.
of my decks, I like to have character sleeves. Like my Prison deck has Tomari sleeves on it. My Babsagara deck, the English one, will have Mide sleeves on it. So, but for a tournament, I usually like to kind of go with the event ones, just to kind of let it be a mystery, right?
Ah, okay, fair enough. So now they're gonna flip over the blasted pair to reveal the Willista will starter right line. It looks like Remy's gonna be starting us off.
All right, Remy going first here. Let's see what he's gonna drop. Dropping a trigger there. Of course, running all these different triggers. I believe that is a front trigger there. So
Mm-hmm.
Willis doesn't really play draws because you plus a lot already from the right line. And now we here see the Ranker Chain being ridden and going to be able to draw a lot of cards from the first turn because you draw one from the starter and then draw another two, but discard one order for its cost. So you get to plus a lot from very early on. And now we see Terry taking the first swing of the game here. And we see the drive check is going to be an N bar. Very important card here.
Yeah, now it's gonna take him damage. It does look like Willista herself. It's gonna be going into the damage here. Remy's gonna be
Yep.
drawing for the turn.
That's
Oh,
one Persona right gone, which is pretty important to keep in mind. That's a huge power swing that you are losing out on if he doesn't already have one in hand. We see
mm-hmm,
Remy
mm-hmm,
here deciding how he's going to play out this turn. Of course, the Willista grade 1 does allow for quite a lot of plusing. So usually turn 2, you draw a lot of cards, right? So we could just bring it up here as well for you guys. So the grade 1 Willista, when you write over it, you put a card from hand to soul, then you search your deck for a gem, reveal it, add it to your hand, shuffle your deck. And
yep.
then he searches the red gem, which the red gem says you play it for count -1, you draw 2, but then you discard 1 and put the True Hearted Ruby into your soul. So this is all you can already see you get to search a card, but you have to put a card from hand to soul. So you're kind of paying a cost for it essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But then the ruby gives you the card draw that you need, and the grade 2 Willista will also give you more card draw. So you're basically plussing a lot in a very in very early into the game too.
Yep. And it was due to this fact that a lot of Lyrical Monasterio decks, or Willista variants especially, played 12 critical triggers when that was before the rules changed, because you didn't really need the extra draws from draw triggers or
Yep.
fronts, the power from fronts.
Yep. I mean, now you still take the power from fronts happily because you usually do have a pretty strong front row. But we see
Hmm.
Remy here, he just drew so many cards in one turn. Got to think if he wants to push early here as well. Oh, he is going to choose to. I like the early deployments here.
Yeah, I don't see a reason not to, because like you're gonna recruit all this card advantage anyway. If your opponent wants to like attack into your rear guard, you're gonna be fine with it because you're gonna have like a full claw hands.
Yep. So now swinging for this is just 17. Gets a heal. Wow, that's actually pretty big. Going down to 0 here as well. Wild intelligence checked on the side of Terry. That is pretty big, and this will be a guard. So with that, just 1 damage is enough for Terry, and it also gives him the 1 counterblast he wants in order to revive something from the drop with his grade 2 already if he wants to. So let's see.
So he's gonna be discarding a Diamond Naru here from his hand to ride into the Husk. And Husk is gonna get him back to his spiritual body condensation, since it does allow him to probably get back to Daimaru. So it feeds back into itself, which is kind of awesome. I really like that.
Yep, that's for sure. That's for sure. So he put down the Alini. I think he is going to pay the cost for it here as well in order to basically revive something from the drop, and that is always going to be good. You know, you just get that early rush. It also gets a plus 5k
Mhm.
from being cold. And the nice thing here as well is the Cariophilus, when she's placed on Vanguard Circle, if you don't have any cards in Soul, you Soul Charge 2. And it doesn't have to be placed from hand. Like, you can also just like revive it like this and be able to use it immediately. And now you already Spiritual Body Condensations to revive something else. So the early rush here on Terry's side, like, look at this board from very early on.
Oh, it's so good here too. So since he's able to activate an order this turn, the Ranker Chain also gets an additional plus 2k. So that is like over 27 or 29k column already on its own. That's really fat. That's a
Yes,
critical trigger.
sir. Ooh, the crit gonna be sending Remy, or I guess defensive, 2 defensive, so that puts him to 30k, but he is get sent to 3 damage already. So the aggro has been a good start, but
Mhm.
here I think the Cariophilus is hitting for what? She's 15 on his own on her own, so that I think only at 23 if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think it actually hits.
I think it's like 32 actually.
Oh no,
So
he got a trigger, right?
yeah,
So
he
that
got a
that is
trigger.
bigger.
Yeah.
And actually, the Husk also got +5 now because he's played an order this turn, so that's actually a huge boost. So that does
Mhm.
still hit. Wow. Okay. Very good. Very good. Excellent. So Remy now got pushed to 3, but that does give him the counterboss to work, with some plays this turn, and we'll see what he's actually going to be bringing in and what he's going to be doing with Willista, checking his soul for, of course, the precious gems, the entire, you know, kind of like gimmick of this deck.
Mhm. So he's going to be discarding Sapphire here. He's going to be Soul Blasting Sapphire, checking his top of his deck, see if he can Superior Call some cards, and they're going to get a little bit of power. He's going to discard the rest.
Yep, that is right. Willista here. Of course, if you Soul Blast the Ruby, she gets 15k, and your opponent cannot intercept. But if you Soul Blast the Sapphire, you look at top 5, call 2, and discard the rest, and then the called unit get +5.
Hmm? Let's see here. That gets a bit of power since he already used a gem, precious gem this turn. Now he's going to be able to use a ruby.
Yep, so he gets to draw 2 and discard 1, but still a really nice plus. Also the great one you see in the back, the Emmeline, she gets 5k if you have 3 or more other rear guards. So she's just like
Mhm.
a solid booster in general. And I think another really important part of the strategy for Willista here is the Henrietta. Like Henrietta is a card that I think when it was first revealed, a lot of people kind of looked at it like, is this really that good? But if you're not afraid to just you call off a trigger from Willista's skill, she's gonna be a pretty big column on her own. Ooh, we see a Persona Ride found for
Oh,
Remy there.
that's really good because, like, as you guys notice as well, that he's kind of Remy's really going super hard through most of his gems, precious gems right now. So if he doesn't have any way of being able to recruit them on time, the Persona Ride does allow him to still keep on pushing a little bit of pressure in those downturns.
Yep, that is right. Now they're just checking the powers. Of course, I think the last Vanguard Circle will still hit, especially after Henrietta's ability is used. And that's exactly what Remy wants. Like, he wants to be pushing this damage. Only pushed 2 so far. So, if anything, the aggression has not been going as strong as he would like, I would say.
No, not at all. But I mean, he will be getting some extra power here. I think this side column is hidden for almost close to 30. So this is still going to require like almost a 15k guard, I think. 15 to 20k guard.
Yep,
Or-
exactly. So, it's what, 25 base plus 30. I think it's 40 actually, because he also had the power up from Willista's skill on that trigger. So a strong push turn on the side of Remy, and now both players are at 3. And I think that for Terry, it's time to. Oh, there's still another attack coming out from this rearguard Willis, I believe.
Hmm. I think he's going to be targeting the 9K grade too. But he said to. Oh, he's declaring that he gave power to. Okay.
The rear, yeah.
Hmm.
So that's a nice way to like kind of, if you don't have any dice on you, you can basically just like flip your Vanguard sideways or like upside down to kind of to make it easy to tell which unit has extra power on it. And so
Yeah.
here we're going to see a discard of a heal trigger to go into Magnolia, a beautiful DSR from the third set as well.
Let's see. He's currently contemplating what units he's going to commit to the board.
Yep, N-bar to the back. N-bar is very important. N-bar is a very excellent card, and also the Damainaru, sorry. Kind of just had a
Mhm.
bit of a moment there to remember the name.
Mhm.
Another spiritual body condensation in hand. That is actually very big. Of
It
course,
is.
this Magnolia will be enabling the back row to attack as well. So essentially, the Damainaru can make something attack, and then of course from the back row, and then Magnolia can make another thing attack from the back row. So I'm assuming that the Cryophilus call up will just be boosted there. So we're going to see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks this turn still, which is really, really strong.
Oh, it is. Let's see. So for N-bar, its skill is a 8K base, grade 2, which is a little small on the smaller end, but it has a really awesome on-play skill. When this is placed on Vanguard Circle or put in Guardian Circle, if your Vanguard is Silverhorn Beast Magnolia, this unit gets 5K power and 5K shield until end of turn. And then in the back row, at the end of battle, this unit attacked, you may return this unit to your hand. So that allows to combo with M-bar. With your Magnolia, since it gets a whole lot of extra power. And when you're done with it, you get it back for some 10K shield, which is kind of juicy when playing against certain matchups that can push some little small aggressive pokes that you can't really deal with and you don't want to use your 15K shields for.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in particular, it's just an attacker that keeps looping back to hand as a 10K shield, which is so powerful. You see a draw
Hmm.
come out here for Terry, which is definitely very good. And the power is going to go to the miner there. Remy going to 4, but finds a front in defensive, which is very, very big. That'll also help to defend the rearguard list if he wishes to. I think that the miner doesn't actually hit anymore because it got the +5 from being chosen by the Vanguard's effect. And I don't think he put the trigger there, if I'm not mistaken. I think it went to the other rearguard column.
So it gets 5K, I think, from itself, and it gets 5K again. And then it also has the condensation, that's 15. If it did get a trigger, it should be able to, but that really.
Yeah, we'll find out soon. We'll find out soon. I think he still
Oh,
has. Yep. Looks like that's not going to be
yeah.
enough. Looks like I think he just gave the trigger to the other rearguard column. And I think the miner only got
Mhm.
the 5K from itself because I think the condensation revived the soul charge, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's also huge. Like looping that
Mhm.
soul charger, I never thought about how big that is, but it's
Mhm.
been a pretty big component so far in being able to just like, you continuously like soul blast out everything just to revive your cards and like use your abilities, and then it's like, oh, let me revive this soul charge too, and we're good.
Yeah. So one thing we also would like to point out here too, take a look at the hand difference, the differential. Of course, like Remy just had to guard just now, but he did get a defensive, which did soften the blow a little bit. But Terry has been able to cobble together a 4 unit board and having close to 10 cards in hand. Wait, actually scratch that. It is exactly 10 cards in hand. That
Okay.
is amazing to me.
Yep, absolutely. So now, damn, 10 card Magnolia. I don't think I've ever seen that. Like, Magnolia is definitely not a deck known for having a big hand, but when you're so efficient with all the revive cards, this might just be like, the go-to Magnolia build in the future, right?
I could see that happen, and especially when we're getting the set 4 support with the Grade 4 Magnolia. I am so excited to see how that's going to be able to turn out.
Oh, that's going to be insanely strong, that's for sure. All right, well, we see here Remy swinging with the Willista column. He still has a pretty strong board going for himself, but we see that this just a PG coming out for Terry. The hand is getting smaller and smaller on Remy's side. He does heal. I do believe this will proc as he's on 4 versus 3. Oh no, that's a critical trigger, isn't it?
It is a critical trigger, yeah. Looks like he is gonna take that.
Yep.
Uh,
All right, so PG has been used. This will be just swinging without the crit. So this might actually get taken by Terry and then maybe guard the last one to prevent yourself from going to 5. Looks like he will do that. Going to 4 here. Both players now on equal damage. And now this is swinging for lethal damage. You can Soul Blast 1 to gain extra power from the trigger there. So Soul Blasting 1 gains 15k. So coming in with a huge one. And another PG comes out for Terry. He's really just blocking everything possible because got to keep in mind, Terry also has a really good board. Like, all you have to do is recall the end bar and you're good to go. Like if he has a persona right, especially, that's super, super good. So let's see. Does Terry have it? Does Terry have the juice?
I would
Yes.
be very so yeah, I'd be surprised if he didn't. He has a hand like from here till to Nirvana. So I'd be very surprised if he didn't have it.
Yes, exactly. So now I think just checking effect as well and the extra 10k now to the front row. I do respect, the temptation when you ride over the DSR. It's very high to just restack the DSR up top, but it is a premier event. Best to just keep the card you rode on top, as tempting as it may be to keep flexing the DSR, because I definitely am someone who likes to do that when playing against friends. But here, this is going to be a huge turn. So starting off with a 20k hit here, no defensive this time for Remy, and now he's on 5. So that is actually pretty big because no more defensives can be procced, and now Magnolia can actually just make the whole back row attack. So this is still like 5 attacks to deal with for Remy, and he's on 5 damage with no defensives.
This is gonna be a very tight situation since his hand is a little lean here right now. He'll have to guard against everything as much as he possibly can. He possibly can 15k shield, wanna pass. No,
It's
15k
tough. Like,
shield, intercept, wanna pass, I guess.
yeah, yeah. So the ranker chain swing for 13 N bar will be how much power has it gained so far? I think it's only gained 5k, so it'll be 18, and then the miner will be 20, and then the Cryophilis will be what, 19 on her own for the time being. So they're small numbers, but it's still very awkward to guard them because they're basically like 2-card guards for the most part if you don't want to waste like 15k shield every time. So and any triggers checked will only make it worse. So Remy is gonna look a little scary, especially this Vanguard column is 23. So does he just want to pass it? That might be the case, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of his best plays here. I think it's just like one to pass it, or you just eat it, and then if you get a heal, you can then like
Shut down the whole turn.
exactly.
Ooh, guarding with the overtrigger. Okay, so that's a no pass. I mean, that works too. That works too.
I mean, did over triggers do exist, right? Or did he already mill one?
Oh, I think there might still be in Terry's deck if he didn't draw into it. Critical trigger comes out, goes to the Cryophilis, and the second check is going to be another N bar. That's a 10k shield. Very valuable card, though. All right, so Magnolia's effect will give plus 5k to the entire back row and allow them to attack from the back row. And looks like he will be attacking with the Ranker Chain first with only 13, but it's still quite annoying. Looks like Remy might just intercept that one. Can he barely survive? With the ability of the perfect guards in Overdress, there's a chance that he could just like guard, and then PG the last 2 attacks and survive like that. But it's also going to come down to Terry's attack pattern. He can attack with very awkward columns in order to kind of like ask for those kind of odd numbers.
I think if he goes M bar second, if he goes M bar after Ranker Train, I think that might be a good play here, maybe. Or you can even go with the crit column for 29. Either of those are fine, I feel.
Okay. Let's see here. It's still a little bit of a yikes. It's very, very close so far in terms of his chances of survival. All right, Ambar going back to hand. Look at that hand on Terry's side. Like even if Remy does survive, he has to get through all of that while trying to win the game. Like it's looking pretty bleak. But he manages to guard it. I think he survives with no cards in hand. Remy actually pulls through and manages to survive that turn. And look at this. What, 9 cards in hand on Terry's side? He can still take 1 damage too.
Must be nice. Some would
Mhm.
say.
Yes,
Must
sir.
be incredibly nice. So there is one thing to note: there is no rubies, there's no gems more, there's nothing in the soul. This is gonna be a straight up bash for 21, 26, I think. Be a
Yep.
perfect guard. One of the last ones he had while in fellowship.
Yeah. These are just kind of swinging for little numbers when the the OT is out. Double blank checks as well. Remy, I don't know if you can get through that defense. Remy, but let's hide our drive checks here, even if they are public knowledge technically. Looks like he is gonna attack just like that, and we know that his hand cannot guard anything. He has an order and a grade 3. They're not capable of doing anything, which is quite unfortunate, but for Terry, that is just a sign of good things to come, because now Remy will have to beg for a 6 damage heal, and even that I don't think will be enough, because of course the 5k distribution will allow for these attacks to hit for good numbers. Damainaru is proccing the back row attacks too. Where's Damainaru here? He's going to be choosing to see if he wants to attack with it yet. I believe there was no Persona right this turn, so the Damainaru is actually not hitting for that big of a number. All right, swing with N-bar first to see the 6 damage heal. It is not the case, and with that, the one to win the first round is going to be Terry against Remy's Willista. So that's pretty huge. Like, Terry looked insanely good that match, and especially that Magnolia list just looked really, really strong. I'm very impressed with that particular build because of like just how smooth it looked too.
It did, because it did give me a whole little. I mean, it is Zorgnolia, right? So it did give me the feel of, oh god, this does feel like what Zorga wants to kind of be doing, pushing a little bit of aggression, drawing some cards, being able to benefit of all your rear guards that can plus on themselves, like Ilisen, for example, and it allows you to kind of have very little committal with just enough pressure, just as how a normal Magnolia list would.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. I think, a lot of us focus on the kind of like Magnolia build that is very much just like, just pushing big aggro, big aggro, big aggro, and trying to finish the game as fast as possible. But the recursion there with the soul charges and being able to like keep, using your end bars over and over again, even after you guard with them, I really like that build. Like that Magnolia build might be my favorite one I've seen so far in DB23.
Yeah, especially because I'd still feel with how fast that Remy was turboing through their deck, drawing into their pieces and trying to draw into the resources that accrued him stuff. It kind of just petered out of gas, and that's kind of one of the issues that Ballista currently has at the moment. But it is the first wave of support. A lot of the archetypes outside of Lorena Roll currently does still need to wait for some of their own support to be able to either maybe recruit some rubies or sapphires from the drop zone back to hand, and a whole lot more support still needs to come for that archetype. So we'll see more potentially in the future when they get their second wave, and I'm very excited to see it.
Yep, absolutely. Like I think it's gonna be, Willith already is looking pretty good going into
Yeah.
the next set. They already
Mhm.
got they were standing rear guard. This is basically already something a lot of decks
Yeah.
have been asking for. So it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. But also for Magnolia, Magnolia is like one of the like some people say the second or third best deck in the meta in the next set. But the thing is that the deck gets so many amazing tools. Being able to use like even Flagberg support, like in that inlet pulls, in order to get like end of turn soul charge and draw, then ride Elder in order to like call it out, and then again soul
Mhm.
charge and draw, like recur the draw like that. The deck is gonna get even better, and it's already quite strong in this current format. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it's gonna go. I think it also has a good matchup against like the top two decks, the Bruce and Lorneroll. And speaking of which, I actually heard from one of the players on the AO side that apparently their top 8 was 1 Lorneroll, 6 Bruces, and get this, 1 Bob Sagara, baby. Let's
Oh!
go! The queen, the
Yes.
queen. She's
Yes.
slaying. She's slaying. While they were playing football, she was out here just burning down the field. It's
Oh my god.
gonna be hype. I can't wait to see EAO top 8 tomorrow. It's gonna be super crazy, and of course, what kind of decks we're gonna see come out on top today too. Like, there's so many surprises that can come up from the playing field, and I'm just, man, I can't wait. I really can't wait. And so, after this first round, especially, we got to see some spice. We got to see some spice. The beautiful Magnolia list and Remy's listed deck as well. But I think with that, we're gonna go for a short break while we prepare for round 2, and just let all the other players finish up their round. So don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
Move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack and Lands of Intertwined Stars coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuadayo archetype. Yeah, so I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get managed. However, BSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. That was fun. Large scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies, and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning Premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G-Series and even before that. To me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before. I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% Premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with B Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where Premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by, I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V standard or V premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D series. Thankfully, D series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. Internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got right as often because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world, maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt, and this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let the judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, "Hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them?" And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. There's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or wherever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BR was made to have fun, so enjoy yourself.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each, because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta, and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match, because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO Springfest rather was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS I participated yearly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is now time for round 2 of Bureau 2021 Standard for the EU region. We're back again, me, Chris, and JJ. JJ, how are you feeling after that? Pretty surprising round 1. You know, 2 aggro decks that I think not many people were expecting to see.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at it. But this aggro deck played more like a mid-range deck than anything. It just felt more domineering over the whole entire match, and you could feel a whole lot of aggression coming out of Willista when they were playing it. Very aggressive, filtering and searches and draws and all that stuff. But then it just like ran out of gas, and that can happen sometimes playing a archetype specifically built around one resource. You can just run out of gas sometimes or not draw the pieces you need, and that's exactly what happened. And I still felt that he played it to his best of what he could. It was really enjoyable to watch.
100%. Very nice game to start off on. I think everyone liked that quite a lot. And you know, I also got further confirmation on the top 8 for AO. Looks like it was indeed like it was 6 Bruces. One of them was the Quenlu build, which is quite interesting. You know, that's one that we've been gassing up in our friend circle quite a bit lately. But then we had 1 Lorneral and 1 Bavsagara, which was the Bavsagara that was on stream on the AO side. And apparently, like the whole point of that Bavsagara build is like to deck opponents out. You know, basically like play the long game and like just kind of, you know, because I guess you're playing against a lot of like Bruces, a lot of like Lornerals that draw very aggressively, like either Soltars their whole deck or Lorneral just has like a, you know, 15 card hand every turn, like once it reaches turn 4. So I guess you can play the long game and just use Swayambu to like protect yourself every turn against all those swings, because technically in Lorneral matchup, you have like Swayambu to use to add extra shield to yourself to guard that huge Lorneral attack. So pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I hope we see some buff Saga on the AO on the EU side as well. But you know, as we mentioned earlier, due to the way things work with Christmas and New Year's in Europe, a lot of people weren't able to pick up their start decks just yet, unfortunately. So it's going to be still a fun time to watch buff Saga be played in the top 8, and I hope it can go the full way. You know, be the blaze made into surpass football, and it's gonna be a great time.
Yeah, I mean, she could probably hit people with divine prejudice, and I'm excited to see how that turns out. But then, what do we have lined up for us actually for today? Did we happen to pick any matches yet, or any matches you're probably keen on seeing?
So I think we do have a pretty interesting match to take a look at if we do manage to secure it, which will be between 2 decks that, you know, one of them was born from DBTO3, which I'm pretty excited to watch. It's going to be Gravidia if we do get that match. We don't know yet. But the other one is going to be a certain Keter deck that has stayed mostly the same until set 3, and then in set 3 received a particular card. It starts with an L and ends with Agrail. That has definitely changed up the playstyle of that deck quite a bit, and I'm very curious to see what kind of build of those decks we're going to be seeing the players bring in, because I think there's a lot of different build paths for both Gravidia as well as Bastion in set 3. Like in terms of techs for Bastion, like especially you have like the 3-up slot that people use for either like Fasados, or they use for like, you know, for their form up Chosen Knights, or for like any other kind of like tech slots. I'm curious to see what the choice will be there. Was on the Gravidia side, we usually either see like the pure build that runs like, you know, less attackers and more just kind of like takes out their meteors all the time, just blowing up the opponent's board. But then there's the like World Gravidia build, which runs some of the Orphis engine, like runs the Orphis ride line. And so I'm curious to see like what are we going to be watching on that side and like how that deck will actually look. So I'm really curious. Gravidia is a deck that I've been really enjoying, and I kind of wish I brought it for NA later on as well. It's the deck that I did not lock in, but it is very, very strong, and it has a pretty good matchup across the board in the current meta, because like if it gets rushed, it can use Gravidia turn 3 to like pop 3 meteors and pop the opponent's board while getting a crit. And if it doesn't get rushed, then don't pop meteors and you wait until your opponent sets up a board, and then you keep obliterating them and you still have an early rush with the Orphist engine. So I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to go. That Gravidia build in particular was basically developed in Japan. There was one of the Japanese players that posted a huge article on like how to play that deck, like the reasoning behind the card choices in the deck, like all kinds of things. And I think everyone just kind of like put that into like Google Translate and like read through the article and learned a lot. And turns out that Gravidia is a pretty good fit in the current meta with just one set of support, by the way.
Yes, it's like one of those type of archetypes where you're very keen to see how that poses a threat against a whole lot of the matchups, and we're currently in a format where the Vanguards do a whole lot, but they need the rear guards to supplement them. And Gravidia is a tempo-based deck, meaning that it allows you to remove your opponent's threats while also deploying your own, and you also accruing card advantage because of it, which then forces more cards onto your opponent's hand to call to the board, more cards out of their hand to commit to the board, so that it can push pressure back at you. It allows you to just kind of keep on farming your hand and pushing pressure, which is something very unique in archetype. And Baba Sagara kind of has that idea as well. Orphis sort of has that going on too with some of their own removal threats. It's also one of the reasons why they mesh really, really well together, because you can also play that type of tempo-oriented strategy while also making use of the tokens. But we'll take a look and see how these lists actually look in a second.
Yep. We'll take a look at the deck here. And we're going to start off with Gravidia. So this is Chamesedin. I hope I pronounced that correctly. It looks like he's playing the pure build of Gravidia here. Basically choosing to play more meteors. The hybrid builds play like 10, 9, and whereas this one's playing 13, quite a lot, and running the Gravidia ride line with extra copies of the grade 1 because it's a solid booster, while also being able to just force more meteors into your order zone too. But I'm also quite interested in the list of attackers, right? You basically have the grade 1 itself. We can just boost the grade 2 to make 23k lines pretty easily. But then on the other side, we're seeing, that other grade 3 that is a common in set 3 that basically on hit searches for meteor and puts it in the order zone. So it's just kind of there to be like a kind of pressure attacker. I haven't seen it be used as much though, so I'm quite curious to see how it's going to be, how useful it'll be in this matchup.
I'm curious to see this as well, since it is a little bit more leaner in comparison to some of the Orphis variants of Gravidia, and I'm excited to see how that turns out. And then we can take a look at Bastion, I guess, and we could see what they incorporated, because I know we have somebody over here who does like his Lagriel, who might also want to tell us a little bit more about what this list is, how it incorporates, what's its win condition.
Yeah, so this build in particular is quite interesting. As I talked about earlier, like the techs are very vital, but every deck kind of has like the bread and butter. So of course, the 4 Bastions, the Bastion Ride line. The Lag Rail is a 4 as well because, the Olden is the most important card, right? It draws you cards, it's a strong, really strong attacker, but sometimes you don't draw Olden. And you need a card that will help you with that, in Lag Rail, when you rest 4 first cost, can help you do that. But otherwise, you can rest 2 for Lag Rail and basically just discard 3 at the end in order to just like have drive checks on rear and have like potentially 6 checks in one turn if you have the Calmas 4 to burn. That's why you run the Fashata, the grade 1, who lets you countercharge 1 for a Soul Blast 2 when you check a trigger once per turn. And then you also have the Refair Sauce for the same reason, because Refair Sauce is a booster when you Persona Ride, but also in the back row, when one of your units stands, he can also stand. So essentially, you can rest him for Lag Rail's cost, and then when you restand the Lag Rail with Bastion's effect, you also stand those 2, so you can then rest him again for Lag Rail's cost again in that turn. But of course, we use quite a bit of Soul in this build as well, because Olden, of course, requires it. And he also runs the Painkiller Angel in this, which we don't see that often. But in order to give us some Soul, play the Rafluke, right? It's an extra power, helps you push your columns, and so it's always good. And he also plays the Pride to Protect set order, which basically gives all your grade 3s boost. So that's a card that we see a lot in set 4 Bastion lists. It's become a very common place, a very common order to play now in the Japanese meta, but it hasn't quite come over to English just yet. But maybe Kyung-min here will be the one to make that change and make the boost order a more common one. But it is a quite expensive card. Like, you have to when you play it, you have to discard 1. So it's technically like you lose 2 cards from your hand just by playing it. But it is quite good. But I think it was also like, this build runs 5 grade 1s, so you already have quite a bit of boosters, but it's also quite a bit of extra chance to whiff your drive check, especially with PGs being part of your grade ones too. So that's 9 in total. But triggers plus grade ones equals not happy time for Bastion. So we're gonna see how things go. But I think we're gonna be just about ready. Take a look at the matchup, see the players get into it, and see how these decks are gonna face off against each other. Because I think Gravidia might actually give a pretty tough time for Bastion, purely because it is a deck that can essentially just go absolutely bonkers with destroying the opponent's board, and I think it might be a little bit tough for Bastion to keep up with that. But we see that Kyungmin has the beautiful sleeve combo, the two blackout sleeves for the right deck and the main deck.
Oh, I love it. I love it a whole lot. I'm more of a blackout white main deck and then right deck black personally, but I really do like this nonetheless. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice. The Team Daybreak sleeves just came out as well, which is also very nice. Those are a beautiful design. I just got mine yesterday, so ready to I actually people called me a traitor because I put blackout sleeves on my Bafsagara deck. I apologize. I didn't receive my Daybreak sleeves yet. Okay.
And I mean, at the end of the series, no spoilers, no spoilers. I mean, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, it looks like Kyungmin here is going first. That's actually quite good for Bastion because you want to be able to, have yourself a nice Olden turn before, Gravidia starts just throwing rocks at you.
That's a solid strategy.
Always a solid strategy. So see here, we're going to be starting off. Both players, just a slow start. Time said in here, going to be able to use the grade 1 to look at the top 7, add any number of Neatness Meteor Shower from the top of his deck to his hand. So that is a very, very powerful card. Just a really good ride line card because you get to just add so much to your hand. But you also thin out your deck of meteors that can search with the Gravidia Nordlinger, which is a pretty important card in, because when you place the meteors by your Vanguard's ability to your order zone, you get to draw a card instead of just being able to potentially soul charge. So that is one thing to keep in mind. And now because Chamisidin plays the pure version of Gravidia, he'll actually have to play one of the Neatness Meteor Showers here in order to get the 3 soul that he needs next turn for the grade 2. And soul charging heal is not what you want to see.
Now he is going to go to attack here.
Mm-hmm.
No guard it. That's going to be a perfect guard. That's not bad. Like in this matchup, how would you want to approach this?
So the thing with Gravidia is I don't think you really want to be rushing it too much because like maybe going first you can afford to a little bit, but it can easily backfire. And we're gonna see here Kyungmin is gonna reveal 2 grade 3s, and we're gonna see what he gets off the top. If it's a grade 3, it's good, but it's a draw trigger question mark, or is that a heal trigger?
I think it might be. Let's see.
It's a heal,
trigger.
no. Unfortunate. But he does play. Oh wait, he's rushing. He going in. Okay.
The Bastion special.
The Bastion special, but I'm curious why he didn't call the Surgery Angel there, not to behind the heal trigger, I guess, to make a 13k line to get over defensive. But looks like he wants to just like check a trigger onto the heal maybe and try to like get 3 attacks in. But I think if you're Chamisidin, you just take this first one. If you get defensive, that's his whole turn over.
Yeah, I think if he hits up front, that's probably the only benefit I can see here.
Oh, no triggers. That's a grade 3. Now Chamisidin gets that's just the Neatness Meteor Shower in the damage. And we're gonna see both players here at 1. Oh, Chamisidin, what's gonna be the play? You don't want too much damage early when you're not playing the pure version, because you're not really doing much in the early game as well. You don't have that, you don't play the world order in order to count +1 and make a Shadow Army token, so that is gonna be a little rough there. So we're gonna ride the grade 2 here, Soul Blasting 3 in order to draw an extra card and gain 5k. So that's also a nice effect in being able to just plus a lot from very early on.
So it gets +5 for doing that. Now he's going to be able to activate an order again. What if he's going to soul charge for this? Because it is optional. You don't have to soul charge all the time if you don't want to.
Yep, exactly. So I'm very curious to see what the game plan is. Looks like he's just going to swing here. Gets a crit, though. This might send. Sending to 3 is also, it's pretty good when you're playing against when you're Bastion and you have 3 damage and you play the form up Chosen Knights, that means you
Mhm.
can Olden and form up in the same turn. But we know that Kyungmin does not play form up, so he would have been happy with just 2 CB for the Olden turn here. And we know Olden is in hand. You revealed it earlier. Third
Mhm.
grade 3 is revealed, so the grade 2 will be able to allow for a draw here.
One thing to note, he also does Lagriel here, so he's also going to be able to drive check some if he wants to, instead of Alden. But I don't see a reason not to be honest.
Yeah, Lagriel is only really going to come in handy when Chamisidin is at like 4 damage. Like that's where the
Mhm.
card has a lot of pressure because you want to be just like, you're forcing your opponent to guard very awkwardly because there's a risk that you're going to just crit them with the Ragrail and the Lagriel and like end the game immediately right then and there. So
Mhm.
when they're like 3 or 4, like 3 they might still take it, but it's just as risky as taking, a Vanguard swing at 3. So you always have to keep that in mind. But now see what he's going to call off of the Alden. He does Counter Blast 2, and he has to Soul Blast 1 for it as well. And we will see what grade 3 he will call out of this Alden's ability to draw 2.
And I think one thing about Alden is the fact that even after all these months, even after all these sets and support, Alden has still just been a staple of
Yep.
the whole entire archetype for the past 9 months so far of Overdress, almost
Yeah,
10 months.
I
It's
mean, when
crazy.
set one was coming out, and there were the Japanese like presentations, and they were saying like, yeah, you really want to pick up set one. There's a lot of important cards in it that you'll be using for a while. They weren't kidding, right? Cards like
Mhm.
Golden, Verena Arcs, like the perfect cards, the over triggers, like there's a lot of value in set one in terms of these amazing staple cards.
Let's see how he's going to be approaching this attack step here. I think you go Alden first for sure. No.
Yes, I would say Olden first, and then you get to restand that line as well. You can commit the boost here too, because when you restand the Olden, he's going to get basically effectively plus 15 because he gets plus
Mhm.
5k every time on attack. It's for the turn, and
Mhm.
so it does stack. So this is already coming in with a 20k base plus the 8, so it's 28, which is pretty strong in order to, ask your opponent to guard with 20k from the first attack of the turn.
And it's going to keep on getting bigger every single step of the way.
All right, looks like he's taking the first damage. It's going to be a critical trigger. That is
Oof.
going to be putting Chamisid in at a pretty good point to be able to guard the remaining attacks. I'm going to use the Painkiller here in order to draw an extra card after retiring it.
Which can feed into the Bastion skill, which can allow him to discard a card to restand one of his grade 3s to get additional power here.
Yep, exactly.
It's going to be for 25. It's going to be a 1 to pass since Bastion skill does end up giving all of your grade 3s plus 2k power.
Yep, precisely. So it's still something you have to guard. 1 to passing a Bastion is a little scary. So this puts him to what, 35? So 2 to pass,
Mhm.
which is a pretty good place to be. Front though might make that 2 to pass very easy to get through. Second check is going to be an Alden. That's a grade 3 you want to see. Alden will restand with even more power than before now, potentially pushing Chamisid in here to 4 damage, which would be very strong.
This is going to get an extra bit of power. And now the other column is going to be able to hit since that's hidden now for 28 into 30 power. Van.
Yep, I love it so far.
No, that's gonna be about what? About 40? That's gonna be about 40k power. Oh my gosh, that's so much. That's damage. That's gonna be a heal trigger.
Ooh, that does proc actually. Let's go. All right, so Chamisid will stay on 3. So the turn was not as crazy as one might think. And with that,
Mhm.
he can go to Gravidia now and basically instantly just by riding, he goes to 4 meteors. And if he wants to test his luck, he could even place a 5th one in order to try and double those trigger effects if he's compressed enough. The one strength of the pure Gravidia list is that like you search the order so much, and you can, majority of your deck is orders in the end, that you can compress your deck to be just triggers pretty quickly. So that's a big strength of this variant of the build, but he's going to discard another meteor in order to ride the Gravidia, and Gravidia's effect will search for 2 meteors and place them in the order zone. and that will allow for a draw effect because they are placed there by the Vanguard's effect.
Yep, that's right. I wonder, was it an okay thing that if he was not gonna nah, there was no reason not to. Because I was thinking to myself, like, hey, was it okay to just use the refluke? Because now he just didn't get to use much off of it, but it did end up giving him a point of damage despite it being healed. I still would think it was fine to do that this turn.
Yeah, but it is a good point that you raised that like now he loses out on a soul that he could have otherwise had. He runs the grade
Mhm.
1 that countercharges if you soul blast 2. So it's definitely something that might end up being a little tricky. Alright, so he draws from the
Mhm.
meteors here. So of course, looks like he's just explaining what the meteors do. Very important to know that because of course any rear guards you put down are immediate targets for these flying rocks to just obliterate. We've seen
Mhm.
many wonderful units just get completely obliterated by these rocks. You know, doesn't matter if you're a knight, if you're a robot, if you're a cat, these rocks are coming for you.
Exactly. So I think for a lot of players at home, I don't think they really have played too much against it because we kind of talk about the meteors by extension, but not exactly what they did exactly. So you may have up to 16 Neatness Meteor Shower in your deck. When this card is put into your order zone, you may soul charge one. If it was put by a Vanguard's ability, you can draw additional cards. You can draw per order that you ended up setting. And then when this card is put into your drop zone from your order zone, choose up to one of your opponent's rear guards and retire it.
Yes. So basically, then Gravidia's effect allows you to count almost one and choose any number, like as long as it's one or more, any number of Neatness Meteor Showers from your order zone, put them into your drop, and then she gains different effects. So if you put one or more, she gets 15k power. If you put three or more, she gets an extra crit. And then if you put five or more, she has the chance to double any triggers that you check for that battle, which is very powerful. And he's developed a pretty strong board here. He's going to choose to put three into the drop, which will take out all three rear guards because the meteor shower being sent to drop from order zone means that it takes out a rear. And with that, it's a 28 plus one crit that has to be PG'd, and that's going to happen here. Very good. Ooh, discarding Persona Ride. That's pretty huge.
That's one threat he doesn't have to worry about anymore. And these columns are still going to be hitting for a fat number anyway. It's going to be a second one. That's going to be the grade 2.
All right, the stunner. So it does gain plus 5k power and shield when you have at least 5 orders between the order zone and the drop zone. So having a 10k shield in any deck in Overdress is good. Those are always a treat when your deck has access to them, like Magnolia has now and Gravidia has as well.
So this is one of the big things he'll need to think about right now. Does he want to take this point of damage here so that he could use his Lagriel? Because his hand is kind of low, but he
Yeah,
does need the resources. He can't be guarding everything.
yeah, but now the on hit here will resolve to search the deck for a Neatness Meteor Shower and put into the order zone. So that's quite nice. Another great way to just keep thinning the deck. Like the grade 3 is really nice, and I didn't really think about how the pressure of the on hit can actually help you just keep thinning out your deck and compressing it to be just triggers.
Exactly, because your opponent has to take a couple of your rear guard attacks here. They can't take the Vanguard. They have to PG that one. They can't take one of the other rear guards because then you're just getting too much resources. So they have to take one out of the three attacks. So this is one of the best ways of being able to just constantly keep on them, keeping pressure on them.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, that's going to be it for Gemma Steven's turn. Back to Kyungmin. He's going to be playing Alden again, so it's not time for Lagriel just yet. Instead, he needs to replenish that hand after losing that entire board.
Mm-hmm.
Since that Lagriel flying to the Vanguard Circle, he's ready to take action on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a Persona Ride turn too, so that's important to keep in mind.
Especially since he ended up discarding one. One thing to note, he won't have it again, but that's fine. He does end up committing to the board a Ref Roost, which does end up getting boosts since he did Persona Ride this turn. So they're going to be attacking for a way, way larger column. I think this is like, I think 35 right now.
Yup, it's coming in for some big numbers, and it's only going to get bigger, right? It's only
Mm-hmm.
going to get bigger. It's actually, what, 45 because of Persona Ride, so it's really
Oh,
huge. This is a
crazy.
25k Bastion. Easier to guard, but still committing the PG because he doesn't want to get a surprise crit. to end Sidin's game here. And the hand for Kyungmin isn't even that huge. Like, he's already double ult in this game, and it's still he's looking for more parts and pieces.
And it's like one of the benefits that we discussed about earlier too about this deck of the Grividia deck is just it tempos so well against a bunch of different matchups. And a PG was driven here. That's really going to be super helpful. And a critical trigger, but that's unfortunate. There is
No grade
no
threes.
grade threes.
That's really bad, especially for Persona right turn. This would have been like a really, really, really big Alden column because it would have basically been 60k without triggers, which is insane. But I think that's a sigh of relief for Chamasidin as well. Now he just has to guard this lag rail coming in with a crit. It does have what 35k power, I believe, with that crit. There's 10k shield plus 20k shield, so that's taking him to 43. That is going to be enough. Chamasidin managed to live to see another day and has 3 meteors already prepared in the order zone. And then there's a Persona ride, so that gets to send another 2 meteors and draw 2 more cards too. And I think this is the point of the game where, as a Gravidia player, you want to look through your deck and just check how many meteor showers are left in the deck, because that will basically determine how much more you want to be Persona riding or how much more searching you want to do for these orders through those on hits in order to not overthink, because you just want to be drawing from the meteors whenever possible.
Yes. I think he's actually his deck does okay. What do you think about 5ing it this turn? How do you feel about that? Even with the PG in hand. Do you
Ooh,
5 or 3?
he's thinned a lot. He's thinned a lot. It's very tempting to go for the 5, but if you do go for it, I think I only saw like 1 more meteor remaining in his deck. So I'm not holding out hopes that he could keep doing Gravidias after that. Like, if you do a 3, you can still find the 1 next turn to do a 3 again. And I think, like, sometimes the 5 is just to win more. So I kind of feel like you might as well just go for the 3 here. As much as I want to be greedy. As much as I want to be greedy, right? I think you gotta respect that you might not win just this turn.
Oh, wait a minute. It does look like he might have actually been able to draw into a couple from his hand. So he actually might end up using the grade 1 here.
Stack more. Uh-oh. I don't think he has soul anymore.
He just soul blasted just now. So let's see.
True.
So let's see. Looks like he doesn't have any in his hand. They're probably just still in deck.
Yeah, looks like he's attacking. I just want to see how many he's going to commit. How many is he going to commit here? This is the most important one. 5! He's going for it. This is the big one. Any triggers check now will be doubled. 38k with a crit. There's a Persona ride this turn too. All right, PG coming down for Kyungmin. He's not risking anything. I don't want to see your doubled over trigger. Please spare me. Oh, meteor, that doesn't double. And a crit, that will double. That's huge. He gets to put the crit and the power to both units now. And this will turn everything on this board into lethal swings. Chamasidin feeling good about committing the 5 meteors there.
But Kyungmin's hand does look kind of healthy, so he might be able to guard against most of these. He does have a meteor for next turn, so it should be fine. And if he does happen to have a Persona ride, it's not the end of the world. But it does make it a very, very, very scary turn.
Absolutely. So the reason why I soul blasted for the grade 1 there earlier is because you don't actually have to play down the meteors in order for it to get the plus 2k. So you just wanted to make it a 33k column pre-triggers, which is really, really good, especially now that it has a crit on it. So I wonder if he gave both 10ks to the left rear, but I think it's that one coming with 33 now with the crit, and now the other one's going to be coming in with 43 with the crit, which is absolutely huge.
Now he has the guard against all these. And we do know that he has like 1 critical trigger in his hand. He possibly has like a grade 3 or 2 in his hand, since you do run a lot of grade 3s in Bastion, like upwards to about 24, 25. He did drive a front trigger a couple turns before that. And now he needs to possibly like have to PG this one if he has it. And then he'll only have like 2 cards going into his turn if he survives.
The thing is also, like, he passes on no counterblast, and that really hurts the Bastion deck. Like, your Oldens can't resolve, your Lagrails can't resolve. You're just praying for, like, Persona Ride that we saw him discard earlier as well for, like, a PG cost or a right deck. I can't remember what it was. But looks from the way he's just shuffling his hand, I think he doesn't have much to work with here. And even though Chamasin didn't win this turn, I feel like he's basically secured the game for next turn because I think Youngmin needs to basically see a miracle here come through.
This is for 15 to the face. Just to guard
Ooh.
this.
And he's choosing to not attack with the rear first. Like, he could theoretically, restand the front to make it, a 14. That is a grade 3, and it's an order. It could have been discarded.
Oh no.
All right, that's going to be just a measly 12 to nothing, and use the effect of Soul Last 1 and retire the Painkiller and draw, just to draw into anything that could help him survive. But maybe wasn't worth committing the front in that case and just boost Painkiller to the Vanguard?
I agree with that assessment. I think that's probably the best split he could have done there. So he's gonna Persona Right to draw a card before he ends up searching through his deck.
Does he have any meteors left?
His deck probably has like 8 or 9 cards left in his deck. He does.
He has
Sheesh.
1. Sheesh,
Okay.
indeed. And he still has the grade 1, because if he drew into meteors, he could potentially still set up 3, which is pretty crazy to think about, to once again have the crit on Vanguard. And now he knows Youngmin's hand, so you might as well just go for it. It's like, oh, I don't, like, unless you drew into a PG off that Painkiller, like, you're going to be eating this, eating these rocks, and, eating this extra crit. This is a certified Yep Rocks moment that I think Demisidin is looking, pretty happy about right now, with his game state.
That he does. So you could use the grade 1 here to set as much rocks as much meteor. Now you got me saying it. Not as much meteors as he wants to from his hand. And he's gonna try to aim for going for the finale here. So that's gonna make a 28k column, which is pretty decent. He use the grade 1 again. The Soul Blast 1.
Yep.
Does he have any in his hand? Because if he does have 1 in his hand, that can end up giving him 3, which does give extra crit to his Vanguard, which can close out the game.
No, he
Room of a trigger.
doesn't.
Oh
That's
no.
unfortunate. All right, he's gonna probably just pop 1 meteor here to have the 38, so it's still unguardable. Unless again we see some nice draws. The Persona Ride also makes all these other columns like really hard to guard. So this 1 damage will go into a crit too. No need to kill
Crit.
3 meteors when you can just compress your deck to check the triggers. And we see a front to boot that is going to just add insult to injury here for Kyungmin. 2 damage coming through. We're gonna see the critical trigger
Correct.
here coming in, and the 6 damage is not the heal trigger. That is going to be game, and Chamisidin will take it over Kyungmin with his pure Gravidia deck. Absolutely amazing showing of this brand new ride line from DB203. But also props to Kyungmin, playing well with what he had with Bastion, but not drawing into any counter charges, and like in general, it felt like he was struggling with hand the whole time, and like maybe that early rush that he did on the first turn that just kind of like didn't really go anywhere wasn't really the right play, and maybe that's what cost him, in the long term.
Yes, especially since we were discussing a little bit about the refluke there. I was like, oh, that kind of makes me a little nervous. So say, for example, if he had put the heal trigger onto the Vanguard and had put the refluke into the soul to attack with an Alden and still get like 3 attacks still, I felt that could have been good enough because it would have forced the opponent to use 3 meteors on 2 cards possibly, because
Yep.
Painkiller would have been gone. So it'd have just been Alden and the Great Heal Trigger, and then he'd still have Alden for next turn, Lagrel for the turn after that, and then he'd still been able to like tempo out and pace out a lot of his play. So alas, it was not meant to be, but I still feel that they played it to the best of their capabilities. It was really
Yep.
fun to watch.
Absolutely. Really, really good game, really solid game. Like both players, I think, played to their outs as much as possible, but it was like we've had both rounds were very entertaining, very good games, like very different decks, very different play styles, and just goes to show, what Overdress, what the standard format has to offer, which is really, really cool.
Yeah. One thing to note, we did not see much over triggers or any at all, actually. And when we did see them, it was to a point where it doesn't really even matter, which was surprising to me. Because a lot of people did tend to think, oh, over trigger, it is defining and strong. And we see it now in a situation where it was like really like nice, really fun, interactive, balanced, fun gameplay. Really nice.
Yep. So we got to see all kinds of sides of the different decks, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what else is going to come up throughout the rounds. We have quite a lot of diversity. Even though we showed the chart at the start of the tournament, it was like majority Lord Earl and Bruce, but we've been seeing everything but that so far. So I'm curious to see, like bring on the Bruces. I want to see the Bruces run into some of those like rogue picks as well, see how they deal with it. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But of course, first we're going to go for a short break as we get ready for round 3. That was a beautiful round 2 as well. And we'll be back for more action. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuidayo archetype. So I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get matched. However, PSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. It was fun. Large-scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies, and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning Premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G-Series and even before that. To me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before. I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% Premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with D Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where Premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by, I would say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into Premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard or V Premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D Series. Thankfully, D Series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. The internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got right as often because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let a judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories when that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, "Hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them?" And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. There's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or whatever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun. So enjoy yourself.
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta, and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other ways. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared, just do your best, and you know it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's all right. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BRO 2021. We are going to be your casters for round 3 here with Ben here tagging in. How are you feeling after the first 2 rounds of pretty hype, very cool decks as well?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, I think one of the things that I like most about Standard is that anything can happen. Like, even though games are very straightforward in how decks play, there's a lot of like, oh, but he had this card, or no, oh, he was able to perfect guard with this, or oh, he didn't drive check his grade threes on Bastion. It's all going wrong. Like, there are so many kinks in the road, and I think that's what really keeps you it keeps you on your toes when you're playing a game of Standard. It's not just like, okay, I'm gonna damage Knight turn 1, damage Knight turn 2, and then like restand my Vanguard turn 3 like you have in V. It's a lot more like, well, I have to take this risk because if I don't, this can go wrong, or if I take this, I have to like take this risk because the payoff is just so good. I think that really adds a nice edge to standard.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely, and like I really enjoyed seeing the decks that have been featured as well. They're all from the top tables. The Magnolia we saw round one was really, really interesting, and just how strong it felt with like all the recurring soul charging. And then here in this last round, Gravidia, a lot of people have been hyping up, myself included, the like Orphis variant of the build, but Pure still doing some good work. Just being able to deck thin better than any other deck I think right now in the format. And I'm hyped to see what we're gonna get for game 3 over here, because I think we have some one deck that I think we're bound to show quite a few times throughout the day, and one deck that I didn't expect to be undefeated in table 1. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's the other cool thing as well, is that in these other formats, you'd probably be like, well, we have to show like these interesting decks the first few rounds because they're probably not going to make it as far into the tournament. But here with standard, it's like, no, round 4, round 5, even the quote unquote rogue decks that still have a chance of like being pretty high up the table. So I think there's going to be a lot of variety going for the rest of the day. But yeah, like you said, currently on table 1, I think we're going to be looking at Zorga versus Bruce. So I'm sure everyone knows Bruce is that deck that everyone's expecting to see. Many people have said it's the best deck in standard right now, and they're probably right in a lot of cases. But like I said at the beginning of the day, a lot of cool things with even Bruce is that there's a lot of tech options you can have. Do you play the grade 2 Quinlu? Do you play the grade 3 that Soul Blast to give you a front row 5k and Vanguard a crit? Do you play the Eden build? What's your ratio of Derricks to Lenards? There's so many different ways you can take that deck. I mean, even in our little like testing group, there's like 2 or 3 different builds floating around. People have different opinions. But like I said, he's up against Zorga, and that's a deck that not really a lot of people expect to see doing well. Some may have even said it was the worst deck of the game in the first few sets of standard. But yeah, it's definitely gotten a little bit of a power boost with set 3 now that has a lot more consistency and a lot more variety. One thing that I'm unsure about is how the deck reliably wins games other than just playing good cards. But if this player is like XO going to round 3, he's got to be doing something right, surely.
Yep, absolutely. And I think in set 3, Zorg also got a very nice boost to his consistency with the Shadow Cloak. Like Shadow Cloak, I think is a card that Zorga players have been waiting for since Zorga's inception, and being able to play one-ofs and find them reliably, being able to bounce something to your hand every single turn as like a form of consistent plussing is very much appreciated. It's definitely very much appreciated, I think, if you're a Zorga player.
Yeah, great for the players, a headache for us judges.
Oh yeah, yep, absolutely. But it do be like that. But I think once we're ready, we'll be able to take a look at the deck list. I think they might still be preparing on our side, but I'm very excited to see, just to feature the list. And also, as you talked about for Bruce, like there's so many different ways to take the build. Like whether you focus on Quenlu and like the Guard District, and then you have like more like Edens and Bryans and Pandemonium Tactics, or if you're playing the kind of like, I guess the typical Bruce build, what we call it, with like Hellblast Full Dive, with the Lenards, with the kind of like the set 2 engine plus Derrick, essentially, is kind of what that deck is. And then there's people, even in our playtesting group, that are playing like kind of like a mix of the two. And like some people play very few orders because they just want to have a stronger early game, because that's like, everyone thinks like, oh, Bruce is not going to do anything until turn 4. They're going to just ride, swing past. But then out comes this build that like rushes you from turn 2 onwards, and like the Edens are trying to answer everything you put down to rush them. So it's like a counter rush mechanic too. So it's like a very easy way to kind of like surprise people that are playing against the deck. So pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm very excited to see how things are going to go.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing that we have in the Western game finally, which is that something I've always said about the Japanese metagame is that because they have locals like 5 times a week, they're always playing, they're always updating. Their meta evolves and reacts very, very quickly. Like someone will play a card, and then the day after, you'll put in a card to counterattack that, and it's just that feedback loop that goes on. Whereas here in the West, we usually get a lot more of like 1 or 2 people find a deck list, popularize it, and then it stabilizes. And now, with all these builds in set 3, we're starting to see that, like, okay, this is coming up, so I'm going to play this to match it, and then they're going to play this to match it, and then Eden comes in, and then people stop rushing, so then Eden comes out. We're starting to get that really quick feedback iteration loop finally going.
Yep, and I think it's exactly as you said. It's something that I've wanted to see. Well, in the English format too, we're going to start off with Cameron's. Is this a max rarity Zorga? Hello?
Props to him for sure.
Wow, that is beautiful. So we see a lot of the usual cards in here, 4 Headhunter, 4 Shadow Cloak, those are definitely staples. The order lineup, I think, is the most interesting part here because we see 3 of the Spiritual Body Condensation. We do see 2 Grief, Despair, and Rejection, which is kind of like, those are the bread and butter from set 1. But then, being able to see just 1 Regurgitation, which we see some players cut entirely, like, because that really depends on what kind of meta you're expecting. Because this deck is like kind of teched out to use the Regurgitation no matter what. Because if you're playing against Bruce, you pop grade 3s, that's fine. You get the Miscreant Beating back on the field. It gets 5k for every card, order in your bind zone. Big unit on both players' turns. That's always great. But then you're playing against Lorna Roll, pop their grade 2s, revive your Shadow Cloaks. That's also cool. So it's a pretty nice card for the current format. But triple death inviting black magic, that is pretty huge. Like, that is potentially a free draw 2 if you have enough orders in your or enough cards in your bind zone, rather, not just orders. That is pretty spicy. I'm actually a big fan of this list so far.
Yeah, it's a very sort of plussing, much more grindy sort of Zorg list compared to what we're used to. Like, I think he's not playing any cursed souls anymore, so he doesn't care as much about just like getting that immediate throw onto the board, but more because he's going all in on those grief, despair, and rejections. It's a lot more like, instead of really high octane power, it's just slow, like big number power. Kind of like more, if you compare like Grand Blue, right? Because Zorga's very Grand Blue aesthetic. Recent Grand Blue, modern late G era V Series Grand Blue has been about big multi attacks, but for only 10 to 15k shield. Whereas back in the day, Grand Blue, like, OG Cocutus era, it was only 3 or 4 attacks, but they were all like, 30, 40k shield. And I think that's kind of what he's going back for. It's a lot of like more, take it slow, take it hard, just like really grind you out. But then I'm also curious that he's not playing Tearful Malice to go with that, because Tearful Malice is one of those classic resource engines that Zorga really, really enjoys. So instead, he cares more about the board, about putting those big numbers, and just about slowly whittling down your opponent. Again, another order that he's not playing is Nectar of Sensationalism, the giving a crit order that, again, a lot of people really like because it gives you that big push and pressure. But he's trading that crit pressure for just big number, body on the board, every turn, go, go, go. And I think that's going to work out really well for him because, like we said throughout the day, there's been this big divide in Standard about the really fast aggro rush decks versus the slower turn 4, turn 5 big kill decks. And I think by playing this style, it gives them that chance of like sort of going for both, because he can put a bunch of bodies on the board early on if he has them, because he's playing a lot of orders. And then when they eventually go away, he can bring them back with all of his plussing orders and then still have that number to go strong. Or if he gets to play the long game, he can just eventually overwhelm his opponent with plus 10, plus 10, plus 10.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, we'll let Cameron's list do the talking for him when we do get into the gameplay, but let's take a look at the opposing side. This is going to be Chris's list, and this is, of course, Bruce. And so this Bruce list is, I would say, a bit closer to kind of like the quote-unquote standard build. Like, we're seeing the usual suspects, in this list as well, but he does run one of the Blitz order, which I'm liking a lot because that kind of helps you cover the Lorna Roll matchup where, your hand is all like parts and pieces and you can't really like discard all of them to guard the Lorna Roll swings. So a lot of Bruce players have adapted the special violence yell that basically gives one of your Bruces on Vanguard and Vanguard Circle plus 20k for the battle for no cost, which is pretty good for a Blitz order. So that helps you deal with that matchup. And we've seen some lists run like up to 3 or 4 copies of that order, but we're seeing just one here. Apart from that, like, it's the usual engine. Like, if you haven't kept up with Bruce lists in set 1, like, Leonard is an amazing attacker that helps you board clear and also like multi-attack. And Soul Charge, which is also a very big component. And then with the Derek is basically another form of board clear and Soul Charge and being able to just like fill up your board from nowhere. We saw in the anime Danji being able to use this card, against Gravidia to just recover his entire board state. And then Protobulb is kind of like your way to keep, souling things in from your board to add things from your soul to hand, whether it's like cards you want to guard with, like PGs and triggers, or if it's like a Persona ride, or just anything else that you need throughout the next turns. And then, of course, we have cards like Marjorie to help you draw and get power, the Hellblast Full Dive that also helps you like basically have a quote unquote persona ride turn without actually persona riding, and then the Dobird that just adds to everything and gives you an extra bit of power for your restanding rearguards that Bruce will be restanding.
Yeah, so he's playing the 4 Derek, which is just an insane card. Like, the combo between Derek and Leonard, there's no gameplay synergy, but it's more deck building and how your opponent plays around it synergy. Because the whole point about Leonard is you want to leave your board relatively open so that your opponent can't get Soul Charge 2 off of the Leonard and can't get 2 free calls off of the Leonard. But then if you leave your board empty, that then makes Derek better because then they get to look at more cards and shove to soul or call rearguards to fuel the engine. And so that, it's just an insane lineup. 4-4 is nothing wrong with that at all. And so he is playing Derek, so he does have access to DPTO3 cards, and he's not really playing much else from DPTO3 in the way of tech options like the Brian, the Quinlu, etc., etc. He's not even playing Pandemonium Tactics, which is the other order that I've seen a lot of Bruce lists transition to instead of Helldive. And it's very he's sticking much to the old tried and tested method of just assemble combo and make it very powerful, as opposed to say running tech options that may affect your consistency. Like, for example, if we look at this list now, to add in things like Quinlu, you'd probably be cutting some number of Marjorie, you'd probably be cutting the Doba, and that would affect your main. It gives you like an edge in some cases, but then by losing power, you lose edge in some other cases. So I think here, Chris is just saying, okay, well, here are the cases that I care about, i.e. the cases where I need power, and I'm just going to focus on those. If my opponent just has like a bunch of PGs or like grade 1s or grade 2s that give a bunch of soul, then sure, Quinlu would have been good there, but I'm just going to have to live with that choice.
Yep, exactly. But I think with that, I think both players are ready to go, so we can get into this match between Zorga and Bruce. I'm sure there's plenty of supporters for both decks in the chat, so give some love and don't forget to tweet out your thoughts, your emotions with hashtag BRO2021 on Twitter, so we can maybe feature some of your tweets on the stream as well. So it's time to get into it. Look at Cameron. He's got the the Remy Labyrinth playmat, the Zorga sleeves, the Zorga like crit / overtrigger marker, the Grand Blue dice.
If I had to guess, I think, like I said before, the Grand Blue aesthetic of Zorga is probably what's brought him this far.
Yes, sir. I definitely think that is a huge part of it here as well. So both players are just waiting. They have drawn their hands, so they're just standing by for the judges to let them start. As of course, they do hold on while we go through their decks on stream. And looks like Cameron will actually be going first with Zorga, so it's also quite nice because, of course, when a Bruce player goes first, it's a little tough, purely because of the fact that you have to suddenly deal with Final Rush coming at you a little bit earlier otherwise.
Yeah, Zorga's one of the decks that doesn't mind going second as much because it doesn't need to wait until turn 4 to get its big stuff happening live, which a lot of decks nowadays like Lauren like Bruce, they have to wait until turn 4. And especially so having all the plussing from your ride line and your orders mean that you can recoup that tempo loss quite easily just through card advantage. And like we said before, looking at Cameron's list, that's kind of the game plan that he's going for. So we'll see how this works out. But again, going first gives you just that extra bit of defensive potential and a bit of aggressive potential. And it also means that you have a bit more defense going into Bruce's first final rush, which I think he's definitely going to appreciate.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to start off with a pretty aggressive early game too, putting out the Dober. We don't see that too often. Leonard on the drive here. And first damage is going to be a crit that will help to sustain Cameron a little bit here in this early aggression. So with that, Cameron, he's drawn a lot.
Definitely what you want to be seeing. Like, one of the big things about Bruce is that because the Bruce's ride line calls the mat starter out of the soul, it gives you a booster. It means that you can no longer use the 15k shield on your crit or your front or your heal to one card no guard your Vanguard swing. And that early tempo is what I've seen a lot of Bruce players take on board. Just going, okay, well, since you can't afford to one card guard my Vanguard swing, I'm going to make another thing, and then you're forced to guard that, and then maybe take my Vanguard swing anyway.
And just like that, Cameron also heals out of his first damage too. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him, as you always do want a little bit of counterblast in order to, get started on your early, on those Zorga turns. Like, usually need like 2 CD per turn most times. So we'll see if that does come back to bite him. He rides the Richard here, gets the Soul Charge, the Mat, and draw the extra card as well. We see a lot of players going against Bruce, like just kind of like try to take out the rears, just the lone man to prevent that draw effect from happening. And we see, ooh, an early, like the aggression continues here, putting down the Derek already.
Yeah, I think the heal from Cameron is kind of what made Chris go like, well, I don't want to stay behind on damage. I'm willing to give up a few cards here and there to go for it. And that's one of the benefits of the quote-unquote standard Bruce build, is that you can afford to like drop one or two more combo pieces than like say the Queen Lou build or the Brian build, because everything else is just you're playing 4 of so many cards and you just have a little bit more plussing. But the crit coming in is huge for Chris. He evens up the damage.
Yes, absolutely.
No
Taking Cameron to
defensive,
2.
so it's gonna
Yeah,
be a
that's
huge guard requirement for this one.
Yeah, this is basically 20k shield, which is a little bit difficult to start off with. And gonna go to 3 already. I guess now he has the counterblast we're talking about for the Zorga turn, so at least that is very good. But taking from 0 to 3 does save on hand as a result, but do you really want to be taking this much damage against Bruce like this early on?
Yeah, it makes it much harder for you to survive a final rush turn, because the whole thing about final rush is that what you usually do is when you're facing down those 5 huge attacks, you maybe no guard 1 or 2 and hopefully pray for defensive so you can guard the rest, but being on 3 damage makes that a lot harder. So he hits the Zorga and he's going to start playing some orders. But I just want to quickly draw attention to the fact that both players have damage checked to PG, which I think is much worse for Cameron than it is for Chris. Like you said before, Cameron's not playing any of the crit pressure pieces in his list. So Chris doesn't need the perfect guard as much, whereas perfect guards are going to be very, very useful when you're trying to guard, say, Leonard columns on the final rush turn. But again, Chris also isn't playing Eden, so he doesn't have that much crit pressure from his end either. So we'll see how this works out.
Yeah, so we see here double Rogue Headhunter. So now basically the counterblast reduction is CB2, which is pretty impressive. That's for sure. And then, or no, CB3 even, because he has 3 of them on board. I kind of missed the one in the back row there. So now he's able to use the overcoming the unnatural death to bind the order and then choose 2 cards from drop and 2 order cards from drop and put them into hand. And so with this, he also Alchemagics it with the Death Inviting Black Magic, which, you know, it normally costs counterblast 4 to draw 2, but it's reduced by counterblast 1 for every card in your bind zone. But because there was nothing, that's why he reduced the cost of, because it's normally like a counterblast 5 play that he reduced by CB3. So he only paid the 2 there essentially, or I guess like he did have a card in the bind zone, so it's not as bad. But
yeah,
still,
went down to 1. I mean, counterblast 1 to draw basically what? To draw 2 cards plus retrieve 2 orders is really good.
Yep, that is definitely good. And he gets a crit on the offensive here. That there's a 2 to pass, so probably gonna give it to the rear. Looks to be the case.
Keeps
And a
up the tempo
front as well.
Ooh.
Lord, that was the other order. That could have been pretty scary there.
Yeah, this is the one issue with Zorga, which is that because you have to play so many orders and orders of 0k shield, all these cards that he's drawing and plussing into, compared to like something such as Lauren, they're not going to contribute as much to his defensive play. So I think him checking the crit was really good because it helps him keep up this aggressive pressure that he absolutely needs going into Chris's turn.
Yeah, like this is still like Chris's kind of like sleeper turn. The final rush will not be active yet, but that doesn't stop him from committing pieces to board to start pushing damage to make sure that his turn 4 is lethal. Like both of these players are undefeated for a reason.
He's guarding a lot. So Chris is actually guarding a lot of attacks here. So he's taking the crit rear, but he hasn't ridden grade 3 yet. He's got the plussing from his right chain, but he doesn't really have that much in hand compared to Cameron, even before playing his +4 order. So we'll see what Chris is able to put forward here. And again, because Bruce has to wait until turn 4 for his final rush, his first grade 3 turn is usually a little bit weaker than most decks. And especially with not very many cards in hand, I'm wondering how far you can get here.
Yes, exactly. So now, with that Derek being intercepted away, it's up to Chris to think of how many pieces does he want to commit here. Gonna put down a Leonard. I think we drive check 1 turn 1, so that might just be a second copy that he's been holding on to in hand. And I think it is fine just to, you know, have something on the board. And it's gonna be 2 to pass from Cameron. Let's see what's gonna come out. A Marjorie, that's a component for next turn, that's for sure.
Definitely
Followed
important.
by a Protobulb, also an important part for next turn. And the one important thing is that with this Leonard, I think you'll want to intercept it away later on too, because the kind of dream column is usually Leonard Protobulb, which it is not right now. So you probably want to kind of like intercept this one away and put maybe like a Marjorie there in front of the Dober. We can also, I guess, just make a like you can make a double Leonard column, but it won't be as incredible. So
Yeah.
let's see.
I think he was swinging at the rear guards there, which
It
Cameron
does allow
is
the Soul
happy to
Charge
let go.
one
Yep.
and
Gets him a little
call a
bit
card.
closer. The extra pull is going to be huge there, and it gives him a huge amount of tempo plus because he left the rear guard open. Yep, so he's going to
Yep.
call out the
There.
Richard. He's going at the rear, I think.
This is good. This is exactly what you want. This is a very good turn from the side of Chris. You know, just to kind of build time until the final rush is ready. Being able to already have also like intercepts on board and being able to use that Leonard excellently, even without final rush. We see a Persona Ride from Cameron though, which is really huge, and already 2 orders in the bind zone.
I wonder if
Okay.
Chris sees Cameron's list and knows that he's not playing Tearful Malice. So that only one damage open for Cameron could prove to be a limiting factor, especially now that he's lost his counterblast reducers.
Yeah, that is true. That is definitely true.
Spiritual Body
Body.
Conversation comes in
Mhm.
without Alchemagic, it seems.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so this is no Alchemagic. I guess there was no orders in the drop to bind because he recovered them the previous turn. So with that, it's going to be still Persona Ride turn, so the numbers are quite big. Like this 23 Vanguard, and then we're looking at like what a 25, 33 left column. So it's still pretty strong. And then of course the Headhunters, they get +5 if you play an order this turn. You don't have to Alchemagic. So with that, you still get the bonus power from that. It doesn't actually.
Yeah,
As long as it's
still a
in order, it's
36k
fine.
column.
Yeah.
36k is not exactly easy to guard either, but again, it's only 3 attacks, no crit pressure, as we said, other than the Vanguard's drive checks. So even though Chris doesn't have a huge amount of hand because he hasn't been farming as much, he's under significantly less pressure than Cameron's going to be next turn. Oh, trigger comes through. That's huge. He can heal.
That is quite big. Cameron will be going down to 2 here. And most importantly, like this is a 2 to pass, so it's very important where he puts the power. He puts in the Headhunter. So it looks like he wants to just split the pressure. He doesn't care about overcommitting. Ooh, healing out the order is very big here, especially the Grief Despair Rejection. Another Spiritual Body Constellation goes to hand, which is going to be huge for next turn. So I think that's a good way for Cameron to kind of like have gas going forward. And now being down to 2 damage is also really, really good here.
Yeah, the heal is also great because he can now, of the 5 attacks next turn, he can take 2 of them, maybe PG the Vanguard swing, and then attempt to guard the other big columns. Of course, the question is now, is Chris going to give up that Leonard? Because now knowing that Cameron's going to be, quote unquote, looking to take some damage because he can, maybe now he can get some mileage out of the Leonard instead of, say, filling up the board with Derek.
Exactly. But we see that Chris is doing the Dungy special, just saying no guard, no guard, no guard into final rush. Is looking to be the play. So now looks like it's going to be end of Cameron's turn here. And it's time for final rush. Oh, even as the marker, you love to see it. It is now active. And a
Persona Ride coming
Ride.
in. Huge. You definitely want to see those on your final rush turn. We know he drive checked the Marjorie, so we know he has all the pieces he needs. The question is, can he make something out of it? There's Marjorie. Protobulb behind Vanguard. Ooh. Double Protobulb.
That's why he took the 5 damage. He can just spam them.
He wants all that counterblast, which I think is definitely going to be welcome going into Zorga's turn. So that's one of the things about Bruce compared to other combo decks. Like when you look at other formats like Premium or V, giving the opponent's combo deck a lot of counterblast to play with usually equals more damage, more attacks to deal with, more power, whatever. Whereas on Bruce's side, giving them a lot of damage doesn't make their turn any more scary, but what it does mean is that they then have a lot more flexibility. Like, they can draw a few extra cards with Protobulb, or they can soul charge a bit more with their orders, and it's not quite the same level of threat, but it means that even if you survive their combo turn, all that counterblast they just spent is more cards that they can survive your sort of swing back with.
Exactly. And looks like early guards from Chris. He's choosing to not give him any kind of let him get any damage in early. And I
think that's reasonable, yeah, especially because you have to assume that with triggers, when they front row reset, they're going to be even bigger, plus the boosters on top. So guarding the things that you can actually guard is a totally reasonable line of play. He definitely wants to guard the Leonard. I think it's going at Vanguard column, not rearguard column, so Chris is going to lose some soul charge potential there, but I think he's okay with that. The Doba effect activates.
Yep,
So-
extra power there. I like it. I love it. So now we have Bruce's effect coming in. There's going to be a Soul Blast 5 in order to restand the front row. And it's interesting that, like, when you're going up against Leonard, there's like very specific attacks that you can and should guard. You know, I think the first attack of the Leonard is usually the one where you can kind of afford to let it hit because there's usually no, like, they can only really call it a back row circle, so they don't get an extra attack out of it. Whereas usually the second one, like if there's a portable behind the Leonard, that means that they'll be able to kind of like eat the Marjorie into the soul and then call something else out, like maybe the same Marjorie to get that bonus attack out. Whereas here it looks like, you know, basically for Cameron, he's taking the Vanguard swing, I think, here, and it's double blank, but a blitz order is revealed, which is also good news for Chris to survive the push turn. A front turn comes out for Cameron, which will help
huge
to defend for sure.
Yeah, so like you said before, you know, Chris wasn't able to assemble the column of Leonard Protobulb, so his overall potential for attack isn't as high. But like you said, he called stuff to fill his board so that he could Marjorie the Vanguard booster. Just to, even though it was a Protobulb, he still has another Protobulb behind the Marjorie, which means that even though the first Derek wasn't calling anything to attack with, it would still be calling cards that he could then boost with again later, or Protobulb in to draw more cards afterwards. So what he's giving up in offensive power here, Chris is getting back in defensive contribution, which I think is just as valuable. Because, you know, like I said, Cameron was on 2 damage. He can afford to no guard a lot of swings and still guard quite a few attacks. But I think Cameron was never under threat of losing this turn, just maybe burning a few extra cards. But knowing that he's not guarding with orders, because orders is just 0k shield, he's going to be using orders to bring back his rear guards, give them 10k power, and I think Chris is just prepping to survive that instead.
Yep, exactly. So this was a solid, very solid turn by Chris, but we see the damage count hasn't actually changed that much for Cameron, and he was able to survive quite easily. And now we know his drop zone contains some powerful cards that he'll be able to push with. And I think that he Persona rides too, which is really, really big. Now that Chris is on 5, the hand is big, but it's only like 8 cards, which for a Bruce player is not actually that high.
Yeah, and a lot of them are going to be 5k shields because we saw that he drive checked blank last turn, and I think he added a normal unit backed with the Protobulb. So he does have the Blitz Order, which is going to be good for one battle, but you know, when all of your rear guards are like plus 10k, it's going to be a lot harder. The body condensation comes in from hand, and he's going to bind. Is that Grief Despair?
Grief
It
Despair
is.
Rejection. All right, so you get to revive something. He's going to Soul Blast out the Zorga here. Let's see. I'm assuming he's going to just revive the... Yep, here comes the Black Tears Husk Dragon. Somehow he hasn't seen a single one of his Shadow Cloaks. Like, literally none of them have been in drop, on field, in damage. Like, they're all just sitting in the deck, apparently.
Yeah, and I think he hasn't seen any of his Miscreant Beating either.
Yep, he hasn't. He hasn't, which
So
is
yeah,
incredible.
he's got some threatening power there, but not a huge amount.
Yeah.
It's just the Husk Dragon is going to be 15k, 25 with the orders power up.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
like,
and again, like I said, because he doesn't have the crit order, the Nectar, it's just 3 attacks, big numbers, 1 damage each. So depending on how much of a risk he wants to take, Chris can just no guard one of these and just pray for the 6 damage heal, which would then make the other attacks significantly easier to guard. But no, PG comes in there on the Vanguard swing, just says, don't want to risk you getting a crit.
That's definitely fair. I mean, that's also swinging for big damage. And speaking of crits, there it is for Cameron. He's managing to find it, even though his board state isn't incredible. You know, it's not great, but it's still pretty strong. Like the Rogue Headhunter, it's like a 26 column without Persona Ride. Finally, the Shadow Claw comes through. That'll be nice for next turn to tutor for those orders when necessary. And of course, be able to add cards to hand to secure more Persona Rides, because now that he's like gone through most from his hand, he can start reviving Zorgas and bouncing them to hand with a Shadow Cloak, which is very, very big.
Yeah, of course, checking that whiff was not great.
Wait a second. 6 damage
he's
coming through for
He's
Chris.
just no guarding it. Yeah, just hoping for the heal, and I guess that's it. He just maybe had too many combo pieces he didn't want to risk guarding with, or not enough 5Ks to make up that for 40, 50k husk with the trigger.
And the amazing thing there is, like, Cameron just basically, his game plan was essentially like draw a bunch on turn 3 and have a bit of a push with like basically a board full of grade 1s, and then he just like kept recycling that Black Tears Husk Dragon over and over again, as his one and only grade 2. But just like the consistent Persona Rines, the power gain from the orders, and like the power gain from the Headhunter was enough to give Chris the win there. So that's going to be game. Very great showing by Cameron. Like Chris definitely fought, did his best there, tried to fight the early game as well, but not running cards like Eden makes it a lot harder to fight for the early game at the same time. So that was a really entertaining round. Like all 3 rounds have been bangers so far. I think every game we've shown on stream has been really, really enjoyable.
Yeah, it's really hard to say as well. Like, you can't just say like, oh, Chris lost that game because his list wasn't running these tech options like Queen Lu or Brian or whatever or Eden. It's no, he lost because he damaged a few PGs and didn't have enough cards to put together a really big final rush turn to threaten. And also because Cameron got that heal, which gave him a lot of flexibility and when it came to taking damage during the final rush turn. And like I said, Cameron knew that he wasn't going to die that turn. Chris knew he wasn't going to, 2 to 6 a Zorga player who had just drawn 4 cards the turn before. And it's really hard to sort of like juggle all those pieces without sort of giving up. And, like I said, that Danji player just no guarding a bunch and then coming for a final rush turn. Maybe that was potentially a questionable decision, knowing that, okay, if he's drawing a bunch of cards, he's probably going to survive and swing back. So maybe I should have stayed on low damage so that I can sort of use this final rush turn to Proto Bulb, farm a bunch of cards, and then relax. And then next turn, unleash the big, like, double Derek, double Marjorie sort of columns instead.
Yeah, like really, really well done. Really well done by Cameron. I think he played excellently with the Zorga build, and I think that for the Zorga has a lot of fans. It's definitely a deck that has a lot of pretty passionate player base, and I think that it's maybe something to learn from with that deck list. And of course, if you like the games, if you like the decks, feel free to tweet out about it with hashtag Bushiroad2021. But I think with that, we'll go for a short break while we build up, and get ready for round 4. Like, it's crazy. We're through 3 rounds already. Like, next round will be halfway through the tournament. It genuinely feels like it just started. It genuinely feels like we just started the day and we're already almost halfway through, which is pretty crazy to think about. So we're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use a Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation, so twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament, and maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool though. You know, I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions, so it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, you know, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, you know, I loved getting the free promos and everything. You know, being with all those people. Definitely, you know, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. You know, I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. You know, after the match, I could, you know, take a deep breath or something. You know, my opponent, you know, you don't really get to see, you know, your facial expressions or not. So, you know, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or, you know, like just to see if you're confident or not, you know, you don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. You know, my team chat I was telling them about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, you know, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. You know, I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. You know, they give me the encouragement, and you know, I would do vice versa. And it was just, that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so, you know, I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, you know, make a winning image. You know, figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a bashing turn. You don't want to persona ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 50% 15K, 25K. You want to keep the gas on, and practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. A lot of people like to net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, with that, but you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like, for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in a video, yo, DF dropped this Daikaiser, they took it. And then they go and force 1, riding Daikaiser, like stuff like that. And then like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list. And then, so stuff like that, you gotta just really, make sure, practice plan for it. Make sure, grind it out. The more you practice, you'll run into different matchups if you try to get it last minute. Just because somebody said it was good, you practice with it, you might run into something. Be like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep him at 3 damage or whatnot. So my best advice, would help me was getting a friend group. Having somebody I could talk to, vent to, discuss things with. If you don't have that, I really would just like maybe go tell your parents or something. Tell somebody, hey, like, yo, I'm doing this event and I'm doing well. Because that encouragement from another person is just so much. Being able to vent and get stuff off your chest to another person just does wonders. It's not built up inside. So that's how I definitely would say, getting advice. Hopefully you find a group, find somebody. You have chords. There's a lot of YouTubers that have chords. Get into the chords, be active, find somebody you can connect with, and just be like battle buddies and you can do all that stuff with. That's my advice. Yeah, get that champion mindset, man. Get that champion mindset and go do champion things.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCSs. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general, just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the
Ooh. First things first, welcome back, everyone. But most importantly, the Zorga stonks went boo after that last round. It went crazy. But this round, there's another group of players that are definitely going to be interested to see this next round, because Eugene gamers, your time to shine. We got a spicy beat the ball here for this next round that I think a lot of people will be very, very excited about.
Yeah, he's somehow XO going into round 4, which is definitely not what anyone would have expected coming out of Eugene, but miracles can happen here at BRO.
Yep, absolutely. And also, before we, go into the action, I've been looking through the hashtag BRO 2021, hashtag on Twitter, and just looking through, we have a nice tweet from Megan Pysor, who said, "It's finally time for standard, and I'm excited about it. I hope everyone, those who are playing or casting, have an awesome time." So that's a very nice and wholesome tweet. I love to see it, and I hope that everyone playing and watching is having a good time so far, because on our side we've seen nothing but amazing games, and I think this next one is going to be a treat as well. I think it's going to be a definite treat, and we also have I think some nice little charts for you guys too. So if production wants to cue us into that, let's take a look.
We have here the representation rates of the decks that are XO after round 3. So here are all the undefeated decks just at the end of that last round going into this round, and we see that it looks very similar to the metagame representation, mostly Bruce, but surprisingly, Lyrical Monasterio, not as high up as you think. Instead, it's all the Dragon Empire and the Stoicheia taking those slots. So yeah, Stoicheia in particular, given how little there were actually playing in the tournament at the start of the day, they seem to be doing really well going into this round.
Yeah, there's been a really good start. I mean, for Dark States as well, only 5 undefeated, but still taking up a big piece of the pie. But Stoicheia, Dragon Empire, and Brandgate being the kind of the second best nations after that is a pretty big surprise. Brandgate, I don't know. I expected honestly all 3 red lines to do quite well, so that's not a big surprise. But Stoicheia, we know there's a Zorga among them. There might be Magnolia among them too. Maybe even a Flagberg. That's a pretty big surprise. And of course, the Dragon Empires. Some are Nirvanas, but some are Eugenes, which is pretty exciting. I think
one of which we're about to see now. But yeah, it just goes into what I said before about how none of these matchups, when it comes to Overdress, are ever set in stone. Every deck has potential to beat others, and the fact that we're just not seeing as much Lyrical Monasterio in that XO representation just shows that it's anything can happen. It doesn't matter if their Vanguard is 63k 2 crit no Sentinels. If you can beat them, that's what matters.
Yep, exactly. So I'm really hyped to get into this match. Take a look at the deck list, especially because I think that it's a pretty big surprise. We're gonna start off with Hong's list, which is of course Eugene. Pads I kneel. So this is jokes aside, the deck got some amazing support in set 3 that has put it up to be actually a pretty viable pick going into this event. We have still some remnants from the past. We have the Tri-Bash, which is still an amazing rear that gives you that crit pressure and an extra soul. But the new additions, I think the best card has definitely been Dustin. Dustin basically giving you free draw because you put a card to hand from soul to get that draw and then pop an opponent's grade 2 or greater rear. So you have to put a card from hand to soul, but you need soul for Eugene. So it's literally doing yourself a favor. So that card, in my opinion, is absolutely incredible. And on top of that, they also got Orlando, which we've seen being played even in Buff Saga lists. But Orlando as a card is just amazing because you get to call him out of your soul for count +1 if you retire something. And then on top of that, when your grade 3 Vanguard attacks, you can put him to soul from rear and then give your Vanguard +5. So you can literally boost with him, then put him back in the soul, and the next turn call him out again. So really, really amazing card. And I think the one that takes the cake is, of course, the best harvest order that gives you Vanguard the skill that every time you pop an opponent's rear guard during your main phase, you draw a card. So you also get to plus a bunch. So so many amazing additions to Eugene in this set. And this deck right now is undefeated.
Yeah, there's so much internal synergy. Like, again, with Orlando, you can either rest him for Eugene's rest 2 effect, and then he just goes into soul. He doesn't have to boost. He just goes into soul when your Vanguard attacks, so you don't lose anything from resting your rear guard. You can put him behind the Vanguard and it still gets the power boost. Or, like I said, you can call him out the soul and then he just does things, which is great because you're building up so much soul anyway, like from your blind soul charges or what have you. It's just that extra plus on the board. Again, you have Tribrash for the finishing power. You've got the Gibrabacchio just for a bit more retire, and like everything in this deck is just revolved around keeping your opponent's board small and just being able to just win the game through sheer numbers and advantage. Again, with the best harvest, turning each retire into an extra plus is just huge. And something I just think really goes under the radar as well is also from set 3 is the Fuchimachi Madoka. I think that card is super underrated. Like, you might think that 10k booster and 10k shield is not that impressive, but when you're retiring all your opponent's rear guards every turn and your opponent is naturally guarding your 2-crit Vanguard anyway, that gets there really quickly and just gives you that extra mileage you need to survive big turns like Lauren Errol, like Bruce, like Orphist. So insane card. And I just want to quickly highlight, one of the big reasons I think Eugene is doing so well is we've been seeing Gravidia do really, really well because Gravidia is capable of board wiping by dropping its meteors. And realistically, Eugene started doing that first, right? Eugene was the first deck to wipe your opponent's board. And if we're in an era with like Bruce, Lauren Errol, Bastion, these decks that care about their rear guards, then yeah, it's a surprise that wiping your opponent's board hasn't been better for earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is basically one of the picks that you can quite safely take into this tournament. And some people have just made the read, and Eugene is out here just, popping off and going crazy, which is really, really nice. So I think it's going to be a very exciting day, very exciting, end of the day if Hong manages to keep up this streak and make it to top 8 with Eugene. I think the Eugene stonks will have never been higher. It's going to be the pinnacle, right?
Yeah.
But I'm excited, but of course, Hong isn't the only one playing here. Eugene is hyped, but he does have an opponent, and this opponent is playing something that we've seen before, which is Kent playing pure Gravidia, and there has been no pure Gravidia. So
yes,
this list runs 16 meteors and virtually only 7 rear guards that you want to actually call down.
Yeah, we saw that in the previous Orphis deck that we showed on stream, he only had 9 meteors and instead playing the grade 3 with the on hit. Ken is just going, nope, 16 meteors, drop 5 every turn, bang, 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 bang. And that could get there as well. Like, he's the rear guards the few rear guards he's choosing to play, get power, they just whack for big numbers. At the end of the day, when you're doubling your triggers, that's what matters.
Yep, exactly. And I think that, like, the problems with this list and the reason why the hybrid version was born is basically that, like, all your rear guards are 15k base on their own. You don't have any kind of boosters to put down except for, like, I guess the effect critical for a 4k boost. But you can be a lot more greedy with your orders than, like, getting rid of your meteors. So that's definitely true. But as a result, like, you are on basically a timer. You have to win faster. You have to thin your deck faster. And the Eugene matchup might actually be really rough because it doesn't even need to attack into your rears to get rid of them. It just needs to pop them. It's like, oh, you're throwing meteors at me? What if I just shot them? It's like, this matchup is going to be pretty interesting because I feel like Eugene might actually be in a very good position. And, I just want to see how it's going to develop.
Yeah, one of the big things about this list in particular, the high meteor, low everything else count, is that one of the few 4-ofs in this deck is Gravidia Stanna, which is a 10k shield, 15k attacker. And this quote-unquote strength of this list is that by deck thinning and out of meteors and just going into these lines, you can find the Stanna, whack it with a 15, put triggers on it maybe, and then it can intercept for 10k to give you that sort of quote-unquote defensive power, making up for the 0 shield meteors. But if Eugene pops them in the main phase, that 10k shield is just gone. Like, no more. Like, what are you gonna do now? Guard with your meteors? Good luck with that.
Yep, exactly. Like, it's gonna be interesting to see how it's gonna go down. So I think we're just about ready to get into the game here. I'm very excited to see how this match will go down. Keep in mind, both players are undefeated. Both of these players haven't taken a single loss yet this entire tournament. So it's going to be Eugene versus Gravidia, and both of them are here to see who can get rid of the opponent's cards first. and I'm excited as ever to see how it's gonna go down.
Yeah, I think the big thing that's going to crux this game is how reliably can Orphist find its overtrigger. I think
You
that's
mean
going to be
Gravidius?
sorry, yes. The faster that Gravidic finds its overtrigger, the more easier it's going to be it is good for him to do his make or break.
Yeah, I do agree. Like this is gonna be like just in general like deck thinning and finding as like thinning down the deck as much as possible. Only finds one meteor
In
from
the
the
top
top
7 with
7.
16. I remember doing the calculations on that when the deck first got revealed, and it's like you're over 50% chance to find at least 2 meteors as long as you didn't open one. Although I guess he discarded one to a ride deck, so he did at least open one, so it's probably not 15 meteors in the deck, but still a really high chance to find 2. So depending on how much longer it takes the rest of his engine to get going, this might come back. This might be a big tempo loss for him here.
Yeah.
Although going first is good because you get to have one Nordling a turn where you're not under threat from like the Tribash. I think it's overall works out fine, but yeah, depending on whether or not Hong gets to put forward the big rush. So there's the Soul Charge. Soul Charging a crit, not ideal, but you want to be drive checking those, especially against a deck where your rear guards aren't going to be doing much a lot of the time.
Yes, exactly. So here we're gonna see he's gonna go into the Nigel. Nigel, of course, doesn't do much at the time being, but when he is rode over, he will Soul Charge 1. So it's the right deck for Eugene might not seem as flashy as some of the other ones. Doesn't necessarily like draw you cards or search out orders and stuff like that, but it is still it builds up into the important condition for Eugene, which is just to build up that soul in order to plus immensely. All right, so gonna ride the Great to Gravidia and be able to
Discarding
pull
another
that
meteor for ride deck, by the way. So now he's got 2
Ooh.
meteors in his drop zone, which is so he's down to 14 potentially. He also damaged the meteor as well, and soul charging another one. So this is now the downside to playing 16 meteors you can imagine, which is that sure you're going to draw them more often, but they're also going to come up when you don't want them to come up more often. So very much a double-edged sword here.
Gonna swing with the 15. I can see
So,
even like the way he builds up his board, that like putting those meteors there on the side where like the left rear guard would be, you kind of know that this deck just doesn't really get to call down that many rears because you're playing the deck pure. But we see a crit come out, so Hong will be going to 2 damage here, and that's something you're happy to see as a Gravidia player because you want to be pushing your opponent as much as possible. And next turn he can definitely set up a 5 meteor turn if he wants to, but Hong can also just like ride swing pass to make it so that the meteors are wasted or just don't get used as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what Kent's doing here. Like, normally on a pure Gravidia list, we would see like some turn 2 rear guards being committed just to get those 15k attackers down the board straight away, put a bit of pressure on your opponent, especially because here, as we see, Hong has just ridden the Randor, and Randor's effect, both Vanguard and rear guard, when it attacks, if your opponent has 2 or less rear guards, you can counterblast 1 to soul charge 1, and this gains 5k. And that's going to get him towards the immediate turn 3 Soul Blast 5 for Eugene. So by not committing any rear guards, he said Hong doesn't have to work hard to retire anymore. He just has to ride Eugene and go, which is going to be really difficult for Kent to survive, especially if he finds a Tribash off of that Soul Blast 5 effect.
Exactly.
You see there Randor on the screen, so you can just remind yourself what the effect does. The ride deck of Eugene is just all about building Soul. And I think Hong's never going to take the on-attack counterblast 1 to Soul Charge. Again, just to make it, like you said in the previous game with Bruce, by having that plus 5k on your Vanguard, it becomes impossible for your opponent to 1 card no pass your Vanguard swing. And that'll give Hong a lot more aggressive pressure going forward. So he guards the rear guard because he can, but now 15 into 10, like 15k shield from Kent means that it's still triggered to pass. So he's going to no guard it, take the damage, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a no guard to me. All right, and a heal comes out, so Hong is definitely in a
huge
good
heal
position
there.
here. Another meteor goes to damage.
Oh no! So we see like
kinda
what
hurt.
6 meteors already from Kent? 7 actually. 2 in order zone, 2 in damage, 2 in drop, 1 in soul. So he's already halfway through his meteor stack, and it's only turn 3.
That's incredible. And so here it's basically back to Kent now to, it's Hong also inviting. He's like, yeah, how much do you want to pop? Like, how many meteors do you want to go through? How aggressive are you going to play this deck? In just building up your, in being able to, get rid of the opponent's board, but at the same time also just having the crazy crit pressure to try and OTK your opponent whenever possible. We see both players here just adjusting their playmats to make sure that every zone is visible nice and clearly, so that way there's also space for all the rearguard circles.
Yeah, I think the decision's been made for Cat. Like I said, if you've already seen half of your meteors by this time, I don't think you have enough left in the deck to go 5-5-5. So I think it's going to be maybe 1, maybe 3. I doubt he's going to go for 3 because Hong's only on 1 damage and that extra crit. Discarding another meteor for right deck, that's definitely 8 meteors seen.
So, wow, that's more than half already. Like after this search.
Gaining the crits is probably not intelligent here because, again, 1 damage, puts him on 3. Eugene doesn't really use that much counterblast compared to other decks, so like putting him a lot of damage is fine, but it's not getting you any closer to a win. And unless you go for the 5 to make you, because at that point you're going to be 28k, your opponent's going to have to drop 20k shield to just 1 pass. That's when you want to be going for 5. So that if your opponent goes for like 30k shield, 40k shield, the double triggers mean that you're still 2 to pass or 1 to pass because of the doubling of the trigger power. That's when it makes the most difference. And he's got some deck thinning going on, but the fact that he's naturally hit a lot of his meteors already means that his deck's not nearly as thin as it could be. So the chance of those triggers being doubled is actually a lot lower than they should be.
Interestingly, he chooses to soul charge for one of the meteors and then, of course, draw for both. But I'm assuming he wants to put down the grade 2 here, the Buttinger, to maybe draw an extra card on top of that to try and, just build up that hand to deal with any kind of aggression from Eugene. Because I think also, like, you're playing as Eugene is just the unknown factor. Like, you don't know what this deck is capable of. Like, unless you have, like somebody playing it regularly at your locals, chances are you haven't tested against it as much. I can say that, in my practice for BRO, I haven't played a single game against Eugene because it's not a very popular deck. But we're seeing here it can go undefeated into round 4, which is always going to be very much respected.
Yeah, and Hong doesn't have a huge number of cards in hand. It looks like 8 or 9. It looks like 8. So maybe there is actually an argument for just going 5 rocks here, just hoping to just blast him out of the game immediately. But again, Ken kind of has to know that anything he puts onto the table right now is not going to be there next turn. So anything like that if you put the stun on the board now, it's not surviving, and you're going to be losing that 10k shield. So he's going to commit nothing. Tell Hong like, you don't get to retire my rear guards. You don't get any of the benefits. So even though he has no rear guards, Hong still gets to. Hong still does get to get a full top 5 on Eugene, but it means effects like the Orlando or the Best Harvest don't do anything because there's no rear guards to retire. And I really like this.
Yeah,
so he's dropping 3 meteors, so he's just going to get the crit.
Yeah, but he's swinging just with the Vanguard, so this is like, you can basically just PG this and say like, all right, well, 1 damage, but looks like he's gonna no guard, so this might be pretty huge. Persona Ride has been found, that's really important, and a rear guard, so it's gonna be 2 damage coming in for Hong here. Gets a crit defensive, not doing much right now, and the PG going to 3 now. I don't know, maybe it would have been worth to guard that one.
I don't know if I would have, because at this point now, when your opponent commits more meteors to be able to try and go for like the 3 or the 5 later on, it's going to take them a lot more resources, but they're going to have to do it because 3 is not enough for lethal range. Like maybe if Hong was on 4 or 5, Kent wouldn't need to commit as much to get the lethal. But when Hong's only on 3, Kent needs to drop 3 meteors next turn. And Hong knows that he's seen a lot of meteors already, so it's very unlikely for Kent to be able to repeatedly go 3, 3, 3, 3. Like he has maybe another 3 left in him, maybe a 5 if he's lucky. But I think after this, it's going to be really hard for Kent to do much else. I think Hong's is saying like, there's no point in me dropping a bunch of cards now. I'm just going to pressure you as much as I can, and then force you to like sort of scramble to pick up the pieces to fight back.
So this is one thing I really like is that, we didn't comment on it, but throughout the ride up turns, he kept discarding Orlando from the ride deck, which is at first, you're thinking like, oh my god, he only plays 2, like that's his Orlando's gone. But luckily the Randor, like when you ride, the Eugene lets you draw and choose any card in your drop and put it to soul. So you get to immediately put it back up. And then now, of course, the Eugene can rest 2 rears to plop an opponent's rear and get 10k power. And then if something is retired, you soul blast 5 to be able to look at top cards of your deck, same number as your opponent's open rear circles. Call any number of them and put the rest to your soul. So that's like the whole gimmick of Eugene, but you won't be doing that much this turn, right? Because there's no rears to pop. There's like not much reason to go in for the cost, but there are cards in the deck that function off of the opponent having nothing on the board, right? So such as a Tribash, it only has the effect when your opponent has 2 or less rear guards. Same for this Gibrabrachio as well. at the beginning of battle phase, if your one has one or less rear guards, you stand it, give it plus 5k. Like even if you don't stand it, you still get the plus 5, so you can commit any kind of booster here now and basically make it into a magic number. It's going to commit the Idris, which is also a 15k if he pays the cost for it, but it has to be retired, so it won't be in this case. But still, very cool. So you actually use the Eugene's effect to rest both of them in order to get plus 10k on the Eugene, and then the Jibber Brachio stands now to start the battle phase as a result, and he has some nice swings going for him.
Yeah, so this is the cool thing about having no rear guards. Even though he doesn't get to Eugene or he doesn't get to use Dustin or whatever, he still has 23k with a crit from the Tribash. So this is still almost as strong as the Gravidia pressure, if not stronger, because he actually has rear guards to swing with, and he's not as upset about them getting retired because the Drag Ritter just wasn't doing much to begin with anyway. He was resting it for plus 10k. If the Brachio dies, it was just 15k attacker compared to Kent, who really values his rear guards because they're his only source of aggression. The rest of his deck is taken up by meteors.
Yeah, and the thing for Hong is also like, oh, you take out my rears? Well, that's fine. I'll bring them back out of the top deck because I have Eugene, right?
Exactly. And so, even though Kent's not by not committing any rears to the board, he keeps all these cards in hand to block with. He's only on 2 damage, but this is not really time that you want to be blocking that aggressively because Eugene hasn't put forward their big turn yet. It's just going to be 23, 23, 23, just with a crit every time until they run out of Tribash. And given that Kent has seen all his meteors, a lot of his meteors already, I don't think Kent has the ability to wait for Hong to run out of Tribash.
All right, well, 23k Eugene coming in here, probably going to get no guarded or PG'd, I feel like. And Kent is feeling the pressure. I mean, it's, again, the fear of the unknown. You can never be prepared.
I definitely wouldn't no guard this just because of the risk of overtrigger coming in is way too huge.
That's true. We haven't seen it yet. And we saw earlier when Kent was shuffling, I think we saw the bottom card of his deck before he shuffled was the OT. So I think both of them are still in the deck.
Yep. Of course, fortunately with Tribash, it's only crit for the battle, not for the turn. So even if Hong does check the overtrigger, the Eugene won't retain the crit when it restands, but it will still be very, very hard to guard. Plus, Hong is playing 8 crit, so the chance of one of them getting flipped on the drives is pretty high.
That is right. A PG coming down for Kent. What is he going to discard, though? Is it going to be a Meteor again? It's Persona Ride.
Ooh. So maybe he has another one in hand already.
I assume so. Front trigger comes out. That's pretty good. Going to be an even bigger Brachio turn. So this is like, what, 25 now? So still pretty easy to guard. And Kent doesn't really need the CB. Like, 1 CB is all he needs for this turn. So that's perfectly fine. You're going to Persona Ride, draw a bunch, and then be able to just use your Gravidia effect here. Probably popping 3 this time to have that crit pressure since Hong is on 3-2.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, again, at this point, like you said, the rear guards for Hong, they've done their job. That's all they need to do. All they need to do was give Eugene plus 10k.
Yep.
And what more could you ask for, right? He goes for the Persona Ride. We'll see whether or not Kent commits any more resources to the board here. Because if nothing else, he can't just go solo Vanguard swing, drop my meteors, gain 15k and a crit, and do nothing else. And again, continue to deny Hong of the ability to refill his board. But Hong's hand it looks to be a little bit healthier than Kent's hand. So at what point can you afford to be like, well, I have to guard a lot more than you do, so it does catch up to him in the end.
Yeah, exactly. So now we can resolve the meteors. His hand is
6 cards in hand for Kent versus like what? Like you said, 8 or 9 for Hong?
Yeah, I think it was 8. Now Kent goes up to 8 again as well. But now I think it's the time to start calling down cards because you need to start pushing this aggression, even though you do want to, deny a lot of the push. Oh my god,
Soul charging yet another meteor. I think that's like what, 10 gone?
I mean, he's decked in a lot. He's decked in a lot, that's for sure. Like every trigger not
I think that
soul
was
charge is
11th or 12th at least.
Okay.
So we definitely know that there's only like maybe 2 more big Nordlinger turns in the wings here for Kent.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so let's try to draw 1 here. Get the extra 5k power. So he's finally committed an attacker.
Yep. The only problem is that now means that all of Hong's abilities will be live next turn because this grade 2 doesn't remove itself from the board, and Hong has enough main phase retire that he can't just intercept away either. So this 15k attacker, at least it's not the 10k shield in Stunner, it's only Barringer.
Yeah.
But he really needs this aggression to be able to like claw his way back into the tempo game. Because as we said, solo Vanguard swing means that your opponent has to guard 1 attack a turn, whereas your opponent's full front row means you have to guard 3 attacks a turn.
Oh, committing
There's
a
stunner.
stunner. This is gonna be coming in now. Does he pop 3? We need to see it. It's gonna be dangerous if he does.
He's checking cards in hand. Maybe if the amount of cards in your opponent's hand might affect how many you go.
It just depends, like, because he dropped the Persona Rise. That's 2 that you can search out and get the card draw out from, which is a little concerning for me.
Maybe go for just 2. Yeah, he wants the 15k to wipe Hong's board, but he doesn't want to lose the extra meteor for the crit because he knows that he only has so many left. So maybe he's just leaving the 1/2 there so that he can put one in next turn and get the crit that way.
I guess, but at that point, I feel like I would have gone for just 1 because that way you can still, you still get the pop and you get the power, but like going for 2 is
Yeah,
often
I
because
agree.
you're losing out on the crit, but like, I've
You're
been in
losing
the
another
situation
meteor for no
before.
reason. Yeah, like retiring, and plus by just dropping 1 meteor, you can retire the Idris in the back row, and then use one of your 25k rearguards to swing at the other rearguard column.
Yeah.
That's obviously you want to be catching up on damage because right now Kent only has a very small damage lead. He wants to maximize as much as he can, but yeah, it varies him because also his rearguard is 25, and while sure they do hit the Vanguard, if your opponent no guards this and you don't check any triggers and gets a defensive, your rearguard attack get turned off. Whereas 25 into 10 is a lot harder, and it not only forces your opponent to guard attacks from your Vanguard, but they then have to commit more rearguards. Oh, but there's the crit coming in. See, this is the thing. I think Hong no guarded this. It looks like so. If he had just dropped that extra meteor and gained the crit, either Hong would have been forced to guard this, or he would have just taken 3 damage and potentially stolen the game here.
Yeah,
Double
that's
count
pretty
number
huge.
of cards in hand. I think the crit is definitely going to go to the Vanguard just to put Hong on 5 and make the other 2 attacks must be guarded. Yeah, power going to the Baringer there, it seems. 2 damage, no defensive.
At the front, that is an important defensive too, but yeah, you're right. Like that could have just been the blowout there too. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we saw that Hong damaged the PG, and I think he soul charged one, so he might not actually have a PG in hand, which I think would have maybe pushed me towards going for the 3 meteors just for the extra crit there. He's going to guard all of this, it seems. Then the 35k on the Baringer. There's the 20k shield on the front. So Hong does survive. And at the end of the day, both decks are 3 attack decks, so there's no surprise lethal out of nowhere. But both players also don't have that much hand. Kent has what? 8, I think? Because he was on 6, drew to 9 because of the twin drive. But Hong here, even though he has 5 cards in hand, as long as he can retire 1, he's about to wipe the board and just hopefully find a tri-brush. There's Best Harvest. Draw 2 cards, let's go.
Wait, this is so big because like, we said like, yeah, like both players' hands are pretty low, but the thing is, Hong replaces his board through his Eugene's effect, and like he's just gonna, all right, here it comes. He's gonna rest the Jupiter Brachio to pop an opponent's rear, which will now proc the Eugene's effect to. I mean, he might want to get another retire out before doing Eugene's effect, but we'll see.
I mean, he's
all right, Best
gonna draw
Harvest.
First.
Yep, we like the card draw. So he's gonna get a +2 to hand from the retire effects. And now on top of that, I want to see if he commits to Eugene. Oh, the deck size for Kent is getting really low too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like he's
sounds like 14 cards in deck for Kent. So worst case scenario, there could be an argument for Hong not using Eugene and just decking him out. But no, he's going to go for it. Top 4. What do we find?
All right, please show me nothing but normal units. Oh, Dustin, that's pretty huge.
Huge.
Dustin is a good pickup.
Tri-Bash in the rearguard. I'd love to see a Tri-Bash in the rearguard.
A double Dustin. I like that too because Dustin's on place is actually from anywhere. It doesn't have to be from hand. So even when you call him off of Eugene's effect, you can still, put cards into soul, draw more, pop another opponent's rear for literally free. And so with that, you get another draw.
Anyway. Yeah, I like that.
So you're making free calls and then like filtering your hand, filling up your soul if you need another Eugene use. And on top of that, like the Dustin is going to be a huge attacker because you can soul +1 to give him basically +10 from the empty board. And
So I think that's why he's putting it in the other column, because he's probably going to swap the Brachio, because the Brachio is only 15, 25 with Persona Ride, whereas Dustin's going to be 30, maybe more with triggers.
Yeah. If he Soul Blast, which I mean, the Dustin will fund the soul for the effect itself.
So he's just deciding what else he can find.
Ah,
Trigger as a booster is not great, and then the last 2 triggers, one of which goes into Soul. It could have been worse, but there's the Tri-Bash behind Vanguard, like I said. So now this turn is suddenly a lot scarier for Kent.
All right, well, this is looking good. The Dustin is going to do some good work. We're getting a quick deck count, but I think Hong's deck is a lot more plentiful so far. So he's still ahead in the deck count race, let's say. Eugene's skill here. Oh, he's actually
not going
using
to push the he's not going to push the Dustin forward. He's just going to leave the Brachio to restand and be a 15k attacker, which is fine. I guess maybe he wants to save his soul for a Eugene turn next turn potentially. But this is one of the reasons I really like a Tri-Bash behind Vanguard. You can rest it for the plus 10k on Eugene, and it will still go into soul to give your Vanguard a crit. And then because of that, because now you don't have to attack with the Tri-Bash first, you can afford to go Eugene first for 33k with a crit, and then maybe hit a front trigger, which makes your other rear guards just as scary.
Yeah, but looks like it's actually starting off with the Juba Brachio, and a heal trigger comes out for Kent. It will not activate, but that is still an additional damage that Kent now has, and this is now making Hong's Eugene thus way more of a pressure unit with that extra crit and the 33k power, so this kind of invites a PG or a no pass. Otherwise, you might be in danger over here, Kent.
Yeah, I think Kent definitely wants to PG this. I'd be surprised if he doesn't have it, given how much of his deck he's gone through and how many cards he has in hand. But at the end of the day, you still have to deal with that 35k rear guard on the Dustin because of the booster. It's only going to get harder and harder.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see here. Looks like it feels like he's hovering over PG. That's what I'd like to assume, but I don't know. We also haven't seen the overtrigger yet for either player, and it feels like they're still both in their decks, although both players are drawing quite a lot every turn through their effects. So there might be a chance that they've been picked up already.
Yep.
A PG comes out.
Dropping the crit. So the one thing to note there is that it looks like Hong only used one of the Dustins, so he's only filtered one card. Of course, the other one, like I said, it doesn't have to retire to draw, but I guess he didn't want to just put a card to soul to draw because he wasn't going to get the draw of the best harvest off of it.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether or not that's going to maybe quote unquote affect his chances of hitting a trigger. He's going to soul blast on for the plus 10k, so that's now a 35k column. So even though Ken has the defensive, that's still 15k shield.
Isn't 45 because he gave the trigger to it? Because
he did hit trigger, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, 45. So that's huge. Although, of course, Kent is on 23 from the defensive. So it is not super hard to deal with, but
he's also only on 3. He could just no guard this and just take the 4th damage.
But as a
his
crit
heals
on
are off anyway. Oh right, it's still on 5. Like that's And given that Eugene's going to be whacking you with numbers anyway, I think as the Gravidia player, your amount of pressure has dropped significantly with how many rocks you've gone through. Plus, he discarded a Persona Ride the turn before for PG, so we know that he has to have his last Persona Ride in hand to be able to get to 5 Meteors next time. So there's the last PG coming in, discarding a front. Does he have his final Persona Ride? Can he get one more turn of Meteors?
We'll have to find out. The deck count is very, very low now. So it is getting a bit dangerous. Yes, he does. That's why he dropped the earlier Persona Ride in the previous turn. Are there any Meteors left in deck? Looks like there is.
I think there's just one, maybe?
One? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, just the one. I think the last one is in his hand.
All right. Well, and it's a big board too. Would have been nice to go for 5. He doesn't run any additional copies of the Grade 1 Gravidia that would be able to put Meteors from hand to the order zone. But
yeah, he caps out at 4 this turn at most, which, honestly, given that there are no more Meteors in your deck, you might just to wipe Hong's board anyway, just to make his next turn, just to force Hong to commit the Soul Blast 5 next turn.
Yeah.
It's not unreasonable, especially because, there's definitely no more Meteors turn after this.
Yeah.
You take what you can get and move on. The question is, if he doesn't win this turn, I don't think he's going to be winning anymore at all. Like, with the crit here, the crit has lost a lot of bite now that Hong's on 5, because your opponent was going to be guarding this no matter what. Like, gone is that decision of, I take the 2 damage and hope you don't get a 3rd crit. Now it's just, if you're on 5, you just have to guard.
So 10 cards left in deck for Kent here. That is pretty scary. That's gonna like so basically he still hasn't chosen if he wants to draw, I think, from the meteor that he played. If he did, then apologies if I did miss it there. But with that, you're really low on deck. You are playing in a matchup where you can both be, easily decking out. Put down the fourth one. Does he have any attackers? Like, he has actually not been committing that many yet, so I think he might have the attackers necessary to push. When your opponent's at 5, like, you just have to. Like, you gotta take any chances you
I
have,
think especially
if
like,
OT's in there.
Exactly. Like, maybe you just even I wouldn't even commit triggers. Just like they're going to be what one of them's going to get the 100 million. They're all going to be 2 damage. You just have to go for it. So instead, he drops the double stunnel, which I think he was just holding on to because, as we said, you don't want your 10k shield on board to be retired. But yeah, he just has to go for it now. Pray that he finds an over trigger here and just secures the game. He's going to drop. Looks like all of them. I just go all of them, buddy. Only 3. It's,
He's considering it. He's thinking about it. I mean, it's the thing is, you might want to keep one just because in case you survive somehow, you can get a 1 meteor pop for the power next turn, I guess. But he's gonna go all in.
Yep.
Popping the 4. Hasn't fully committed yet. Nope, it's gonna be 3.
Nope,
Okay, we go.
3, yeah. So you probably leave the heal trigger in this case. You definitely want to get rid of both Dustins. That's 100% they're getting retired. And then probably the Brachia. Yeah. So leaving the heal trigger. This is 38 with a crit. Are we going to see the PG coming from Hong, or are we going to open ourselves up to a potential over trigger pass?
This is going to be huge. Right, Hong. This is an important turn to guard. You don't want to be cutting corners. If you got a PG, you got a PG. Don't take too many chances when your opponent's deck is this thinned out, and there's a chance that the overtrigger is still resting on top. PG comes out.
Yep. And Hong's hand is fairly healthy. Like, it looks like, what, 5, maybe 6 cards?
I would hope so. The single color sleeves make it look like 3 right now.
Yep. So we'll see what Kent can drive check here. Can he find a way to come back from the jaws of defeat?
Heal doesn't pop.
The power is nice, but I don't know if it's enough to break through. It turns one of them into a 35k column, which could be hard to guard, but I don't think so. Not for Hong's hand.
Especially because we haven't seen any Fuchimachi Madoka yet either. And that's the 15k shield on top of the triggers. Second check is it's a crit.
He's going all in on a single stunnel, it seems.
Is that the right play? The 25 is guardable with a single card, whereas this one with 45 is, it's a front.
It's PG or over trigger, basically, yeah.
Yeah, or just like front crit, something like that is also fine.
I think this is the problem, right? Like, ripping cards out of Hong's hand isn't really a big deal because he's going to be filling his board from the top 5 cards of his deck anyway.
Yep. Exactly. All right,
So they're just going with a small poke, I guess, forcing the 10k shield.
Yeah, he's going to start off. Nope. Oh, he's swinging with the bigger
one.
column here. Okay. So he's just asking for all the shield immediately, and they're going to try to just pick off the last damage to win the game. But Hong is still very much in it. The thing is, though, going back to Hong's turn, I don't think Hong actually has like a lethal play. Ooh,
wow! So the cards. That tells me a lot about Hong's hand, I think.
Yep. Is that a single card? Yep.
There it is.
He's out of cards. He's out of cards. And wait, not popping the heal might cost him because now, how much soul does he have? He could call anything, rest with Eugene, and then get to pop something and use Eugene's effect.
That's if he drew something that retires. Did his top deck retire something?
He doesn't need to retire. He can. No, only 3 soul. That's not enough.
Yeah, because you also want to retire both of their Rhaegas to get the top 5, right? To fill your entire board. Like, retiring 1 is not enough here.
I mean, if
you only retire 1, you're only looking for 4. Yeah, true. But
he doesn't have the soul anyway. He doesn't have the soul. But if he did, this is gonna be rough. Kent might barely have this just because Hong is running out of gas and he does not. Maybe filtering with Dustin could have helped, but maybe then he would have filtered out of like the shield that he needed to survive there. It's really hard to say. I think the Orlando is still in his soul too. So maybe a play would be to just call, if you have any form of retire, you can force out the Orlando from your soul to just get that extra little bit of power, extra little bit of attack. But your opponent's at 3. It's so hard to
the
finish the
problem is
game.
you don't have Persona Ride either, so that Orlando is just going to be 8k only. It's a drag ritter. It doesn't do much.
Idris,
Oh
it
no,
does
this
get
might
the
be.
full clear.
It does, but he's still short by 1 soul because he can rest 2 to retire, and then the drag ritter goes into soul. That puts him on 4 souls, so he's still 1 short. I think that's not enough. He's just going to go for a swing and pray for a front trigger to hit numbers.
Oh my god. This is rough for Hong. This is all he can really do, though.
The important thing to remember as well is standards plus 5k is active during both players' turns. So he can't even attack into the rear guards.
Yeah, exactly. It's really rough right now. And so he's just choosing to see. Maybe the Overtrigger is still in the deck. I think it is. So maybe Hong is just begging for that chance to survive here and be blessed by Lady Luck to try and have a fighting chance with Kent's hand being so low. I think they're just asking for a trigger count to see how many crits are out, how many heals are out, just so we know all the public information with Hong's entire hand being public too.
Oh, I think there may be a chance that Kent might risk the no guard here because Hong seems to be out quite a handful of triggers. Not very many left in the deck.
Oh, I don't think he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Again, we know that Hong's Eugene list is playing 8 crit, 3 front, so and any one of those triggers will definitely help his rear guards out.
Yeah, that is for sure. Ah, this is rough. Rough for both players. Hong struggling to attack with literally anything, and Kent just does not want to get choked out from his win. So it's 43. That's no
over
pass.
trigger pass.
Crit comes out. He has to give all effects to the rear, I think. Yeah, he's putting to the Idris. Second check is the attacker he would have loved to have. And with that, he just has a 15k swing with the crit, and that's a 5 easy guard for Kent. I don't see a way out of this for Hong. We know his hand has just 15k shield and a grade 3. Eugene
Meanwhile, Kent's going to have a 28k attacker on his Vanguard at least next turn.
Yeah, keeping the 1 meteor is so huge here because you're making this into an unguardable for Hong, and he has to pray to survive through heal, or if he still has the Overtrigger in deck.
Wait, no, Kent can't do it because he has no counterblast.
Oh, you're right. You're so right. This is just a
so
13
this is vanilla 13.
He can 2 to pass it with the crit here.
Right, but then the rear guards are still 15, which he's going to have to take one of them. He's going to have to rely on this Overtrigger coming through.
Yep.
No guard.
Crit comes out.
Never
That
mind.
is basically all he wanted. A double crit. Kent, he's saying goodbye. Eugene chance, and all the heals look to be out as well. Hong is just showing us the information.
All 4 heals.
Oh, if it's 6 damage Overtrigger, that just hurts to see, but it's not. That's going to be game. Hong, representing the Eugene community, will be defeated by Gravidia, by Kent. What a game. What a game that was.
Really close. Like, these 2 decks are actually fighting tooth and nail. And when it comes to board control versus board control, at the end of the day, it just comes down to who has the more pressure. And unfortunately, Eugene's pressure comes from having a Tribash on the board, whereas Gravidia's pressure comes from seeing your meteors. And while we did say that Kent got a bit unlucky seeing a huge number of meteors not in the order zone in the early game, it was still enough for him to repeatedly go, okay, drop 3 crit, drop 3 crit, drop 3 crit. Whereas we saw that Hong only had 2 Tribashes, so he could only go 33 crit twice. And at the end of the day, the turn that he couldn't make the crit column is the turn where Gravidia clawed its way back into the game right there.
Exactly. Like, it was a very back and forth game. Beautifully played by both players. I think that, we've been very lucky to be able to feature amazing rounds for all 4 rounds of Swiss so far. And, honestly, even though, Hong lost that game, he's still an X1 Eugene player that if he wins the next 4, still has a chance at top 8. Whereas for Kent, you're feeling pretty good. You're undefeated with pure Gravidia, and it's, top 8 is pretty close. You get like 3 more wins and you're basically safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely not out of the range for either of these players. And again, neither of these decks are decks that we would have said like, oh yeah, this is probably going to top. We were like, if you look at AO, AO's top was mostly Bruce. That's pretty in line with what we've been expecting. But with 3 rounds to go, and a Eugene player, several pure Gravidia players in the running, again, anything can happen. And having looked when we were looking at the pairings for this round, choosing who to put on the stream, I didn't see that many Bastion or Lauren. So yeah, the conversion rates are definitely giving us a bit of a surprise.
I mean, I can just look at the top tables right now that we're like going into round 4. Is like Dark States Keter, Branke versus Dragon Empire versus Branke, which is what we just watched. Then Dark States Mirror, so that's someone's gonna go down from that. Then Dragon Empire versus Lyrical, Dark States versus Brent. Like, there's not like the Dark States games are all like most of them are X1 by now. So it's a case of like, yeah, most people took Lorna Roll and Bruce, but they're also just beating each other, so they're naturally filtering each other out. Whereas all the other decks are kind of climbing up because they're also picking up those wins against those decks. So I'm curious to see, like, there's a lot of Nirvanas floating around at the top tables too, and I'm curious to see like how that's gonna end up. Maybe you get to see that next round. So it's looking good. It's looking good. This meta has been very fun to watch so far.
Yeah, for sure. But don't go anywhere, folks. That's the end of round 4. But we're gonna have round 5 come up to you very soon, just after this break. Chris is gonna take a bit of a step back, and I will get joined by JJ. So you get to see his beautiful face again in a few seconds. But until then, we'll see you all very soon. Don't go anywhere. Bye bye.
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people, for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. Because it was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and you know it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuadayo archetype. Yeah, so I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get matched. However, PSFO was a little bit different. Due to COVID restrictions, I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. Yeah, I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. That was fun. Large scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, you know, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, you know, time flies and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, well, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G Series and even before that. And so to me it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before, and I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with D Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by. And so I would say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V standard or V premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D series. Thankfully, D series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. Internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got, right, as often, because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let the judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, "Hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them?" And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing, and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. There's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or whatever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun, so enjoy yourself.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. We're here in the standard tournament format. We're just finished round 4. We had some pretty high action games recently. How are you feeling about that, JJ?
It was really cool to see like a very control style matchups, very tit for tat type of gameplay, very reserved, sort of piece reliant, sort of not reliant, but more like piece gathering. They kind of formed ham hands, and I really like the fact they were able to make use of the meters and they add those to their tempo game plan, and also Eugene using some of the retire effects as well with Dustin and Brachios. It was really cool to see. Really interesting gameplay. I really liked it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially because we talked about this at the start of the day, right? You have the sort of rough strategy of like early aggro on turns 2 and 3 versus some decks that don't get going until turn 4. And we saw that both those decks, both Gravidia and Eugene, are decks that can start going from turn 3 and start aggroing early, but instead they both decide to play like that long grindy game. Yeah, that was definitely for sure super interesting to watch. What have you got predicted? What would you like to see going in the next few rounds, JJ? Tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, so as I predicted in the past, that swords and shields could be in our future, and we might actually have something for reviews to watch too. So we actually have something for the future for you guys. It's gonna be a Baba Sagra list with featuring a couple cards from set 3, but mostly just things we've already had from the past sets already. It's gonna be a really interesting deck profile to see. And who are they gonna be playing against, Ben?
They're going to be playing against Laura and Errol, a deck that, one of those decks that people said, like, okay, this is one of the best decks in the game. We expect to see a lot more of it, but there are surprisingly not that many on the top tables. So the fact that this one's still in the running, definitely lives up to expectations, but they're kind of in the minority. They're kind of like taking all the hopes and dreams of the other cat girls on their back and following me to the end of the road. What surprises me is that this is the only Bab Sagra deck in the format. But we're going to look at the Lauren Arrow first. No worries. Save your excitement, JJ. Because
my swords, man.
Yeah. So Lauren Arrow is the deck that I'm currently playing, and I will be playing in NA after this. So I know quite a bit about it. So if you will allow me to go for it for a bit,
go on it.
It is pretty much everything you expect. Like, so you have the grade 3 order, which stands your rear guards when it's sung, gives your Vanguard 10k for each rear guard. The grade 2 order that gives your Vanguard a crit, the grade 1 order, which is 5k and draw, and Laura herself, of course, the right line puts them into the order zone, and then the grade 3 is what sings them in terms of face down to gain their effects. Now, this is pretty much what I would say the standard Lauren deck list. You've got 4 copies of pretty much everything you need, like Elma, who's a lot of shield, Eknoa, who gives you draw power, and Harriet, who's like your other beat stick. And then you just have PGs and the countercharger, Louisa, in the back row just to round up the slots. Standard 8 crit, 3 draw, nothing impressive. The main strength of Loro is that it can put forward just as good an aggression as these other decks because you have Harriet, which is live as soon as you ride up from grade 1. You've got Elma, who can, if you're going first, she's 9k into your opponent's 8k Vanguard and can then intercept for 10k shield. And of course, you have so much plussing power from both the grade 1 and the grade 2 songs. And let's not forget, Laura's main effect is that when she attacks, if you have 2 face down cards in your order zone, you can flip one and your opponent can't sentinel for the turn. And when you flip that grade 3 order that gives your Vanguard 10k for each rear guard, you're looking at 53, 63k with a crit, no sentinels. And just to make matters even harder, those rear guards are going to be stood as well so that you can plus off of them or have some extra attacks on the rear guard if you need be. So yeah, I think Laura's just highly consistent, has both early game and late game, and it just has a really, really strong finishing line. It's kind of like Bruce, but instead of the power being split across your entire board, all the pressure is focused on your Vanguard, but the Sentinel Restrict helps you really get it there. But of course, it's not just Laura. Time for JJ to take the stage as we look at the Bab Sagra list.
So with the Mirai trial deck that just came out, with some support, it does look like some European players was able to get their hands on some of these cards because we got Romain W this time. So thankfully he's not playing against Romain L as he usually does in most of these tournaments. 'Cause I think the last couple of tournaments he constantly had to play against Romain L in some of the seats. So it's really happy to see that he's doing this here. It does look like just basically trial deck featuring some of the overdressed staples such as the perfect guards, the overtrigger, and he is running the stealth dragon Fushimachi Madoka, 4 copies of it, which gives him a little bit more defensive capabilities. And he's also running the Stealth Dragon Tenshasted, which is different compared to a whole lot of the standard lists would probably run a different grade 1. Some people probably run the other Stealth Dragon that allows you to soul charge it after discard, which is very different. He is running 4 draws and 3 fronts. Most people probably would opt to play instead of fronts, more crits to add a lot more critical pressure, as it were. And he is running 3 shields, which is a little bit out of the norm, but he is running to supplement it. The grade 1 Shirunga, which can discard one of your arms to be able to draw a card, which is, I guess, one of the reasons why he runs it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be discarding swords because you want to be recycling them to constantly ping every turn. So I think this card is a way of saying, you know, my extra shields can turn into cards that are actually useful, i.e. cards with shield or rear guards I can attack with. One thing I'm interested is that he's not playing like the sort of Trickstar Varina package. So, you know, a lot of people we see playing Seal Maidens in set 3 are playing, say, Varina Arcs for the card draw, or, you know, they may be playing base Varina for the retire. You know, what do you make of this? Like he's just playing straight up pure start deck with a few 1 or 2 generic techs as opposed to the Varina package.
It could be a conscientious decision based on what his card pool was. Probably didn't get a lot of the cards on time since shipping and handling due to the global situation right now has made it a little bit hard to deal with. But he also has made the best of it. Or if this is a conscientious decision, this is more in the line of I don't really want to play my archetype with a bunch of clunky cards that can end up clogging up my deck because the Trickstar is, sure, it's a 5k shield with protection affection being retired and targeted by abilities, but it is no way or form able to push pressure on its own. And the deck does have some moments. The archetype doesn't really have any pushing pressure on the rearguard slots alone. And this version allows you to commit cards to the board if you want to and push some early pressure that can counteract a whole lot of the Bruce decks that also wants to force pressure on you. Because a lot of people will probably think, hey, if I commit cards very early into Bavsagra to push pressure, by the time I get into my Bruce turn, I can maybe combo and finish them off. But Bavsagra can push some pressure back at you as well, which is really nice with this version of the list.
Yeah, I do especially like the sort of quote-unquote synergy between Tensha Stead and Bavsagra because Tensha Stead retires itself to find your Persona Ride, but then Bavsagra just pulls that out again, so you can go, okay, well, I'm going to have Persona Ride again unless you guard this. Same with Fushimachi Madoka. It's, you know, we said 15k shield is definitely nothing to sneeze at in this day and age, and to then immediately turn to a 10k booster for your columns definitely helps you maintain that sort of aggressive pressure that you might not otherwise have if you cut the Varina package. I can definitely see that, you know, he may be the only Bavsagra player in the field right now, but he's still undefeated as well, so he's got to be doing something right.
Exactly, he's constantly keep answering. And so with that being said, it does look like our combatants are ready to take their face against each other. Let's see how they're doing.
Yep. And I think Roman is going first, so going to be pretty good for him there. The fact that he gets to have that tempoed search for his arms immediately. He gets a turn of equipping the shield first and then guarding with it. And then his opponent won't have rushed him before he can use the sword. So he can get a lot of double ping, maybe we might see come through if he has enough counterblast to play with. But at the same time, Lauren Errol, I think, is one of the few decks in the format right now that wants to go second because you have so much plus. You get the extra draw from the starter. You get the extra draw from the grade 2 order. So Mada Red lets you draw a card when it's placed because Vanguard is grade 3, which it will be when you ride Lauren Errol. So having your opponent be grade 3 when you play your grade 3 orders is huge because the first turn that you ride grade 3 and Lauren Errol, you're not going to be doing much pressure because you don't have the on attack, sing a song, sentinel restrict of Loro because you need to have 2 face downs. So your first grade 3 in Lauren Errol is usually just a very slow, gentle plussing turn. And so by being able to play the grade 2 songs that draw extra cards will just enhance his plussing even further. So we'll see how he makes this. Of course, Roman does have the on-ride deck search, which he opted for. He's definitely going to be able to get going.
Yeah, so he uses Mamokar here to end up searching for the sword. He discarded a sword, so search for the shield, so it's really, really, really nice. And then next turn, he could also ride into the Greed 2 Halibadra, which can allow him to get back the sword back or the shield back if he ends up discarding either any of those to potentially go into it. So giving you a free ride, as it were.
No guarding this, no passing this attack here, which is very clever. The great thing about the weakness of Lauren Errol, as it were, is that until turn 2, its turn 1 doesn't have much rush, so you can very easily guard its early attacks, and you actually want to be guarding it quite early, so that when they hit you with that 2 crit Unsentinel Vanguard swing, you can just say, no guard, go to 5, I'm safe, whatever.
And Romain accidentally, made a small little Freudian slip of what he wanted to do already. It's okay, buddy. It's calm down. He's gonna write the grade 2, and he's gonna get himself the sword back to hand. He does allow himself to swing here first with a rear guard. It does have a rear guard skill of getting plus 5k. If your Vanguard does have arms equipped to it, it doesn't need to be dual armed. You can only have one, and it should be fine. I was going to attack with Van.
So he's just gonna lose the 5k, but just get that early aggro on Lauren Errol, which is totally fine. And that it's a deck that can afford to guard early, but it might not want to. So there's the 1 to pass, over trigger pass with a heal trigger. Whiffs goes in. It's very interesting that George didn't aggressively guard that turn because there's always a risk that you damage your one-off grade 1 song. If that happens, riding from grade 1 to grade 2 for your ride deck becomes very, very non-beneficial in that way. So I think it's a risk that he's took and has paid off. So he will be able to search for the grade 1 song from the deck, it seems. Unless he has it in hand.
Take a look. Does look like he's grabbing his deck here.
Going through the deck for it. But yeah, I think, especially from Bafsagra's side, you definitely want to be putting that pressure on early because you want your opponent on a high amount of damage so that the sword's 1 damage effect is counterblast 2, which is pretty heavy. Like, you're not going to be able to reasonably afford to pay that multiple times in a game. So most of the time, all that's happening is that your sword is just going to be plus 10k to your Vanguard. And because you're not playing Tri-Bash or anything like that, you don't have any crit pressure beyond your Vanguard's drive checks. And we know that Roman's only playing 4 crits. So beyond just tank up with the shield, he doesn't really have a straight up outright win the game turn from the start deck. So getting as much damage as he can early will mean that he doesn't need to work as hard to win the game later on.
Exactly. So let's see what he does here. So if George does what I think he could do, he could possibly attack the rear guard here to deny the damage of him not activating the sword. But I guess he doesn't want to do that, so it'll be 1 damage for Romain here.
Yep, that's fine. And yeah, again, another reason to have attacked the rear guard is because the thing about Laura is that Laura plus is really hard. You've got like draw 3, draw 4 on your first grade 3 turn. By whacking your opponent's rear guards, you're forcing them to recommit more bodies to the board, which they're eventually going to be unable to do, and then you can just bury them under superior card advantage. But I think he's just gone for the aggro here. There's the shield. So like you said, if he had attacked the rear guard, not only would Roman have been down a card, he also would be no counterblast to play the shield. He soul charges his Persona Ride, which is very unfortunate.
So he's gonna get
comes
the
the
PG out.
as well. Again, not the greatest revive target for Roman, but you'll take what you can get. It makes him it does make him a 21k column on that side, which isn't bad. But of course, 21 does hit against the 10, but it won't hit much against the 13k Laura next turn. He also puts down the old Salra. So this is an on place from rear, counterblast 1, choose an arms from your drop zone and return it to your hand. And obviously he has no counterblast open, so it doesn't really do much. So I think he's just playing it as a vanilla 13k beat stick here.
Yeah, I think that's what he's probably going to go for. Thankfully, the other rear guard does still hit for 21. So that's going to be pretty okay. He does hit a draw trigger here. That's fantastic. He's going to draw himself a card. He's going to go for the second drive check here. That's going to be heal trigger. Is going to go off. Does make the other rear guard hitting for 21, 31, 41k power. He's gonna have to guard with over 20k shield if he wants to stop this attack.
Yeah, it's huge here for Roman. Massive damage difference.
Oh,
Jordan's on 2, which is not huge. Oh, here we go.
Well, actually, I made a mistake. It was actually a
Oh, it was
one
a crit?
pass.
Oh.
It was a one pass.
Okay,
He
right. So that's why you
actually
gave power to Vanguard. Okay.
exactly.
So this is still 26 now. Yeah, so that's quite hard for George to guard. Although, like I said, being on 3 damage is fine. It's not like you're against Bruce, who has multiple attacks, and it's not
Mhm.
like you're against Baron Magnus, who's always going to have a crit. So 3 versus 4 isn't nearly as lethal, but he's just going to guard it anyway and take his grade 2 turn. Sorry, his grade 3 turn. So, like I said, by riding from 2 to 3, Laura will search for Madder Red Hair, which will draw a card because your opponent is now on grade 3. If he has another one in hand, he can play that to draw yet another card and just build up that advantage. And like I said, just start whacking down his opponent's board.
Let's see what he does.
He's gonna, yep, search deck.
So in this matchup, do you feel that, like, who would you say that is more in favor of at the moment, especially with the current set 3 support that Baba Sagara has access to at the moment?
I would say at the moment I would favor Loro just because it has an actual win con in the form of 6 Flower Fractal. That side was really, really strong, and the plus 10k on the defense every now and again does interrupt like some of your rear guards things. But at the end of the day, Laura, like I said, Laura's still going to be 53k minimum with a crit, with Sentinel Restrict, and that eventually that's going to be quite hard for you to guard.
Of course, of course. Okay, okay. That's interesting because I would think since Mafsagara does have the option of using her axe skill if you're having dual arms of being able to remove the front row, that Lorena row would be more pressure to get that attack early in comparison to how George played it, a little bit more reserved and not committing any regards to push pressure on Bavs that early.
Yeah, so this is one thing I actually want to mention about George's list is that he's playing 4 copies of Harriet, which is a grade 1 8k that gains 5k during your turn if you have a order in your order zone. And this card hits 13 on its own, which is great, and it also boosts, which is great. But I actually prefer the grade 2 version of this card. I don't remember what her name is, but it's basically a grade 2, but with the same stat line, 8k plus 5. But the difference with being a grade 2 is that you can put it in the front row, and then it can still intercept, and then your deck still has a critical mass of grade 2s that you can always whack with, because you don't really need the booster that often. So by playing the grade 1 version of the grade 2, George opens up a lot less sort of bridging plays. Like, you can always just play the grade 2 version as a 13k beat stick on, like, say, a turn like this, where you're not going for a big kill, and then it can either intercept for 5k shield, or if your opponent retires it, you've only lost 5k shield. You've only lost the 13k attacker. It's not the big deal. Whereas here we see George commits the Ek Noah, which is going to counterblast 1, discard 1, draw 2 cards, which is a really great effect. But it's a card that he doesn't want to get retired because it's his next biggest attacker and his next best source of card advantage otherwise. And again, he's even committing the Harriet to boost his Vanguard here, which I'm not so big a fan of because you're not putting any pressure on your opponent's Vanguard here. And there's the risk that if Roman commits the sword next turn, he's losing one of his Harriets, at which he really needs to boost his Vanguard for numbers.
That he will. And I do think that Romain here takes the damage because it does allow him to get access to activating the sword this turn if he really, really wants it.
Yeah, exactly. Because the sword doesn't cost Counterblast to equip, but it costs Counterblast 2 to activate the damage ping. So he might just no guard this Vanguard. He's just going to use the shield to block it, which is also very totally fine. And make use of the shield while it's there.
I guess he probably just wants to do this better since his opponent and George is currently on very low damage. I guess what he wants to do is get him to like somewhere around like 3 or 4 damage potentially with how small the board is, but how big George's hand is, and force him to just guard a bit more.
Yeah, there's also the argument that he wants to stay on low damage so that when George commits the 6 Flower Fractal turn, he can just afford to no guard a lot of those a lot more safely and not have to worry about anything that's coming through.
Oh, that's correct. So he's going to call the Madoka here. There is currently more than 6 cards in drop, which does give him the plus 2k on it, which does make that rear guard column a 23k to deal with. He is going to use the skill of Baba Sagara to retire the rear guard.
Yep.
The Ek Noah. We're going to attack for 23 plus a crit. when he gets a time to, and the other column is also attacking for 21. So these are pretty healthy columns, 15k shield each, and plus the Vanguard that's going to be attacking for 23. Gonna have to guard for at least 30k here, 30 to 40k, 35k to make it a 2 to pass.
Yeah, the one benefit is that by having the double Matter Red Runway on turn 3, he's drawn basically 4 cards on his turn 3, which is absolutely insane. And at that point, he's probably favored to have found at least one copy of Elma, which is, if you put on the screen for you guys here, it's a grade 2 that when it's put onto the Rearguard Circle, you can Soul Blast 1, and it gains 5k until the end of that battle for each order. So if you use it right now, it's going to be a 20k shield body, which is huge. But, yep, he's just going to take it. The crit came in while we were talking about that. Overtrigger, though, defensive overtrigger is very welcome for George. Still has to take 1 more damage, though, and that's another draw.
Not draw trigger.
Refilling his entire hand. That is not what you want to see if you're on Romaine's side of the table there. Then his turn just ends straight away. Unfortunate. I mean, he got to make up a damage lead, so he's now 4 damage versus 1, but
that hand has like 12 cards almost. It's gonna be very tough. It's gonna be very tough.
Coming down. And you know that even if Loro commits a whole board to hand for its combo, between Eknoa and potentially any other triggers that come through, maybe the 6 Flower Fractal, then they're going to recoup that advantage just as easily. There's the 6 Flower Fractal. This is the card that makes Laura Nerol threatening.
Very much so. And one cool thing about her on-place, of the on-play skill of it, you can choose to unflip something. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's nice.
Yeah, it gives Laura that sort of extended late game. If you are short of maybe say Matter Red for the crit, or you just want to flip up something else, you can always 6 Flower Fractal to just get an extra turn of song singing, which can be really, really threatening. But the main difference here, like I said, Roman guarding early is exactly what he wants to be, because it's pretty much impossible for Lauren Errol to win the game from 1 damage, especially when you have a shield which can block one of those attacks. Like, sure, he has the Persona Ride, so both of those Harriets are 23k, but just a simple Intercept plus the shield will block one of those attacks for no effort. So going from 1 to 6 is definitely not on the table here, and that's exactly what Roman wants. Whereas George is on 4 damage, another crit turn from the Bavsagra is lethal.
That it is, but I believe more than anything, he probably has way more than enough cards to guard against. So this might be one of those type of games that might go the distance.
So there's as you said, the Fushimachi Madoka, which I think there's now 15k because there's 8 cards in the drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, exactly 8. So it's 15k shield. Oh, it all adds up.
And then plus he can also call this back out as a booster for one of his rear guards or for his Vanguard as well.
Exactly. And so I think this is where he's going to be tempted to just no-guard the Vanguard swing, because it's 23 from Persona Ride plus 13 from the booster is 36, plus 20 from the rear guard standing is 56, crit, no Sentinels.
One thing to note, Romain did do one of the coolest things that most players oftentimes don't keep in consideration when playing against these type of archetypes. He has been discarding a whole lot of his PGs so that he can guard more efficiently against some of the bigger attacks from the Reneral's columns. So he's just farming hand for the later stage of the game. So when he finally goes for the final push, he'll probably have something to defend against.
Yep, so 2 non-triggers. It's a PG and a Fractal. So Roman takes the 2 damage. Shield goes in. Oh, 2 shields go in. So that's not great. It means that he no longer has any spare arms to use with the Shirunga to filter. But it also means that he's now that he's not going to draw those 0 shield orders to hand anymore.
Exactly.
But it also gives him a lot of damage to play with, which means that he now can deal damage with the sword if he so wishes.
So that is 2 heals gone. So that does telegraph that he is a little bit low on heals now. So these damages, the future damage that George is going to be doing, is going to possibly stick.
So he replaces the sword. Interesting.
That's interesting, because that's a net positive, right?
It's net neutral, because it's Soul Blast to play the sword and then Soul Charge off of playing the sword. I guess he's doing it just because he wants to bring back a grade 1.
Yeah, I guess he wants to bring back the Modoka.
Yeah. The only downside there is that unless he finds his second copy of Ulsalra, he's not going to be able to recycle that sword for a ping 1. Of course, George is on 4, so maybe the ping 1 won't even come up after this.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what he can do here. Oh, there it is. There's the Tensha Stead. Now so now George has to doubly guard this, right? One,
Yeah.
because he didn't use the crit, but if he had, it would have been A, a crit, and then B, guaranteed Persona Ride. But speaking of Persona Ride, that's also Roban's only way of generating soul, right?
It is. It is one of the only, unfortunately, at the moment, one of the only ways of generating soul outside of that, or the effect crits that we have gotten in set 3.
Right, yes, which I don't think Roman has. So
No.
he has to make do. So he's just going to PG this. Crit comes in. That's huge. It means that George has now got another rear guard column. It's going to all go onto the Ulsalra.
Mm-hmm.
And another crit. Ooh, now both the rear guards can be lethal. This is exactly what you want to see.
I wonder. I don't feel like I want to use the sword here because I kind of want to. I want to
Threaten with the lethal rear guards, right?
Yeah, and I want to deny
Yeah.
the Ignoa. I think. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, for sure. So that's the main thing about Lauren Errol is that it needs counterblast. A, for Lauren Errol's act skill to sing a song, and B, for Eknoa to draw 2 cards. And unless you have Louisa, which he's not going to do unless he calls over the middle row Harriet, you won't have the counterblast to do that. So by saying like, okay, take this and pray for a 6th heal, or don't get to draw 2 cards, it's definitely putting George in a very uncomfortable spot.
But as we say that, he ends up using the grade 2 Elmer.
Elmer, yep. Which is now 25k shield, which is more than enough to guard this comfortably.
Mm-hmm. Makes it 38. Sadly, another column is only 33, so that's not enough.
Yep. Whereas this column looks to be 35, it looks like.
Yeah.
But another Elmer is still 38. Yep, so no problems there. And yeah, this is what I'm saying, how, without the continuous soul blast to gain a crit from Roman's side, he just doesn't have very much pressure at all. And another reason that I would have considered possibly using Bafsagra this turn if he had the soul is because now, the last turn, George committed a pair of Harriets as just 13k attackers. Now that they're still on the board and haven't been retired, this is the one benefit of Harriet, which is that it can now be pulled back and become a 13k booster for your Eknoas or your Elmers or what have you. And so now that he has 3 cards face down, if he plays that, what George can do now is play the 6-flower Fractal, choose to flip nothing, counterblast the 1 on Lauren Errol to flip Matter Red to gain a crit, and then still have the restand from the 6-fly he just played, which will now restand 4 units, giving Vanguard plus 40k, and continuing to have those really huge threatening columns go through.
Yeah. All right.
So another Persona Ride comes in. He's going to counterblast 1 to sing to get a crit. Yep. And we know he has the 6-flower Fractal in hand because he drove check it last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to flip for the value, or is he going to leave them all face down? He's going to leave them face down because he wants to restand 4, just like I was saying. He wants as much power on that Vanguard column as physically possible. Now let's see what he drops here. Like I said, because he's been damage knight, there's no Eknoa's potential. Could be a Louisa for an 11k booster. Could just play nothing and just not lose the Bafsagra's wipe. It's going to be a crit. He really wants that extra power.
So that then telegraphs to me he probably doesn't have any other units outside of like triggers and perfect guards possibly in hand. So he's probably trying to like protect himself at potential turn that Romain could have.
Yeah. Then that also tells me, that if I'm in Roman's side of the field, I know if he's not committing any other attackers, he's probably got a bunch of defenses, and so it's still going to be an uphill struggle for me to win the game next turn unless I do another double crit.
Exactly.
That crit's coming in there. I think probably what's going to have to happen next turn is he's going to have to use the Bav Soul Blast 1 to board wipe and crit, which George is going to guard, and then Sword is going to push him to 5, and then his rear guards are going to have to try and get the job done. I think is going to be his best line of play. But for now, we are still dealing with a 76k Lauren Errol. Heal does go off. Oof. What you want.
See here, he is going to heal anything really. They don't have any drop zone recursion in Lauren Errol at the moment, so he could just put the drop anything.
Yep. The power split does kind of matter, but also at the same time, not really, because your rear guards are so unthreatening that the difference between 23 and 33 is not really huge, especially not when your opponent gets a defensive like that. It's pretty good for Roman. So this is like a 33 to 23.
Mm-hmm.
Not impossible to guard. There's the 15k shield. And then the last one is just 28, which is enough with a shield, right?
He already used the shield on one of the other
Right,
attacks
on the
already.
first rear guard attack. Yeah, so he's gonna
Mhm.
have to intercept and 15k in them manually. But that's fine. You know, he's on 4 damage. He's got 2 uses of sword if he wants. If he has another sword, that is, he has his board set up. You know, Lauren Errol's one weakness is that it has no way of interacting with your opponent's board other than attacking the rear guards.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now that George has all his orders face down, he now needs to find another 6-star fractile to be able to put forward any further aggression.
Oh, so if he had a other shield in his drop, oh my gosh. So if he had another shield in his drop, he could activate a shield again to be able to get the soul to get rid of the Harriets on the front row this turn.
Ooh,
And then
right.
possibly get rid of the rest. But sadly enough, I don't think he
Doesn't
would be
he
able
still
to.
have 1 soul? I think he does have 1 soul, does he not?
He only has 1 soul, but he would have been able to get
Right.
the second one.
Oh, to do it again, right? Yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
But
I
he
think
could.
he just chooses not to because he knows he's going to use the sword in this battle, so he needs the
Mhm.
soul blast to re-equip another sword next time.
Exactly. If he survives this one. There's
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 heals that are currently gone from Romain, so this might be one of his last pushes that he has.
Mhm. Of course, at the same time, there's also 2 or 3 heals gone from George's side as well as the overtrigger, whereas
Mhm.
Romain still definitely has his overtrigger, I think. So
Mm-hmm.
another PG coming in from George.
For sure.
Overtrigger coming in? Nope, just another sword, which
Sword.
is not
Oof.
bad, but you already added one back with Ulsara. So I think I
Mhm.
would have rather have seen cards with shield in that instance. So I think
It's
he's thinking about whether he wants to use the sword to ping one. He's choosing not to.
Not
He's just
to.
going for attacks.
I think he possibly might just attack the rears to try to make George's turn a vanilla turn and see if he can guard from there. Yeah.
Yeah, especially because you didn't see George commit any bodies into the field last turn. You know that
Mhm.
attacking these now means that he's going to be a lot less threatening, which is definitely what he's done. I like that a lot.
Yeah. We
The
do
other
know,
arena.
however, that George did double twin drive into 2 Lorena rolls last time, and he rode on 1. So we'll see.
Yeah, so he still has his Persona Ride to go. So you can always Persona Ride 1 to draw something, another attacker, and then commit the other Lorena roll as just a 13k body. So he's
Mhm.
just going to guard this one, knows that he needs to protect his columns.
Yes.
But again, no face-up damage and no face-up orders. If George doesn't have that last 6-star fractal in hand, this game, like, he might just have a vanilla next turn, and that would be exactly what you want to see going from Roman.
Mhm. It does mean we do know that in Roman's hand there are 2 swords, so his shield value is quite literally in half because I think he only has like 4 cards in hand, and one of them is like a 5k shield. So one of the others need to be some form or way, either perfect guard, I guess, would be nice, maybe.
Yeah.
Other way of being able to defend himself somehow.
So George probably Persona Rise here because he really wants to find that 6-star fractal, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, he
Well,
has it in hand already. Doesn't even need to Persona Ride. Incredible.
unless he already Persona Ride before. Did he Persona Ride before?
Did he? I think we may have missed it. That's also very possible.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, he now has the fractal. Chooses not to face anything up though, which is interesting. Maybe he's going to go for a full board restand and hope that Roman has no way of guarding this.
Oh, I think I know what it is too. It's that George is
Mhm.
playing around him potentially having an overtrigger, maybe.
Right. That makes sense. So yeah, Eknoa here. So you don't actually need to counterblast 1, discard 1, draw 2. It's an optional. But Eknoa will become a 15k attacker regardless, which is
Mhm.
great. There's the Louisa, 11k booster. So he does have some good numbers behind him.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think he's just going for the plus 50k off of the fractal just to try and seal this game out, especially because Roman's on 5, so the crit from the Matter Red runway isn't as necessary. He's going to intercept plus shield, I think.
Well, can he even? Because that's a grade 3, no?
Oh, he's attacking the grade 3,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, he's just trying to play around the defensive overtrigger just to guarantee this Vanguard swing is going to definitely stick. So this is 15 plus 11 is 26. I think that's also going at the rear. Yes, it is. So he's starting to realize that without counterblast, he can't put forward as much pressure. So he's just whittling down Roman's resources. And like I said, we know that 2 cards in Roman's hand are swords, and the only other two cards he needs to guard with. So by doing this, he basically says to Roman, well, you either need to not guard this and die, or guard this and top deck attackers next turn.
I like this strategy. It's really good. It's really, really good.
The runway, and there's the crit.
Great.
That's going to be, I think Roman's not guarding this because he can't, because it's like, what, 90k?
Yeah,
So
just
defensive
about.
heal? Nope. And that's going to be game. There you have it, folks. Lauren Earl takes round 5. Well, so what do you think about that? The inability to... I'm really curious as to what Roman's thought process was about not using his swords. Because if he had used his swords on that turn where before George healed, George would have been on 5 and would have had to guard a lot more aggressively on those rear guard attacks. Like, sure, those rear guard attacks weren't huge. They're like, what, 13k grade 3s with a 10k booster, no persona ride with a trigger. Like, it still only would have been 15k shield, but it would have been cards that George would have had to guard with no matter what, as opposed to just sitting back on 4 damage and being like, okay, yeah, I'm just going to draw this order, play the order, and just restand my board and kill you that way.
I think he was probably put in that situation because he didn't have any swords yet, or extra swords yet. He only got them after the drive check. He didn't know that he would have probably been able to do that. But I guess since I find it interesting, since he does play the Alsara, that he didn't like just use it, because he can just find it later on anyway. So even if he does
Yeah.
end up making his turn a vanilla turn, it's fine that his rear guards can still hit for 25 and 23 respectively, which does still create numbers of his opponent still using 15k shield every single turn he attacks. Still puts
Yeah.
pressure on his
Of
opponent.
course, not hitting the persona right also really hurt because that's a lot of your aggressive potential there. And the ping 1 from the sword matters a lot less if your rear guards are only like 23, 25 as opposed to 35, 40. Another thing I want to mention is as well, Roman did damage to his 2 extra shields. So any soul he would have had to be able to say, we said that he wants to be using Soul Blast 1, retire the front row, gain a crit every turn. But unless you counter Blast 1 to re-equip shields, you can't really do that because the swords cost the Soul Blast to equip, so that's overall soul neutral.
Yeah.
So the only other source he has is to play multiple shields, which he didn't have the opportunity to do, which has also really hurt his pressure in that turn. Whereas, of course, we just saw Lauren Errol just doing Lauren Errol things, playing fractals, restanding a board, making a thing that you can't guard because no sentinels and it's 50k plus.
That's right. And of course, he discarded a lot of PGs so that he can get some extra shields in his hand. But since you do run 7 cards in your deck that have no shield value in a matchup, that kind of puts its own pressure on itself to attack you with 50k and above or 60k and above. I understand the reason why he probably runs fronts over crits, but then if he wants to run crits, I'd probably run the effect crits. But it could be also accessibility. Probably just didn't have them this tournament. Resources are very difficult to build these kind of decks right now, since we're in a global situation that doesn't allow it as efficiently as we would want to. But I still felt that during this game, even with how limited the resources he had during this game, I think he did pretty fine.
Yeah, for sure. Like, knowing to stop the Lauren Errol from having the option of both using Counter Blast 1 Sing a Song and Counter Blast 1 for Eknoa definitely gave him that edge. Of course, he also kind of denied himself the early pressure with the sword. Like, he guarded an attack when he could have been on 2 damage going into grade 3. So he could also, again, I think it's back and forth, but he's still X1. Top cut is still in reach.
Yeah,
So
he just got to win 1 or
hope.
2 more and he's good.
Yeah, he's just got to copy what the Bafsagra AO player's done to make top 8, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, again, it's still an amazing game. Really, really well played by both players. Hopefully, we'll see a lot more of them going forward. And again, for everyone watching at home, if you want to stay up, tell us what you've enjoyed from the games, both this one and previous rounds. Use the code #BRO2021 to get involved. We may or may not take a look at some of them next round as well. But I think until then, we're just going to take a real quick break, and we'll be back with round 6 very, very soon.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee, or tea, or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. They go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, as compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us, that how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, I mean, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decide to join Bushiroad.
Yeah, at some point I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, I mean, that's a lot to digest in a day.
Welcome, everybody, to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Cardfight Vanguard Standard Day 1, the European circuit. Hopefully, you guys are having a great day today. That last round was actually a bit of a stellar one. I hopefully hope that you guys enjoyed that one. Ben, what did you make of it? How did you feel about it? Is there any like feedback or tips or things you'd probably want to give either of the players?
Oh, I think we discussed quite a bit before, but I think what's
Mhm.
really interesting is that it's one of those games that one of those rounds that a matchup that you would normally not expect to like be drawn out and long. You know, both very controlled decks, but with very hard hitting, like out of the gate styles of gameplay. But yeah,
Mhm.
we saw both players played around each other very well, and you know, the resources definitely came into question for both players there. And I think at the end of the day, the fact that Bab Sagra just only has so many tools to work with until DBTO4 comes out, whereas Laurenel just has everything it needs from 6 Blah Fractal to gaining crits to Eknoa. It just
Mhm.
that little bit of advantage is what made it come out on top. So yeah, it's unfortunately it's a result that I expected, but the way we got there, you know, was still quite exciting to watch nonetheless.
Yes, that it was. That it was. So, what do we actually have lined up for you, awesome peoples at home? Is going to be a mirror match that is not too conventional, to say the least. What do we got for them?
We have the one, the only agreed on mirror. That's right, folks. We're gonna keep trying to dodge Bruce for you as much as we can and just show you the more interesting decks. And I think you'll agree that Greedon is definitely interesting, especially when
Greed.
they're on both sides of the table.
Greed is always good. That's for
Yep.
sure. So let's take a look at the list real quick before we get into the games.
What's really cool is that both players have very different ways of approaching it. So first, we're gonna look at Crystalia, who is gone for a lot more, shall we say, leaner style of deck build. So he's only got one copy of each of the Ride Line, the Grade 1, the Grade 2, the Desire Devils, but instead he's committed full on to Time Jarrett Dragon. So I think what he's doing there is between Time Jarrett Dragon and Crystalia doesn't have Time Jarrett Dragon. I'm looking at the wrong guy. So he's playing the Hystera, the Grade 3 Rearguard, and this is a card that when I first read it, knowing that Greedon does what it does, I was like, that's interesting because you want this to attack first so that
Mhm.
it gains 8k for all of your rear guards because it looks for standing rear guards. But then Greedon has to suck in standing rear guards to soul. So your attack pattern is going to be Hystera, Vanguard, Vanguard, which is fine, but it just means that your triggers can only go onto your Vanguard. He's also, as you can see, playing multiple copies of the Selfish Engraver, the Countercharger, which is been seeing a lot of play in Baron Magnus, but didn't expect to see it come up in Greedon, but you know it might come out work well for him. So, what do you make of some of the options that he's playing so far?
I do feel that it is sort of, um, you know, when you build decks that are like very on theme. This is basically a very themed Desire Devil list where he's just basically running a lot of just Desire Devils featuring some couple cards like Engraver and Gungrim, which allows him to draw some cards here and there, and is of course running some crits. And he is running 8 crits, which I do agree with 3 draw triggers and over trigger, which does, you know, it feels like 4 draw triggers and 8 crits, which is something that I do tend to like a lot more in decks like this because you're going to need to commit a whole lot of cards out to your hand to the board, and being able to do that with Greedon is going to be a forefront thought, and I really do like it. I like that also having him have access to the Muka, which does focus on a persona ride, is one of the most important things. And I guess he does have the Incan that does allow him to get the extra draft check that he'll probably need it for.
Yeah, for sure. That Sunrise is going to be really important because it's what's going to let him survive until 7 damage as opposed to 6 damage,
Mhm.
unlike most other decks. But like I said, I spoiled a little bit about his opponent's deck list at the beginning, but let's hop over and take a look at the other list now, and we can sort of maybe cross compare the differences.
Yeah, of course. So
So
then
here
in
we
the
see
list
Nils.
that belongs to Nils,
Mhm.
right? What?
Yep. This is where we have the Time Jarrett Dragon. And I actually really like this card because it means that you can set up the quote unquote Greedon in Soul for the 7 damage immediately, right? You can,
Mhm.
it's on play, put a Greedon into Soul, draw a card, get your 7 damage, go for it. He's also running the Ashurda, which is a lot more of a defensive option. So maybe Nils is saying, I'm going to play into having 7 damage, just tank a lot of hits, guard heavily with the Ashurda, and then just eventually overwhelm you with my restanding Vanguard. So by not playing the Hystera, he can afford to go Vanguard, Vanguard, Rearguard, and
Yes.
Again, his lineup is similar, 8 crit 3 draw, but now that he has bodies like, say, Time Jarrett Dragon or Muka to receive the triggers onto, that might be like the deciding factor. Who knows?
And I do love the fact that you were talking about it before, that it is a bit more lean. It's a bit more streamlined. It's more it's in line with what you're probably gonna see in most established lists of Greedon at the moment, until we get future support, of course, in set 4, which most Dark States archetypes are gonna get an increased buff by it. But this does feel to me one of the more obvious lists of Greedon, if you were to ever think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's only got the one Go Man, none in the main deck, compared to Kristala's 4/4 of ride line bodies. He is, of course, playing 4 copies of the Boshoku because it makes your Vanguard huge. But he's saying, I don't need you to guard with 2 cards from hand with Go Man. I'm just going to overpower you the old-fashioned way.
Exactly. And of course, you can always use Muka to always call it out of soul if he really, really wants to. It is going to cost him like 3 Counter Blasts in total, but with 7 damage, I think he should be fine.
Yeah, it's something that if he's leaning into that line of play, I think it's definitely going to be okay.
With that being said, it does look like we are ready to go. Let's see how the fighters are going to shape up in this one.
All right, so both players here. I think we have Crystalia taking the first play. Who do you think is favored? Like, is Greedon a go first or go second kind of deck? We talked about this a little bit with Loro and how Loro's a going second kind of deck because it has a lot of draws. But what about Greedon? Does Greedon care very much?
I think it's actually a going either kind of deck. It doesn't really care if it goes second or if it goes first, as long as it just gets greed into the soul. I think the greediest list of the two is probably my not pun intended, trust me, not pun intended. I think the one that tries to go hardest, like the one with engravers and hysteria, might also have one of those like niche situation where you could pull out a win. It's possibility rather than the consistent streamline variants. I think some of the ones that have like a more explosive finish that is using Goemon could possibly have a bit of an edge in this matchup.
Yeah, okay. So we see here that Niels has already committed the attacker, the booster, which will give him a bit of a edge. Like you said, being able to guard early makes a huge difference to a lot of decks. So committing the Incane on turn 1 is not that big of a deal because Greedon doesn't have that much retire, so the Incane is mostly safe. And it's just saying, well, yeah, now you have to take this damage. So I think Crystalia does the exact same thing on the swing back.
And one thing we do have to notice as well is that he's only running one Boshoku. That's it. That's all he is. He doesn't really care too much about it. He just wants to just go over the top, higher than everybody.
Yeah, so both players have chosen and given up Incanes on place. So the effect is, when placed on Rearguard Circle, if you Persona Road, Soul Charge 1, that could be very important for getting you to the Soul Blast, the Soul count you need for Greedon's effects. But I think at this point, they're just trying to get that aggro on. But at the same time, they haven't committed that many Rearguards to like beat with until now. Oh, Nils is playing something? Yep, so there's a second copy of Boshoku. That's gonna got one Vanguard, yeah. So they're both playing 4 Boshoku. But the thing is that by committing his early, Nils is saying that I'm gonna try and beat you on as much damage as you can. That way your quote unquote 7 damage from Greedon won't make a difference. So you see that Crystal is already on 4 damage.
And that is due to the fact that he drove into an overtrigger, actually. Being able to hit him in the mouth for a lot of damage right now is crazy. So for the rest of the game, Niles is going to have a Vanguard that's going to be base of 23 and a critical that turn. It's going to be really crazy for Crystalia to deal with.
Yeah, this is probably the best offensive overtrigger we've seen all day. The earlier you drive check the Dark States overtrigger, the more impactful it is, especially in a deck like Greedon that can restand. So it's going to be at least, you're having to deal with 23k, 2 crit twice a turn. That's like, we're talking like G Overlord level numbers there.
Oh my gosh. Don't even get me started. That's going to be something he's going to have to deal with here. It does look like Crystalia here is going to try to hit his own. It's going to be swinging in here for 23.
Like I said, because Crystalia doesn't have the time Jarret, he has to wait until turn 4 for his Persona ride, which means that he currently dies on 6 damage, not 7, which is when your opponent's got that over trigger, you really want to get that ability live as soon as you can.
Exactly. Right now he will, let's see what he'll do. He's thinking on it.
Yep. So we see he has 1 Incane on the rear, and then I think it looks like, was that just 2 Incanes? Yeah, he just has 2 Incanes on the rear.
Mhm.
And he does have 4 Caliber, so he could actually use both of those Incanes to become a 4-drive Vanguard.
Okay, so he's going to Soul Blast too, the Goemon and the starter. The rest are going to go into the Soul, so he's just going to leave the Selfish Engraver on the board, potentially absorb any triggers that he might get. Also, maybe attack into the Boshoku if he needs to get the counter charge, the Soul Charge, the extra Soul Charge potentially. Oh, he's going to get an extra. How much power exactly? Like extra 15 base.
It's 15 from the Greedon, 5k from each Incane. I think 5k from the Bishoku.
5k per, so he has 2 in Soul already, I think.
So that's plus 10, so that's 35k plus, that's 47 with 4 drives. This is for being crit, I think you can't be upset if you get to get 4 drives.
Yeah, so he's going to draw a card here. Of course, give that to the rear guard. Another check. That is perfect guard. Third check, Goemon, and fourth check is going to be a heal trigger, which does actually come really clutch here because it does allow him.
Very well appreciated, yeah. The other thing about Incane is that it's +1 drive until the end of turn, and Greedon doesn't lose drives when it restands. So he's gonna have so many cards in hand after the end of this turn. It's insane.
Here we go. I'm going to Soul Charge 1. That is going to be the critical, and then he's going to pass a turn. Unfortunately, it does not counter charge because he was still short of the 10 that he needed, but it's better than nothing.
Yep. And we see there Nils going up. The damage evens out at 3-3. Nils rides his Greedon. Does he have the time Jarret to get the second Greedon in to go up to the 7 damage threshold?
He does. Just discarded the Time Jarret Dragon, so he possibly
might not. Yeah. Instead, we see Mucker going in. For the effect of Bishoku.
Add a second copy of it to hand.
Yep.
Which he could use to attack the Engraver if need be, or he can go face with it, or just leave it. But I do think he's probably going to commit his whole hand to the board here. So we do see the skill of Mucka is when placed from your hand. If your Vanguard is Avaricious Demonic Dragon Greedon, Blast 1, Soul Blast 2. Choose a card from your hand, put it into your soul, and call it to Rearguard Circle.
Oh, there's the time Jarret. Did you see what he put in? I don't think it was another Greedon.
I don't think so as well. He does have to commit their triggers here to the board. Unfortunately, this is one of the vices of the deck that it does force you to I guess we just hit those then.
He Soul Charge 3 off of the Gungram, yep, and that's what gave him the Greedon in Soul. You take those. You take those.
Exactly. So now he is under no duress right now because of it. He will also get an extra draft check because of the Inke.
Yep. So Crystalia is gonna PG this. Something we didn't touch on when we were looking at these players' deck lists is that instead of playing the Recusal Hate Dragon, Crystalia is actually playing the regular PG from the start deck, just Psychic Prima Miranda. It's the normal PG effect. So do you think that was a conscious decision, or do you think that was just a case of maybe he just couldn't get those in time?
I think it might have been he couldn't get those in time. There's almost very few situations where we don't ever want to use these. Very, very, very narrow.
Yeah, so Nils there using his own Incane. Of course, being on 3 damage versus 4 means you don't get a second one. And drive checks, very good drive checks coming in there.
Did he just no guard it? He did.
That's the crit. Yep. He doesn't have a Greedon Soul. This could be game. That's it. Wow.
Okay.
The over trigger plus another crit on the drive check. That's all you need, man. There you go.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, I guess we can kind of bring that back to us and we can kind of talk about it, I guess.
Yeah. a lot quicker than I thought it would be. But there you go. Like I said, the ability to just turbo soul charge, find a Greedon to die on 7, it came up. It definitely came up. I guess maybe Cristallia just didn't have his Gungurums or couldn't get lucky and soul charge any Greedons that way. But it's really unfortunate that and like we said, the earlier the Dark Sage Infantry comes out, the stronger it is. And when your Vanguard is 26, 28, 33 with a crit on top, it gets even scarier. So even though Niels only had one Incane, it was still 27, 32. It was just as powerful as Crystallia's Greedon, despite having one less Incane and one less Bushoku. So yeah, you can see that hitting overtriggers really makes a difference. And again, even if he hadn't won that turn, because of the raw soul charge from his Gungurums, he could have afforded to no guard Crystallia's Greedon, go to 5 or 6, and still not be dead because he had the Greedon in the soul at least. I think it's just kind of what you're saying there about the leaner deck and just more about the consistency and more about having the pieces that you need. You're not going to be bogged down by these cards that don't actually win you the game or can't do much to guard with. So as great as Selfish Engraver is, it's only a 5k shield. It doesn't draw you any more cards compared to, say, Time Jarrett Dragon that can turn a 5k shield into a PG or a trigger, or maybe even the Ashurdar, who's just a 10k shield and then fills up soul on top of that, right?
Yes.
That's
correct. That's correct.
You're playing towards the last turn rather than the turn before, and I think that's really shows through that even if Niels hadn't hit the overtrigger, I think it would have been an uphill battle for Crystallia because he has the Time Jarrett Dragon in play. He has the 13k attacker all the time. He doesn't need triggers on it, so you're always going to have to guard that. And he still has cards that you can guard with without giving up too many resources.
I can agree with all those points there. I don't really have much to add than, I guess, if we did see him drive into like a PG or two, and he did drive into a draw trigger, I don't see a reason why you don't want a Purified Guard there. You don't have any face-up damage up, but it's fine. You can still swing pretty vanilla, or even go for a restanding play and still like get some cards to filter through to your deck.
Arguably, there's also the case of just hard guarding the first Greedon swing and then PGing the second one, because you know that between Bushokus and Incanes and whatnot, that the second swing is going to be much bigger. So maybe you just say like, okay, here's 25k shields. I'll give you a 2 to pass on the first swing and pray. That way, when you do eventually find that crit, I know that I have to PG it or I'm going to die.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't know what other ways could we have approached that, to be honest, because it was very easy in the early stages of the game between both of them kind of playing very tempo-oriented thing, committing some rear guards to the board, putting some pressure on and stuff. Trigger here and there was kind of nice for both of them. And then the OT happened, and of course it did create some dynamic pressure here, but I don't feel that there was any reason for him not to use a perfect guard there. I feel like I'm rattling through my brain that there's, like, of course, the leaner deck, the more consistent one, despite that, probably would have been able to eke out the win. But you never know if you don't like try. You don't if you don't protect yourself.
Like, it was definitely in Cristallo's court. He had the double Incane, he had the 4 counter blast to use the double Incane. He then healed to 3 out of it. So the glimmer of hope, it wasn't just a glimmer of hope, it was very real. Like, he could have maybe maneuvered his board a bit differently, maybe committed a bit more aggressively to try and make it so that Niels's hit back turn would commit more cards, thus be able to guard less effectively. But it just didn't quite work out the way I think he envisioned it, which it's a shame. But at the end of the day, remember, these two Greedon players were doing very well. Like, they're on the top tables. This is table 4.
Yeah.
So again, they still both have a real chance to top 8, and there's still all to play for going forward.
Yes, that's true. That's true. What are some of the most fun mirror matches you probably had, you think? Or at least seen or played yourself?
I think, to me, the most fun mirror match is a Seraph Snow mirror match, because once both players can start getting their Perio Turquoise on the board, it then becomes, well, okay, I'm going to neg your rear guards and you're going to neg my rear guards, and then we're just going to burn through each of our resources, try and build a board to fight back against each other's triple drives with. And at that point, it just really becomes like, okay, should I commit this, or should I use my resources on freeing stuff from prison, or should I use my resources on refilling my prison? And it's like, if I choose one option and you choose the other option, it can go one way. Whereas if we both choose the same option, it becomes a lot slower or a lot faster, depending on which side of the coin each one of us lands on.
Okay. So talking about each side of the court and how each part lands on, let's see how these people are landing on these graphs, shall we? Let's take a look.
Yeah, so we have here the representation. So the undefeated people going into round 6. We have here 2 Laura Nerol decks, 2 Bruce decks, 1 Gravidia, and 1 Baramagnus. Now, I don't want to keep harking on about the meta, but I think these numbers in these ratios is more or less a perfect representation of the metagame. Like, number 1 is Bruce, number 2 behind it is Loro, and then fighting out for like second, third, and fourth, fifth place is Baramagnus, Gravidia, maybe Bastion. I would have expected to see here over like between Barrow and Gravidia, but no, this is about what I expected.
I am surprised that Bastion isn't here yet either. But who knows? I mean, there has been probably a lot of like people who probably played some mirror matches. That's like just like how we see with Greedon, being able to trim out the field. Is I think the only issues is it's that the higher representation of archetypes that you see in tournaments, the higher chances that you might end up with mirror matches in said tournament and end up negating out each other. And sometimes with those situations, it can happen with a bit of variance. Sometimes a overtrigger here, sometimes maybe making a small mistake, making a small misplay, not guarding efficiently, or taking too much damage can end you taking a loss in a mirror match that you probably were poised to win.
Exactly. And let's also not forget, looking back at the start of the day, in terms of raw representation, both Bruce and Lyrical Monasterio were taking up around 20% of the field each in terms of just raw player numbers. So yeah, you're definitely going to expect a lot of them to like sort of, either cat on cat violence or cat on Bruce violence or Bruce on Bruce violence. A lot of those are going to come through, and that's why you don't see as, it's not completely overwhelming.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah.
I think we have another chart, which is going to be the X1s. So basically not undefeated, but people who still have a high chance of making top cut. And there we go. There's all that Dark States domination.
So all of the Dark State variants, some other mixings of different things like Greedon, Barrows, all that awesome stuff. We have Lyrical Monasterios, not the ones like Lorena Roll, but probably stuff like Felterosas, the other archetypes like Kyrie's or anything like that.
I actually don't think there's any Felty Rosa playing in today. No, so I think the next most represented archetype for Lyrical Monasterio is Clarissa, the Earnest Correct build. So
That
probably a few of those in that there. But yeah, like you said, Dark States, we know that the Barrow is at least one is undefeated. We know there's a few Bruces in there. We literally just saw a Greedon go X1. So yeah, all 3 Dark States are represented in that 46%, which is not surprising at all. Likewise with Brantgate, most of those might be Gravidia, but you can't. You have to assume that there's maybe 1 or 2 Orphist in there as well,
or even a Seraph No to probably snuck in and got himself an X1. Then we have Keter Sanctuary, Prage for Hexorb in there. Prage for Hexorb, but it's most likely Bastion. Be realistic with that one. And Dragonic Empire. Hopefully,
which I think we both know is
Barrow. It's Baba Saga. So hey, that's still really good.
The dream is indeed still alive.
So that means like all the other Nirvanas, the Eugenes, all that stuff end up going X and 2. Does not mean they're out of contention. It just means that they really need to cross their fingers and hope for the best. So I think that covers everything we have for right now, right? I think.
For now, yep. Of course, there's still 2 more rounds to go. All these people are on X1. They're highly likely to win and go through the top cut, but nothing's ever set in stone. Like I said, with D, you can never guarantee anything. And likewise, again, all those X2s, the Nirvana players, the Bastion players, there is still indeed hope for them. But of course, we're going to take a quick break before I sub once again for Chris, and we'll bring you round 7 very shortly.
See y'all soon.
Hi, my name is Chad Lesky. I am the BSFO North America Premium Champion. I played Murakumo, specifically the Nuidayo archetype. So I prepare for all large regional events in a similar way. I typically test with friends remotely or at our local game store by buying a large chunk of the top meta decks that I'm considering playing, and I run a gauntlet against them. For some events, this means hundreds of hours of playtesting, looking for specific niche things to get matched. However, BSFO was a little bit different due to COVID restrictions. I wasn't actually able to test in person at my local game store, and a majority of my Cardfight playing friends were taking breaks waiting for things to die down. So I played in a few community-run webcam events, and outside of that, 99% of my testing time was against one friend, and his online tag is Royal Lover, so thank you so much for the help. Yeah, so I started playing the game in V-Series. It feels like so long ago already. My first ever Bushiroad event was the first V-Series BCS in Anaheim, California, where I actually piloted OTT to a top 8. That was a fantastic deck. I love that format. Not very many people did, but I did. I also managed to get second place at Premium BCS Anaheim with Neonectar. And with my team, we got top 4 at Bushiroad Springfest 2019. I was piloting Anj at that point. My friend Andrew actually learned Gize the night before, and we sat him down and we're like, okay, time to learn Gize. You check your triggers, you win. That was fun. Large-scale events are always a blast. I usually always end up with butterflies in my stomach, like traveling to and right before. And I always question, did I prepare it properly? Did I pick the right deck? But, once you get there and you start meeting people, you start playing, time flies and it's always a good time. Yeah, so learning Premium as a new player is difficult but very rewarding. The card pool is ginormous, right? We have hundreds of, more than that, thousands of cards that all do very niche things, especially heading into G-Series and even before that. To me, it was always interesting when I would get got by like this card I've never seen before. I would have to look it up, and then I would look at all the cards from that clan because I'd be like, I don't want to get got again. But balancing, I split my time pretty evenly originally between the formats. And once I felt like I was in a solid place with one, I would reduce the amount of playtime. So it would start 50-50. Standard was the first format. V Standard with OTT was the first format where I felt very comfortable in, so I reduced that to like 80% Premium, 20% V Standard in that format. Now with D Series, playtesting 3 formats can be rough. Your time is split, that's for sure. Especially right now, where Premium is kind of more open. There's less of a defined meta right now, and so there's a lot more to watch out for. There's a lot more cards you can get got by, I'd say right now I'm putting 60% of my time into Premium. I'm putting 20% of my time into V Standard or V Premium, I believe, and then I'm putting that remaining 20% into D Series. Thankfully, D Series, the format's newer, so there's less to be surprised by. Definitely a different experience, to say the least. I wouldn't say it's bad. There are pros and cons, and I think one of the pros is I got to have my cats as emotional support throughout the tournament. But there are some definite difficulties. The internet can be finicky, webcams can be blurry, communication can be difficult, right? Like there's some things that you miss when you're not in person. But despite that, I think the online play experience is a net positive. I was able to play against players that I'd likely only see at Worlds, and my friends created a Discord chat where we hung out in between rounds, which kind of emulated that experience of talking about your bad beats and stuff like that in between rounds. I also really like public deck lists, and that's something that we can do super easily online. It lets me prepare for my upcoming matchup, and it prevents me from like getting got, right, as often, because I can recognize maybe a combo that I hadn't seen before. Most importantly, I'm just happy to play some form of competitive Vanguard. As a person, I only play card games that have like a competitive like tournament structure to them. And with the world events derailing all of that for every card game, basically, it made me really miss it. And so having Bushiroad step up and offer an online competitive event is super cool and important. I'd love for BRO to stick around even in a post-pandemic world. Maybe as a mid-year event to help bridge the gap between BSF and BCS. Yeah, so I think this is just a common card game philosophy that every player should adopt. And this is kind of relevant. I was recently minted as a level 1 Cardfight Vanguard judge, and I can tell you that you need to not be afraid of calling a judge. Especially in remote fight situations, things can be difficult to resolve because you're not there with your opponent. You can't like show them, for instance, what you intend all the time when it's just words. And judges are here to assist in almost any situation. And I promise you, and I promise everyone watching, that it's a lot easier to let a judge resolve issues for you than to work them out yourself with your opponent in the match if things aren't looking like they can. Opponent's webcam or internet low quality, ask a judge to review and work with you. Uncertain about a card, call a judge. I always hear players tell stories when that they should have called a judge, and I always ask them, "Hey, why didn't you? Are you afraid of calling them?" And they typically don't have a defined reason, just more like they don't want to bother the judges. But that's what judges are there for. You're not bothering people or bothering us when you call us over. So always call a judge when you're uncertain. And as a follow-up to that rule, if you feel that something in the ruling is even the least bit off, always appeal. Appeal to the head judge. Judges won't take it personally if you appeal. It's all business. We understand that we're not all knowing and sometimes we can make mistakes. So yeah, always call a judge and always appeal. As a competitor, practice makes perfect, but ultimately Vanguard is a game with a higher level of variance present in it. And some days things just won't go your way. You'll brick, your opponent will have it all. Sometimes you'll see no triggers. I know we all know how that feels. But just remember that even if you're frustrated at the game, you need to be able to separate your opponent and the game. And yeah, just be an overall good sport. Lastly, Vanguard is a game of percentages. And giving yourself every opportunity to put percentage points on your side is incredibly critical. What I always do is I typically always pick from the strong 5 perceived decks in the metagame. I use online resources or my opponent's deck list to help learn or interact with matchups. YouTube channels like WCC, Different Fight, all of these places are good resources to learn about the metagame and cards that are present in them. Triple checking your Guardian and attacking columns. There's no reason not to. I've seen so many people lose to accidental overguards or forgetting that they have an extra 5k power on their rear guard. There's no reason to do that. You have plenty of time. Don't feel rushed. Just triple check. And most importantly, I think, is managing your feelings of nervousness, those butterflies that you get. The more you compete at high-level events or regional events, and the more you get to top 8 or top 16 or whatever it may be, the less nervous you get because you get exposed to it more often, but that feeling of nervousness never goes away. Learning to live with that, learning to accept it and not let it affect your gameplay is going to be incredibly critical to your career as a Cardfight Vanguard player. Just have fun. Like that's really it. I know that we can get caught up in the competitive aspect of it, but BRO was made to have fun, so enjoy yourself.
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempeспhere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila. so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people, for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said, it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared, just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's all right. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartre is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee, or tea, or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not, I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, you know, as compared to, let's say you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to, you know, step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us, that how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at, so what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you know, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly, you know, from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is like that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, I mean, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushimao, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Also, you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard.
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, I mean, that's a lot to digest
Okay.
in a day of crash course. So slowly got to sync to the new playstyle, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese, because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have because I mean not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually like be able to use something that you actually like and love and kind of like make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, oh, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later, you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because I mean, when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, I mean, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not funny, by the way. It's gonna be sent to the group.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015. And in 2019, I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium. And the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people, and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Hello everyone.
Oh, we're live. Oh,
hi.
Sorry. Didn't see you there. We were just, preparing for the NA stage. How are you doing, everyone? Welcome back. Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. We're here for round 7 for the EU stage. And, already, it's crazy. Round 7 already. I'm already getting ready here to play NA after this. And, man, I saw y'all had some pretty hype games on the last 2 rounds. Buff Sagara actually ended up showing up even in EU, so I'm definitely quite happy to see that. How was the experience, JJ, for your side?
It's always a pleasure to cast with Ben. I like a lot of his own analysis, really competitive mindset, and of course, him having a better understanding of the card interactions and the knowledge of it did give me a better perspective on somehow how the matchups, how I usually would play them, either with friends or family members or whatever. It's really, really fun to see his own perspective, and it's always really, really much of a pleasure. I did get to see some awesome gameplay, some Agree Dawn Mirror, and also some Baba Sagara, which is always a treat.
We love that. We love it. I can't wait for the set 4 meta to see even more Buff Sagara. Could always use more in my life. That's just how it be. But it's gonna be hype. But we still have some cool games to see going forward into this round as well. So I'm really, really excited. Only 2 rounds left. So it's getting pretty spicy now, right? Like,
Yes.
just a few players left, undefeated, and everyone
Mhm.
is kind of fighting for that chance to actually play tomorrow in the top 8. So it's going to be very, very hype, and I think we're all excited to see what kind of decks we'll be seeing in top 8 as well. We got the AO top 8 already. They got plenty of Bruce in there, but some surprises as well. And I wonder what we're going to see actually, rise to the top in our region here too. But our matchup for this round is actually someone that we have seen quite a bit in December, which of course is the one and only V Premium World Champion Nuno Raimundo. So he's going to be playing against Marco AMP, and the decks that they're bringing are like, this is exactly what I wanted to feature honestly in today's tournament, because Nuno is playing the Gravidia deck that is teched out with a lot of the Orphis support, and then Marco is playing a Pandemonium Tactics Quenlu build of Bruce, which I think is the kind of really interesting development from set 3 as well. So I'm really, really hyped to see how this game is going to play out, because boy, oh boy, it's going to be really, really exciting. And especially talk about the decks, because they are like very spicy. Like, we've been seeing quite a bit of the more pure Bruce list, the more pure Gravidia lists, but this is like exactly what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I wanted to see, and I can't wait to get into the deck list here once they are ready as well.
It'll be a treat, because like one of those type of things with these kind of matchups, we did feature Gravidia a little bit during the day, a couple pure lists, some purer lists that's playing a lot more meteors included. This is one of the more hybrid builds of what we've been discussing with Ben and Chris on the stream more throughout the whole entire day, so we get to see that aspect of it, and we'll now see a build of Bruce that's we've been having since the beginning. It's been always a pretty fundamentally established good deck in the format, and now we're being introduced with more cards like Derek, for example, and Pandemonium Tactics, which can incorporate bigger swing turns, a lot more attacking pressure, not so much more dependent on having Persona right for Bruce anymore. You can have it, it's fine, it's an added plus. 45k swinging rear guards is good, but 35 is pretty okay. I can do
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. Which is awesome.
It's gonna be really exciting. We're gonna start off with Marco's deck here, which of course is gonna be the Bruce build that we spoke about. So this is like, I am really interested in how this is gonna play out. He plays 4 of the Pandemonium Tactics, so really going like maxed out on it. He's also a player from Mexico, we can see, which is really nice to get some representation from Mexico as well. But so this build still plays Leonard as a nice combo piece. But this time we're seeing, the very important, very, very, very important Eden that is kind of like the main target for the Quenlu. And of course, the Quenlu is also just an incredible grade 1 that gives you that kind of guard restrict on your rear guards, and stuff like the Eden can make use of that when he restands with a crit. Derek is still there to kind of like, just search through your deck to find you the pieces while controlling your opponent's board. Brian is another card that I really like, especially in set 4 Bruce builds. This is going to be very, very important to give that crit pressure to the restanding Ruse. But Pandemonium Tactics does that as well once you manage to max out on the soul count. So, man, this is a very, very interesting deck list, and I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. Anything else that stands out for you, JJ?
I think for me, above all, is the fact that they still run one copy of Dober, which a whole lot of other people have opted to play. Two Leonards as well is also a thing that stood out to me. So most people run like 4 Edens, 4 Derricks, and like 2 Leonards possibly because it's not as important, and they try to like get more Quinlus, for example. Maybe hinting at a Protobulb, but I do love Regina being able to get a unit out of your soul. So if you end up soul charging the Quinlu for whatever reason, either via Leonard or any other skills like Marjorie, for example, you can get it back and you can use her skill on your Eden, which can push a whole lot of pressure and get you a whole lot of damage in for relative ease.
Yep, absolutely. And another thing is also with the Regina is that she can basically like remake your columns in a way where you can, when you're going for the Quenlu turn, you can use her skill to call out the attacker you want to use, and it's going to have the +10 from Regina, and then you can add the guard restrict from the Quenlu. So that way it's even harder to guard because she basically turns off PGs in this format. So unless they have really tanky blitz orders or they have, just a bajillion triggers to guard with as well, it's gonna be a little bit tricky to handle, I would say. But it's really, really cool deck list. I think Marco has a very interesting build going into this event, so I can't wait to see how it's gonna go. I mean, these players are what, X1 right now, and he's going up against a world champion, so it's no stress. It's gonna be a little bit gonna be a bit of a challenge, but I'm sure he can do well.
All right, and then speaking about the world champion, let's see what he's been rocking today, actually.
And as we said earlier, this is the Gravidia World deck. He's actually running 12 of the Neediness Meteor Shower. As we've been seeing some lists that run 10 or 16, he chose for 12, a nice little sweet spot. And his attackers are also quite straightforward. So he has the one world just to kind of get himself the Shadow Army token. And then he has both the Beringer as well as the Stunner as the main attackers. And then the Wells is a nice booster to actually turn your columns like, from 15 or 25 into 23, 33, etc. It only goes up higher, and the Shadow Army token is a great booster in just making for nice columns, and can also function as an attacker in the early game. But we see a lot of the Gravidia World lists run both Rutis and Cubizia to have a strong turn 2 in order to really like emphasize on the rush aspect of the hybrid build. But we see that here he actually plays the Beringer as the grade 2, so you still want to have a one of the meteors in your opening hand to soul charge to draw the extra card in turn 2. So I guess maybe he doesn't push as hard on the early rush here, but I'm really interested to see how this is going to play out because I'm a huge fan of teching the worlds into Gravidia, and I want to see what has Nuno, our world champion, managed to come up with going into this tournament.
I'm excited to see it as well, and I think hopefully the players might be ready, but we'll see. We'll see if we'll be able to swap over to them so then it can get started.
Yep. So it looks like we're still waiting, standing by for the players to be ready for the match. But I'm just excited because, like, I think also for Gravidia, like against Bruce, it always has a pretty good matchup regardless of the build. But I wonder how will Marco fight with that in mind? Because of, just all things considered, it is like no matter what Bruce build it is, the meteors are taking out your board. If you try to early rush, it gets taken out, and you're just feeding into them, like being able to do 3 meteors. And just in general, it feels like a lot of stuff is not really favored for Bruce in this matchup. And I feel like that might be part of why, Nuno's had such a good run so far this tournament. Another important thing to kind of like mention is that we see a lot of the Gravidia World lists running some of the Orphis grade 2s or like grade 1s. So whether it's stuff like, the Deciade that we see on the playmat for Marco, actually, that is a 12k base on both players' turns, or some people play Thumbarino for that like really powerful rearguard column that you can invest into to push it, to really crazy power and get the card draw. And he chose to just go closer to pure, but just with the one world there.
I do like that because does give him access to a 15k attacker or 15k booster, which is something that you sometimes can lack a lot of times in this kind of matchup, which can create like 30k columns. It is really, really, really good. And him playing 12 meteor showers, I guess he conceded of not being able to not playing the Destiate there as a way for him to just filter through the deck because he probably might have felt that he might have not have gotten more orders on time. And it's also probably one of the reasons why he plays Gravidia, 3 copies of Gravidia Wells in the main deck. So if he ends up drawing into them, he can set them out of his hand and potentially go for the 5 meteor burst that you can oftentimes see depending on the matchup.
Yes, exactly. So here we're gonna have Marco against Nuno, Mexico versus Portugal. You know, the two sides of the world being able to play together, all thanks to BRO and the regulations that you can connect and play from any region as long as you're awake, right? So it's pretty heavy for Marco though, because I mean, in Mexico, the tournament started basically in the middle of the night, so that's some big respect for going all the way with the tournament for the, from very early on.
All right, so let's see what he goes here. It does look like Marco gets to go first. That's one of the most favorable positions that Bruce wants to be in this kind of matchup. At least being able to like get his starter to go off, being able to get some early aggression on the board, even though he knows he's going to get blasted by meteors. At least get some initial damage in. So when he goes into his almighty final final rush turn, he can go and see if he can try to close out the game.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And going first is definitely very big. For Nuno, it would have been also good because you get an earlier, the earlier your early rush is, the better, right? And so here we're going to see him just play down the meteor for that soul charge that he needs for his ride line. And we see if Marco is going to actually guard this one or not. So it looks like it might just be kind of like adjusting the playmat a little bit because, of course, yeah, it's a little bit cut off there to make sure that all the cards are visible and the set orders are also well in range. There we go. I think Nuno also realized that, and he just kind of tilted down the camera. So thank you very much. And with this, swing in for 8. Marco, will he guard this first attack? Looks like he will just allow it. And it's going to be a crit. That's going to be first 2 damage for Marco, unless he sees a heal. That's going to be... Ooh, he does actually see it. All right. Just like that. Marco is going to go to just 1 damage here, thanks to that early heal.
All right, so now he is going to discard. Could you actually give us an explanation for this matchup here? Is there a particular reason why you play the cardinal route or the cardinal Rutus in this variant of it? Like, is there a reason why you want to play it?
So you're basically saying like, okay, I play so many of the meteors that I'll draw into them through the game. And generally speaking, you want to be placing meteors through Gravidia skill because you get the extra card draw from them as well. So in that sense, it's better to run the Rutus if you're going for that line of play because you get to search yourself a world. And so you will always find yourself, the world that can actually find you the, to give you the Shadow Army token. And so that way, it just confirms search. Like it's a pinpoint search that you can always rely on unless you like draw into your one world, which is why some people play even 2. And so just using the Eclipse Moonlight is kind of like the biggest part of this variant of the build. But the reason why people play Cubizzi is because Cubizzi is extra 5k when you when you play an order is really nice purely for the fact that it just helps you have a stronger early rush, like an early like turn 2 rush. Which especially in a meta full of Lauren roll and full of Bruce is that much stronger. But it looks like Nuno just prioritizes the card draw. So, I mean, hey, maybe if he makes it top 8 and he wins the whole thing, we can ask him about it, right? Ask about the card choices and the philosophy behind the deck build, right?
Yeah, that seems to be the plan he's going to go for here. He is going to be moving up that army token into the front row here. Let's see if he's just going to leave it at that or he's going to commit any more rear guards.
Yep, that's right. So we see the Eclipse Moonlight, and so he's making a column with the Gravidia grade 1 here, which is the Wells. And so with this, he's basically swinging for a very nice column, being able to pressure. The Vanguard also having gotten 5k from its own skill means that like 15k is annoying because you can't like one card to the pass or like no pass in this case. And so because of that, usually people will just take this attack, and then it's because you have a strong second rearguard swing, you also threaten with that in mind. I just wonder if it's not... Oh my god, he checks another crit. Really strong early start by Nuno here. All right, so we see 2 damage. Over trigger comes out though. Marco is just as blessed. He healed on the last one, over triggered, on the second one. So for Nuno, that's like, okay, well, I mean, at least that's out early. So he basically just gets to look at it and say, all right, I mean, that's out now. I still got to confirm some damage, and I also got to, get my Shadow Army token out.
Yes. Like the only flip side of that thought process too, like sure, it's fine, but he also didn't have to commit any cards out of his own hand for
That's
guarding
true.
this turn. It does allow him that when he gets into the Gravidia turns, it allows him to just keep pace with Nuno.
Yes, exactly. So we definitely do like that. Definitely do like that quite a lot. So now this is where for Marco, he
Mhm.
gets to potentially have a pretty interesting and threatening first grade 3 turn because he's not on Final Rush yet, but just being able to like start building up a bit of power and getting at least some damage in will make that turn 4 that much more threatening. So we'll see.
So he ends up using Diablo Striker Brian, one of the new grade 3s that came out in this set. He's gonna until end of turn, all your front units gets plus 5k, and if you're in Final Rush, choose one of your vanguards and it gets a crit. So he's just gonna use it for the first section of the skill, just for the 5k, to force Nuno to commit a little bit more cards out of his hand, because he knows that this kind of matchup, your opponent is probably going to have some meteors, maybe not always have every single thing they're going to need every single time. So they're going to just try force more out of his hand here to make him commit more cards.
Yep. And it's amazing that Brian, the first part of the skill isn't even Final Rush, it's just the crit that is. But being able to, just get this early board, like that's something that Bruce has been known to lack, like the early game power, early game pressure. With this, you're able to really just push your opponent a little bit more in the early game to make the Final Rush turn that much more threatening, which is exactly what this deck wants.
Mm-hmm. So the first round check here is going to be a perfect guard. Let's see what the second one is going to be. Looks like they're kind of discussing here what the line of play is.
Yeah, and just the power lines and everything, because of course, and also probably Brian as a whole, it's a card that we're going to see a lot more starting February, but for the time being, it's not the most common card to see in Bruce lists. So that's something that I think we all need to get used to seeing his face from now on.
Yeah, that it will be, because there's a whole lot of variants of either the with featuring Brian, featuring Derek. A lot of the Quinlu builds use and incorporate a whole lot of Brian's, and especially with Pandemonium Tactics, you have a lot of leftover soul that you can end up pressuring your opponent with.
Yep, exactly. So we'll see what Marco and Nuno are discussing here in just a moment.
I guess it could be maybe that the representation of the numbers maybe a bit off. I don't know. He doesn't get a crit, so he can still use the first part of the skill of Brian, so he should be fine.
Yep. So it's looking like the reason why we are on a pause right now is because one of our judges is just having some technical difficulties, and so of course, for a stream game, it's very important that the judge is able to watch every single play and take care of every single thing that happens in the game. And so because of that, we have to just give them some time to unpause the game state, because it's important for our judge to keep watching.
Of course, because then they want to keep the game state integrity as high as possible, because this is a competitive event nonetheless. Remote fight or no, it is still a official tournament, and people need to follow strict guidelines as to make sure that the gameplay is held as fair as possible.
Exactly. So we will resume in just a moment, but we do understand that it is important for the players to, just make sure that the judge is always watching carefully. And if our judge is having technical issues with one of the cameras from the players, then it's important that play is only happening while a judge is carefully watching. So we do really hope for your understanding and your patience, and as we should be resuming very soon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like we're back up on it. Okay, Derek on the second check here, and we see a damage check on Nuno. So he gets a heal, so he's going to stay on 2 damage, which is definitely something you want to see if you're Nuno.
So Brian here, it is some 23. He is attacking for 15. So the only 18, the only thing you can hit is the Shadow Army token, which he is fine with letting go. It already did its job. It did what it needed to do. Doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Going to discard a meteor here. Go into Gravidia. Going to use Gravidia's skill to add himself 2 meteors to his to the set order zone to be able to draw 2 cards off of it, and hopefully, how much meteors would you use? 2, 1? What are you feeling?
In this situation, it's like I feel like it's between 1 and 3 because if you go for the 3, you get the crit pressure because you want to, you kind of have to
Mm-hmm.
beat Bruce before things get too dangerous. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, like you can also go for 1 and then just like swing into one of the rears with one
Mm-hmm.
of your rears if necessary. He's actually going for the soul charge off of the meteors too, both of them and the card draw. So need to be a little bit careful not to deck out. But I guess he wants the 3 soul just to use the Gravidia Grade 2, which of course
Mm-hmm.
allows you to soul blast 3 to draw cards. I think he just wants to keep his hand healthy. And this is something like it's something that we've seen quite common from Nuno in terms of his playstyle in this format in general. Like we saw him with Orphist in BSFO because the deck allowed to generate a bunch of resources, from Orphist, and then you essentially just, save the big hand because you didn't have to call any cards from hand. And then here you're basically seeing a build where he's playing a deck that can save a lot of hand because he just plays the extra card draw that's necessary and also pluses a lot from the meteors. So we saw here he did Soul Blast 3 for the Baringer, and then he also did use the triple meteor effect from Gravidia. So this does get the extra crit and the 15k. So it's now 28 with the crit, which puts Marco in a bit of a sticky situation. Will he guard it? He's going to PG even. Okay. He is aware how dangerous this is.
Yeah, because he wants to try to keep himself as low as possible because he doesn't know like these turns are rare. And Nuno did end up flipping a couple of crits, so he was banking on possibly not seeing any more. But Nuno said, "Nah, I still have more of these in my deck, so you're gonna have to hold that."
Yes, sir. So with that, we saw him get a crit there. So this is still coming in with big damage, and looks like Marco might be taking it. So he wants the CB for himself too. He managed to heal and also got a defensive OT earlier as well. So now he's on 4. Checks double defensive there, but it is fine as that is the last tech of the turn. So the defensives will not be amounting to much. The soul is actually quite low for Marco, so I hope he has a Persona Ride.
Possibly, hopefully, a Persona Ride, a Pandemonium Tactics is pretty decent here as well. We do notice actually when he was fanning out his drop zone, there is a fair amount of triggers that had actually gone right now.
Yep.
I don't know if you've also taken notice of this, or the viewers at home, is that it does mean that he might have some normal units that he could probably end up soul charging, and then also maybe getting some brush units on a board off of this Derek. But it also does mean that he can run the risk of also decking out himself as well, because it's like almost 10 cards gone, and it's going to be calling 4 off the top here too.
Yeah, exactly. Like he needs to like soul charge pretty aggressively this turn on top of it all. And so of course the Derek will be a big part of that. But okay, we see Marjorie, Brian come down, Eden. Is there a Quen Lu? Calls the PG down. Okay, is there? Hold up, I'm very interested on what the follow-up will be here. Is he just going for the big push this turn? Pulling the PG, a little bit risky. Okay, the tactics. How big is the soul right now, actually? And he soul charge another 4. 2 crits come in and a front. With all the triggers that were out already, and another one comes down. All right, let's see how much soul he has. I think he's past the 8 threshold, so I do believe he does. Well, he definitely gets the card draw and the front row power, but I do not think he gets the extra crit here, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so as well. I think he doesn't as well.
All right, well, that's good for Nuno. It's going to be a pretty high pressure turn because, of course, he also has the Brian here to bestow the critical to Bruce. He's still going to be coming in with a very big high pressure turn regardless. And for Nuno, he is at 2 damage, so he can kind of relax a little bit. It's not the scariest of boards that we've seen from Bruce players, but needs to be a little careful.
Okay, so we got a small little peek at Marco's hand just now, and it does look like he does have 2 heal triggers and 2 PGs. So his hand is going to be looking pretty healthy going into Nuno's turn if he doesn't end up closing off the game now. But it's going to be difficult. I mean, I'm gonna see how this pans out, but I do think this might end up going the distance.
Yeah, I think so too. So swing with the Marjorie, gets the soul charge and the draw, the extra power. So this coming in with what, 33?
43, I think, with the tactics.
Yep, you're right. So there's going to be a damage taken by Nuno. Heal comes out, but will not proc this time. But of course, he does get the defensive power, which does help very much so. And now the Eden is swinging still for a number that does still hit. I believe he's coming in with 25, 35.
Yeah, that's what it is too.
Did he persona ride this turn? I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember it. No, I don't think he did.
Yeah, I also don't think he did. So this is only coming in with a 25. So it's pretty easily guardable for Nuno. Although keep in mind that for Gravidia decks, every small card you guard with is a piece that you want on board. So they usually end up guarding with triggers anyway and overguarding it. So that's one thing that you have to keep in mind is like it costs less to drop a trigger to guard with than it is to drop one of your important attackers. So you'd rather just commit it to board and intercept them away otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I think in this position, I'd probably contemplate just no guarding this, to be honest. Because I feel that
I think he has an extra crit from Brian, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
yeah,
that
can't
is-
forget the +5 there too, huh? Well, I'm not sure if he did commit it. I feel like he did. All right, going through counting the deck already. Marco knows that this Bruce build definitely plays on a bit of a self timer, knowing fully well that the deck outland is approaching.
Yeah, so I guess we PG then. I was thinking maybe we take this since there's like a lot of triggers that has gone so far. So probably just taking this and then like accepting and hoping you get like 2 extra defensive triggers could be a different line here, but that might be a bit too ambitious. So maybe either guarding it for 2 to pass or PGing could be a play.
Yes, absolutely. Now for Nuno, how much are you feeling the pressure right now? His hand does look quite plentiful. I wonder if thing is the Eden is the most annoying part of this. Like that is coming in with a crit no matter what. Yeah, it looks like I didn't quite catch what he guarded with. I think that was a PG actually, and he dropped the meteor for it.
Yeah.
All right, but that's going to be 2 checks now for Marco. See what he finds. Another Eden. That is good. Good for next turn as well. And a Lenard. So that's also nice if you want to switch up the playstyle from the Quenlu one back up to kind of like the traditional Bruce. You can also do that, but he doesn't run Protobulb, so that kind of also a little bit harder to do with just Lenard on his own. So now the Eden is coming in with the bonus critical that it has, which is of course much higher pressure, but that's easy for Nuno to guard. He also has defensive buff for this turn. I wonder if he takes this. He can work with 1 CB, so you don't really need it. So he's going to actually just drop the front there, I believe, to guard that last attack and going to stay on 3. So he is not entering his heal range, but he gets a Persona Ride, which will of course search for 2 more Neatness Meteor Showers and setting up the Order Zone for a potential 3 Meteor burn once more and be able to wipe out the opponent's board and make them recall everything next turn. And in addition, threaten with that big critical too.
Yep. And one thing to note here, he's going to be able to draw 2 cards. And if he happens to have 2 more orders in his hand, he can activate the grade 2, the Gravidia grade 2. Grade 1. And he can also place 2 from his hand. So you can actually go for the big wombo combo finish if you wanted to try to go for it. But we do know already that he has some PGs in his hand, so he possibly can't really do that.
Yep. Hard playing the meteor here. Not going to go for the Soul Charge. It's going to burn 3 meteors, so that's going to wipe out Marco's board. It's gone in a flash already in an instant. And with that, he's coming in with 28 in the bonus critical. So now Marco is going to perfect guard this. I think that is a pretty well respected PG. We're going to see a critical trigger come out for Nuno. So putting that rear guard column into lethal range. And then the other one will remain at base damage. This will swing for lethal, coming in with 35 if I'm not mistaken. So 30k shield will take care of it. And then still swinging to push to 5. I think Marco will happily take that damage. Pandemonium Tactics, though, I'm sure he would have loved to draw into that for turn and have that, the soul charge as well as the power up. Because I think right now he has like 2 or 3 cards in soul. So it's looking a little shaky.
You're right. And I think it's one of the reasons why Nuno aggressively guarded the previous turn of Marco. It's due to the fact for this turn, right? Because it's like, well, if I get to retire your board, if you get Derek and a Leonard or something else you can use as utility, and you can probably get a Quinlu. I want to be as low damage as possible so that if I get a defensive trigger or 2, I can possibly survive by guarding as I did the previous turn before that, right? So then you just make it, you just have a lot of foresight in situations where your opponent can push pressure. Because the normal players would have I probably would have taken that damage, right? That's, I would have gone to 5 possibly. It might have been not able to finish this turn.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. All right, well, let's see. He's using Derek here. We're going to be able to provide him a big board. He can, call out. Ooh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. So he called out Regina and the Regina fodder, basically, to put those into the soul now. Ooh, no, he's keeping the crit on board. Maybe that's going to be a Marjorie. Target, no. Ooh, he recalls the Eden for the bonus power. So basically on Marco's side, 2 dice, a 2 on the dice means 2 instances of 5k. So basically he is coming in now with that huge Eden column, and now he wants to just confirm 1 damage onto Nuno, and then both these Edens will restand with lethal pressure. So of course, Leonard is one thing. It's a very, very threatening and powerful grade 2, but the Eden here is showing that he's worth the effort. He's still a strong and powerful card. And with this, we got Persona Rise, we have all this like big pressure here. I think that for Nuno as well, it's starting to get a little worrying.
Yeah. Also, Marco has to be a bit worried as well because his deck is also looking really lean. He is getting to the deck outland. He does have like one way trip to it if he's not too careful. I think he might only have like 6 or 7 cards left in deck. So after this drive check, this could be it. Looks like he's considering on taking this damage because Nuno is also low on deck as well. That's what you mentioned.
Ooh, he finds a heal, so defensively that will give him the buff, which is nice. But of course, it's another heal that hasn't popped, which is a bit unfortunate if you're Nuno, but you're never going to say no to some extra power to survive this big boost turn, especially with how big these Edens are going to be.
That's right. So the right Eden is going to be 25, I think, because I didn't remember if he used Pandemonium. I don't think he did.
No,
But
he
the
did not.
the Regina is going to be huge, though, the Regina column.
Yep, exactly. So he has the bonus crits now on both of them because of the restand effect that they have. And so with this, Nuno has to basically, like, if there's any attack you can still take this turn, it's unironically the Vanguard because that's the only one that doesn't have the crit. But hopefully he's able to guard all 3 and have his own pushback next turn because Marco, I think, has like 3 cards in hand right now, going up to 5. It's looking a little shaky. Okay, that's going to be a 30k shield, so it goes up to 53. I think that is a no pass.
Yeah, I think that's 53. The Vanguard is,
I think it's 28. The Vanguard?
28, 48 is the highest. So yeah, this is a no pass.
I'd like to imagine. All right, let's see it. The Quentin will come out. Oh, you would have liked that a bit earlier. Unfortunately, and the crit for even more threat. Let's see where he's going to commit it. Where is this crit going to go? Which column? Okay, it's going to be the big one. It's going to be adding even more pressure to the Regina column. Of course, 18k boost plus like what? This is essentially coming in with what? So 10, I believe he Persona was so 20, 45 with all the power-ups. 53, 63, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it's either 53 or 63. You're right. It's one of those two. So he needs to have exactly PG here, or at least an Alpha trigger to guard with. He can't not guard this.
OT
there we
it is.
go.
All right. He was holding it in his hand, and with that, that's going to be the turn for Marco, passing on a 5-card hand. He does have the crit that he checked to try and defend himself with, but is that going to be enough? I feel like it might be a little bit shaky. Nuno doing the count of his meteors just to see how much he has left in the deck, how much more does he need to thin, how many attackers are out, what's the chance of hitting his triggers this turn. He does have the CB to use Gravity's effect, but only 1 meteor in play right now. It doesn't look like he has Persona Ride.
Which does get rid of Eden. One thing to know, Marco can't use his Regina anymore. Could probably filter for a different unit like a Leonard, but he doesn't have any deck left almost, so I don't think he'll be able to manage it. So you only have regards left. I still think you probably just want to get rid of a Leonard, though. One of the best options you have. Eden. One of the best options you have.
Yes, I do agree. What is the play? Like, does he have the grade 1? Does he have has he been holding on to Persona? It doesn't look like it. Wait, he did, but he doesn't want to. Oh, maybe all meteors are out.
Yeah, he doesn't want to accidentally draw any cards, maybe. Or all meteors are up. and he might not want to risk drawing into a trigger that he might end up like having to commit to the board that might barely hit. I guess, but I prefer Persona riding because the trigger still hits for the same your grade 3 would hit. I don't know.
And we'll see if that's gonna be coming back to bite him or not. His deck size is very low on Nuno's side, but let's see what these drive checks will find him. I'm sure a part of the reason. Ooh, another Gravidia, so you get the Persona ride again for next turn. That's not what you wanted. A crate comes out to add that extra power to the rear. I'm not sure what else is left in Marco's hand, but surely it's
think-
enough to guard a 23.
Yeah, he did drive into a crit last turn. Oh, but I guess he guards with front. That's just as fine.
All right. Well, Nuno was unable to finish what he started this turn. And now Marco, unfortunately, has like one soul. No ways to really soul charge. Or it's not like Marjorie, maybe. Derek can use a skill because it doesn't have counterblast. So this is going to be a very. This is no spoilies, but I've seen this this kind of level of play animated before. The cards start to run dry, and you got to start making do whatever you can do with the cards that you're dealt with. Quenlu comes down, but surely it's going to be. Will it be used for the guard restrict?
It's like I can see it as a possibility. No, he's just using it for columns. They're 23 apiece, so he needs to guard 23. I guess he can't attack with Vanguard anymore because like 2 cards left in deck.
Is it really just 2?
I don't
No.
know. I mean, we'll see. Yeah,
Well,
it is. It's 1 card left in deck, so Nuno would just pass a turn. Holy moly!
Oof. So with that, Nuno gets a deck out victory over Marco. I think he also knew, like, with why he didn't Persona ride is just that, like yeah, I mean, all I need to do is keep my deck count high enough to survive here and be able to wait until you're out of cards. And that's kind of like the big danger of this Quenlu build is that, like, with Pandemonium Tactics, with multiple Derek uses, it's really easy to get into deck out. Like, it's really easy to just get into deck out and lose because of that. And, you know, I've seen too many players fall to that, and it is something you got to consider. But Nuno, our world champion, doing very good. Still X1 going into last round now. So I think you must be feeling pretty good. You know, he had a really strong showing in V Premium last month, and now in Standard. If he wins this next one, he should be in top 8. So definitely, you know, a good way to tell the world, like, hey, don't forget who I am. I'm still the world champion over here. So I think that's a great stance for himself as a player, you know, to show that he's able to play on even Battlefield with everyone in all the formats.
Yeah, of course, because their mindsets are a bit different. And I do really also want to thank then Marco as well for staying up so late, all the way from Mexico. Viva la Mexico, if I can still remember my Spanish. And I really, really, really like the fact that players from all over the world are taking part in these tournaments and giving us a strong showing. Gave him a run for his money, made him sweat, made him sweat for it. Wasn't a free win, wasn't a complete raffle stomp. So it was really nice to see both exceptional plays from both players.
Yep, absolutely. But that was actually our second last game to end for this round. So we're going to probably just wait for the last one to finish up and wrap up. But we actually have the next round up pretty soon. So I think with that, we're going to take a quick break. But you guys really don't want to miss this next one because round 8 is going to be the one where everything gets decided. This is going to be the round where people make it or people don't. And it's going to be very exciting. Some X2s will also make it. So you don't want to miss it. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
yeah.
so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so I brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
So which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Trial deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So, deck thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or it might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces this great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards, and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you faced during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow. This reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to like my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, this kind.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con, held in USA, for a B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person, and we get to work together even closer. Yeah, I think that's very satisfying. Yeah.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people, and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction, and just being able to travel.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for round number 8, the last round of Swiss here for Bushiroad 2021 standard of the European stage. And so, this already started off, like the round is already well underway because everyone is really, just ready to get into it and see if they make it to tops or not. But, we've had some incredible games so far. And I think, we should also take a look at how are the players currently, the players that are in contention for top 8 doing. So we have some standings for you guys. So let's take a look and see how things are wrapping up and how things are looking, what the tensions are going into this final round before the top cut as well. So you can see here that in the only undefeated player so far is William, and then Kent, we saw on stream earlier as well, is second. Marcus, I think we might have seen him earlier, was also third. Nuno, that just got his win, in fourth in standings. Then we have George, Aaron, David, and Connor all at X1. So these are definitely looking like the players that might be making it into the top cut. And we're probably going to see quite a few X2s make it into top 8 as well because of how things have been developing in this tournament. And then we have, of course, the 9th through 16th to take a look at as well for other players that might be fighting for that chance to just barely make it into the top. So I'm very excited to see who else is close, on that border, on the brink, in between topping and not topping. So we see Victor. Ooh, Victor Zhang, that's my teammate. That's pretty cool. If he manages to get that win, I'll be very happy for him, representing our team as a, as the Bruce player. And then we have Kelvin Yap, of course. He got his top last month in premium, and now he's trying to get it in standard as well. Niels, Dave, Marco, Bishop, Fabian, and Andre all are X2 though, but pretty close. I wonder if the Andre L is Andre Lee. That would be a pretty big name to potentially make it in as well with an X2 record. But the pressure is on, and they have to win this next round in order to be in for contention. So this is going to be pretty exciting because I think the David A was actually David Adipartama. And so that is definitely a very well-known name in the community and a big community leader, as he is basically the WCC man himself.
Weerab. Whoa.
Yeah. David Weerab Adipartama. And he's going to be, so he's from Indonesia going up against Marcus in Sweden. So once again, we have another nice, intercontinental showdown. And so I'm very excited to see how it's going to play out. And Marcus's deck is also quite spicy, so I'm looking forward to getting into it and taking a look at the lists of these players. So it's been very, very exciting. We're going to take a look at David's list first. So he's actually bringing Lorneroll, the tried and tested, one of the best decks of the format. You guys have seen it before, but of course, it runs plethora of really strong grade 2s, whether it's like super chunky intercepts or draw power or, just consistent attackers. You have your fair share of countercharging as well. And then, of course, the order lineup that is basically the bread and butter of the deck, being able to give crits and restands to your board and the guard restrict and the extra draw power. You display 4 of the grade 2 order as well, which I think is, some players play 3, some players play 4, but the more orders you play, the more you can play into the long game and have that, the maximum orders to restand your whole board and get the craziest amount of power onto your Lorna roll with the guard restrict. So I think that the deck, we've seen it many times. It's going to be definitely coming out on top here at this tournament, as both players are XO, I believe. So there's a chance that, either one of them can make it in here. But
that's right.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting. And I think that, while the Lorna roll list is the tried and tested, a very, very powerful deck that a lot of people have known has been strong for quite some time, Marcus over here is playing Barrow Magnus, and he's in contention to potentially make top 8. So JJ, how do you feel about Barrow and this list in particular?
I really do like it a whole lot. I am very interested. I'm keen to understand why he plays one Keenly Ludley. Because usually I have seen some lists of Barrow Magnus only play maybe play 2 or 3 copies of it because it's such a very important combo piece. But I guess it's due to the fact that you can call it out of soul. So it doesn't really matter anymore. So of course it's going to be the 4 copies of Barrow Magnus, going to be a couple copies of Electro Spartan, Sonicer being able to give you some attacking pressures a whole lot. Really, really, really good. I do find it interesting he is running 2 copies of Brother Soul, however, instead of Pandemonium Tactics, which most Barrow Magnus lists have adopted due to the fact of the 4 soul charge in 1 card is kind of nice, so you don't have to rely too much on just the 2. But I guess with his build, he gets to the 15 as quickly as he possibly can. And I guess he is running Supernatural Extraction so that you can utilize a lot of the toolboxing mechanics that a lot of these dark states tends to manipulate.
Yep. I think it is quite interesting. Also, he doesn't play the effect critical triggers, because at first I was like, oh, maybe he doesn't play any set 3 cards, but no, he does have the Keenly Ludley. So I think it's just a choice to have, the 5k boosters to make sure that your columns are always hitting for solid numbers, and everything from your Vanguard Circle is going to Soul anyway, right? So it doesn't matter if it goes through the effect of the critical trigger or through the effect of Barrow in that sense. So it would just be to maybe be that 1 extra Soul in the early game to reach the Barrow thresholds. But the deck looks really nice, and I'm also interested in how it goes without playing Pandemonium Tactics, because Kama's 1 Soul Charge 4 is pretty good, and so I think we're just about ready to get into the game. The game has already started, unfortunately. I think they're somewhere on their second turns, going into turn 3, and so essentially the kind of wrap up going into this game is that they both just rode and swung with Vanguard skills up to grade 2s having been used where possible. And we're going to join into the game with Lorna roll, so with David riding up to grade 3. So it's still just early enough. So unfortunately, we did miss the earlier part of the early game, but luckily there has not been as much action, so we can get into it the moment that the production side is ready for us to take a look at this very exciting game for the final round of Swiss. And don't forget, guys, even though this is the last round of Swiss for the EU stage, after this we'll show you guys the standings, who makes it to day 2, which decks made it to day 2 as well, and you can also stick around here because we'll be going to the NA side of the stream, where you can watch our beautiful, lovely, talented casters on the NA side take you through the action of their rounds. They might be playing 10 rounds total today, which is insane. It's going to be a very, very exciting tournament, so I can't wait to see how things are going to go there. And of course, there's going to be a lot of fun decks to watch out for in the NA tournament, and I'm sure a lot of people are excited for that too.
With that being said, let's get it on. Let's get into it.
Right. Cool. Production is just making sure that everything looks good for us once we do go into the game. So, and I'm just ready. We haven't some of us our first Barrow we're watching in this entire tournament, which is incredible to think about. But there we go. As you can see, both players are on grade 2 still, and so it looks like David actually went first here. I do like his sleeve and playmat choice. I think that top 4 Springfest mat is actually one of the best mats that we have from all the BCS events, and I think that the what was it? I think it was the 2019 think it was the standard one at the time, top 8 mat with like the Blaster Blade and Blaster Dark on it. The Kara Expo ones, like, oof, looks so good. Whereas
Extremely crisp indeed. Yep.
Marcus, look at all the signatures. Dude, look at the next to the deck. I can see my own sign on that playmat.
And there's also one. Can you say G? I think.
I recognize the solemn one there as well.
Mhm.
Yeah,
A lot of
so
awesome content creators who do a whole lot of work supporting this game, and hopefully you guys at home support them as well, so that they can keep on giving you content. And don't forget to support the official channels of Bushiroad as well whenever you can.
that's right. That's right. Make sure you follow their socials, get all the announcements, subscribe to the e-newsletter. There's some pretty cool stuff that you can get through e-newsletter, like giveaways and whatnot, and also just, some cool features for some sets. So you can, there's been definitely some cool ones, like for Revival Selection, they asked content creators to write up like deck guides for stuff in premium. So there's a lot of cool things you can get from the e-newsletter. So definitely recommend signing up for that. I'm pretty sure you can find the links through the official website.
All right. So it does look like he is going to be discarding the Order of Matter Red Runway.
Yes. Right. And then basically just going to be able to search out the Matter Red Runway here and basically play it out. So essentially when you write over the grade 1, it searches the grade 1 order. When you write over the grade 2, it searches the grade 2 order. Simple stuff, very straightforward and very easy to follow. And of course, each order does different things for you as you go throughout the game. And so the Matter Red Runway is essentially the one that lets you have I believe it has the card draw when placed as the first thing, right?
Oh, it only has when placed the set 2 order. It's when placed when you have a opponent that has a grade 3 Vanguard. So it
That's true.
doesn't
So
just
it will
draw.
not get the draw here. But when it gets sung, you can give your Vanguard a crit, which is always very nice. But usually on the first grade 3 turn, you just sing the Romantic Happiness, which lets you still draw a card and also give you Vanguard plus 5k. So you get a little bit of card draw, you get to build up your hand, and that's one of the strengths of Lorna Roll is that it fights with a pretty big hand too.
Yep. And one interaction, you guys are probably noticing, hey, how is he playing a extra order this turn? A lot of people don't tend to notice this with this. You can only activate an order from your hand this turn, but the skill of the grade 2 Lorena Roll unit allows you to actually place a unit or put a unit from your deck or hand to the order zone, which does not count as playing it yourself.
Exactly. But JJ, how do you feel about this matchup in general? Because Loro has a lot of really strong attackers. We can see that David is being quite careful in how he's approaching this game. He's calling down the Eknoa, which will be able to draw 2 cards after you pay the cost and function as a 15k attacker. But I think he's not committing too many rears purely for the fact that he knows that if Bar Magnus can reach 15 soul early, that's all the rears going bye-bye. So you might want to keep that for your turn 4, where you can really have like the big board for the full restand and just, kind of make use of all the units before they get ruined into the soul. And so this is coming in now. I believe he checked the critical trigger onto it as well, and he can also use Ekno's effect here to discard 1 and Kalmas 1 and draw 2. He's going to discard the critical and draw 2 new cards.
So how I feel about this in general is that they feel like I love to make this comparison because sometimes there are some archetypes within this game that is just like that. They're like sort of like 2 ships passing the night. They might pass and wave or like salute each other every now and again, but oftentimes both of them have their own like strategies that they're following their own game plans. And Baron Magnus's game plan is getting to that juicy 15 cards or more in soul so that you can also get some additional pressure and added effects. I think there's more than 10 right now in the soul, so he's going to be able to get 10k in a crit. And he will also just get the draw card, which does allow him to keep up with the amount of pressure that Lorena Roll can also put out.
All right, the soul is building up and up and up. For Marcus, the goal is 15 here. Of course, the more you go up, the better it is. You get the card draw, you get the power and the crit, which are already threatening for turn 3. Ooh, I like it. He gets the Curtis for another 2 soul. Soul charges another Curtis off of it. I hope we can get a soul count sometime soon and find out what we are at so far.
I think that looks like 13, 14 maybe. I could be misunderstanding it, but he looks like he's swinging with a rear guard into rear here, so this might actually be 15.
I don't think it's reached it just yet. Electro Spartan also just being a great rear. Like, it's a card you want to run in the right deck, of course, but also as a main deck card. It's just great for, on place, get that extra soul charge in, And so you see here is going to swing. Also like that Marcus is using just straight up just the original logo sleeves. There's no alternate colors as we've seen over time. Now they release them with like the overdress logo, but this is just, the actual card back sleeves. And I know that for some people, this is kind of their like aesthetic, right? Is to
Yeah.
have the original card back as a sleeve to keep that original look of the card game, which I definitely do respect.
Yeah, I like that too as well. And it does allow you to kind of just be, hey, and plus they're kind of rare. They're pretty difficult to come by if you don't have any local stores that can get any hold of them, because you can of course purchase them probably from the Bushiroad official online store. But outside of that, you're very rare to come by.
That's right. So we see there 2 blank checks. I think Marcus really wants to be pushing some damage here early, but is not really been coming out. We see he gets 1 damage in, pushes David to 3, but is that going to be enough for how much aggression he's been trying to put on? Of course, it's still his 3rd turn. So with this, I think Marcus will be able to gather the 15 soul for next turn and then be able to tell Laura, it's like, okay, you can have your big guard restrict turn here, try to finish me off. But surprise, surprise, the board that you commit is probably going to be going back to soul. And, unlike other decks like Bruce, Lorna doesn't do as much with her soul, let's just say.
Yeah, there's very little things in terms of Soul Blast that deck does. And it does look like, I think I did take a peek at David's hand there. It does look a little bit on a weaker side because a couple of triggers, I think maybe like a PG or 2, but it could be just my own misgivings maybe. I think like a heal or 2 here and there.
All right, the Elmer is coming down, so that is one of the uses of Soul Blast. Wait, he is calling down a heal trigger?
Yeah, because I think there's like 2 or 3 heals in his hand right now, plus a PG or 2, so he doesn't really have a play.
Uh-oh, it's looking like bad news bears for David, having to swing with that into the rear. The Elmer coming in with 18k power here. It's going to be just a 10k, but I feel like you want to, do you want to take this and bank on defensive to guard the Lorna roll turn? Because this is the less threatening Lorna roll. Looks like he is going to go for it. And so this is going to be able to sing the 6 Flower Fractal. And then 6 Flower Fractal says when she is sung, you can choose the same number of your rears as face-on cards in your order zone and stand them. And then you choose one of your vanguards and gets plus 10k until of turn for each unit stood by this effect. So Lorna roll becomes quite big, but not too big. He doesn't have any boosters behind her. And, it's only getting like plus 20 at this point. So going in with, I want to say 43. Not sure if there's another 5k that came up from anywhere.
Oh, and Marcus here revealing that, hey, I don't have the overtrigger anymore. I just kind of want to live right now. And this is the best that he can go with. But double Elmer drive check looking super clean right now.
That is very big. So, we were saying Lorna doesn't use much for her soul, and well, the only card that she does use soul for is actually the Elmer, being able to make some very tanky intercepts because, of course, she essentially scales in her shield power with every single card that is on the order zone. We can basically see here plus 5k shield every card in the order zone. So if you can save her for the late game, she is going to be extra big. And because of the way that Barrow attacks, usually they go rear, then van to reset the board. Sometimes they go van first just because they don't want to let you intercept with your good interceptors. Like if you're playing against Nirvana, you don't want to let them intercept with the Urger. If you're playing against Lonerl, you don't want to let them get the intercept off the Elmer. But with that, you're basically, if you attack rearguard first, you can give them the timing to use Elmer, and then the rest will go to Soul here. But does Marcus have another form of Soul Charge is what I'm most curious about right now.
He did drive check into our Brother Soul last turn. There is more than likely he'd probably have it. So like a Selfish Engraver plus a Brother Soul should just get him over the thresholds. Or Curtis, also fine.
Yeah,
Also
Curtis will
pretty good.
definitely do the job here. The interesting thing with the list that Marcus is bringing is that he wasn't running the Desire Devil that adds the the guard restrict essentially, so being able to force your opponent to guard with 2 cards at once. And I feel like especially with Lorna roll, that's like a nice way to melt through their hand because they can go into late game, really build up a pretty huge hand as a result. And so he chooses not to run that, so that does kind of restrict how annoying the 15 soul turns can be. But we'll see. He instead has a much higher order lineup with the other cards that he's chosen. So he's attacking rear first here, so I think he does have the 15 soul ready to go.
He is using the extraction right now. to get himself a perfect guard back to his hand. I don't know if that's the best decision. I personally feel he could have probably picked up a trigger, maybe instead, maybe get himself some better shielding. Maybe a front trigger probably could have made a better opportunity here. Because if he does happen to have an order left in his hand, that could be lights out because he's currently on 4 damage. He did not get any defensive heals or anything to heal through any of the pressure that David did last turn. So I mean, we'll see. But hope that this doesn't come back to bite him.
Yes, sir. Okay, so swinging in with the Curtis. This is where David needs to also carefully think, this is going to be a very threatening turn if he doesn't have the hand to guard it. But it's as you said, like for Marcus, I'm also not really sure on taking the PG there from the extraction because, that's the one card that's kind of not doing as much in this matchup. Taking a front or something akin to that would be good, but I don't think he plays fronts. So at least taking like a 15k shield or something along those lines would have been good, but looks like instead, I mean, maybe I don't recommend it, but maybe the plan is just to guard the rears and take the Vanguard swing and pray to heal out of it. But that does seem like a very risky approach if you're thinking about your game plan for next turn.
I mean, you're right. It's sort of, but I do also want to put also on notice here that he's attacking with Curtis first. I guess if he didn't draw into the Elmer's first, what he could have done in certain matchups like these, you could oftentimes attack first with the Vanguard so that you won't have any chance of being able to access your and not draw trigger.
That draws big. That draws very
big.
All right. Not only does it give him the cards in hand to try and sustain, and the heal that actually pops as well. He stays on 4. That's double defensive. That's one way to deal with the barrel aggression. David Adi Pratama here. He is looking pretty good, Mr. Weirab himself. Right, all rears going to the soul for both players. So no use on the Elmer there, which is... I'm surprised he didn't actually go for it. I guess he just wanted to build up the defensives to survive the aggression and this double Sonicer as well.
I guess so. It's sort of, I guess he was in a situation where it didn't really matter how he guarded this, because if he had let himself on 2, I guess, or leave himself take 2 of them, he was hoping that this would have been a bit better play, because there's a possibility that he might have not had a PG, for example. He only had Guardians in his hand.
Ooh, and we have an update of the game so far in the round 8. It looks like Nuno actually got the win. Oh, wow. Wait, William was the only undefeated player and he lost. So we have no undefeated players going into top 8. So Nuno actually defeats him, which is pretty huge. Kent also takes a dub over Aaron. And Kelvin Yap also takes it over Connor. That is a very big development there. So I think Kelvin is also running a actual Orphis Gravidia and basically playing the Cubizia as well. So very much like the Japanese list that we've been seeing. I saw some people in chat not believing, but you got to get on the trends. You got to learn about the meta developments. While it is, these cards are quote unquote, made for specific decks, but the beauty of deck building is exploring every possibility that there is, right? To see the beauty of the nation format is that you can use all kinds of cards from all kinds of nations, even if they're not from the same playstyle. And look at Barrow, right? He uses cards from Bruce, he uses cards from Greedon. Nothing will stop Barrow from doing all kinds of experiments in his lab and seeing what kind of concoctions he can bring out in terms of a deck list.
That's right. And in terms of concoctions, we do see the heal trigger, which is a scientist herself, going off and going into the drop zone. And looks like he's going to take a damage here again. The Sonicer is going to be swinging for 38, 48 because of the heal trigger. So he's going to have to heal to guard a little bit here using
Elmer. That was soul charge. Then, of course, the soul now is pretty easy to work with in that sense. So he's going to soul blast one of his Lorna rolls. So that's going to be going back there as well. All right, so the Elmer, of course, she gains plus 15k shield, so she's a 20k shield, and as Lorna roll is on 33, puts me to 53, so that is enough to guard the attack.
So Marcus did farm a bit of hand because of the barrow skill, and plus with the damage swing that he was able to do, which was pretty nice. He does have a healthy hand of 6 or 7, plus a perfect guard, but
Big Flower Fractal. Coming down, that is the most important card here because, of course, it allows you, when you play it, to turn a face-down card in your order zone face up. And I mean, the whole gimmick of Lorna Roll is basically singing your orders, which means turning them face down and activating certain effects. So now you have 3 face down, and then basically when you attack with Lorna Roll, she will turn the 6 effect tile face down as well by singing it and activate the effect where you'll be able to restand 3 of your rear guards because like it's only 3, even though the 4th one does go face down because of the way that the songs work. I believe it is in Lorna Roll's effect text. It even says you can activate the song's ability first and turn it face down after that. So you basically activate the ability to restand your rears and give power, and only then it goes face down. So that's why it does not count towards the power gain of Lorna Roll. It doesn't count towards the amount of units that you stand. So that's why David only commits 3 rear guards here, because he knows he can only stand 3.
That's right. And it does look like what he's going to be doing here, David, is going to be attacking into these rear guards so that he doesn't have a Sonica play and then attack with a Vanguard, like how we did see in one of the other previous matches, forcing him to deal with the critical on Lorna Roll that could potentially hit him for lethal.
I wonder if Marcus will just take that, to be honest. Like, we know his hand is like what? He had the PG that he searched off of the order, right? What was his drive check?
His drive check was a heel trigger.
True.
Heel trigger, and I think it's either Extraction or Barra Magnus himself. Both of them have similar artwork, so I wasn't too sure which one was it.
Well, the heel is definitely quite big in helping him potentially survive this Lorna Roll swing. All right, so he's going to sing the orders. Of course, you first have to resolve the effect, so the 3 will stand, and you will gain plus 30k power from this as well. And then, of course, the order is put face down, so you can see the dice also signifying that it is plus 30. And you can see the Louisa here on your screen that gives a counter charge on top of that because she is in the center middle back row circle.
Okay. So there was also a clarification. It was actually a Persona ride, so I don't have my glasses on, so I'm not completely blind.
All right, so crit comes out. Wait, this was a no guard. Uh-oh.
Yeah, of course.
This is going to be just lethal. Marcus, he does not have the hand to survive the push if there's a second crit. This could be... Oh my god! 4 damage Lorna Roll coming through from Marcus. This is going to be painful. Let's take these damage one at a time. Uh-oh, Engraver. That's not it. Oh, that's a crit. That's also not it. Is there a heal? No, that is it. That is it for Marcus. He wasn't able to farm up enough of a hand. And with that, unfortunately, Lorna Roll will be taking his potential tournament run away from him. We'll see. Maybe the tiebreakers will pull him in. I think David Adibertama had one of the best tiebreakers. Congrats to him. He should be in top 8 with Lorna Roll. So Weirab himself making it all the way to the top, which is beautiful to see. And, you know, one of the big names from Indonesia being able to perform well is always going to be a beautiful sight.
That it will. And I guess Lorna Roll probably was cosplaying Bruce for that moment because, God, they just chose violence, man. That was, whoa, that was raw.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was rough.
Violence is a good way to put it. Violence is a good way to put it. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we basically, you know, there's still a couple games, you know, still concluding throughout the tables, but now, you know, we're seeing like some of the players that are making it into top 8 getting deck checked, and we are going to be getting close to the top 8 list. And so we are going to have to go for a break in order to actually formulate who the top 8 will be, what decks they're playing, so we can tell you all the information so we actually know what the top 8 for tomorrow will be. And don't forget, you know, we're going to be watching NA after this. We're going to take you guys to NA with us all the way from you. We're going to hop into NA. It's going to be a pretty big jump, but I'm sure we can do it. But we'll be back tomorrow as well. Going to be back tomorrow for the top 8 at right in the morning, same time as today. We're going to give you all top 8 lists, which is going to be super exciting. And so it's going to be a very exciting day of Vanguard, exciting weekend of Vanguard for both today and tomorrow. But with that, we're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere as we'll be announcing the top 8 after this. We hope to see you soon.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that, then that's because, you know, I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear, well, along with me. So, and the another reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now. So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is, of course, products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
Yes.
developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before.
for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through.
Yes.
To the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now. So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah, so there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament. major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or
because it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version. Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? Something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans, like, oh, okay,
super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, due to this sudden
Okay.
arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were one floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were one floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, one floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to. No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be a very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad. 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night, just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work.
Okay.
So it's slightly different from overseas, where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance. Yeah. Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much.
Okay.
I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But well, for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice. whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess, listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight with comic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the announcement of the top 8 that we'll be watching tomorrow. So of course, we have the full squad back here to do the great announcement of our final bracket. We have some pretty exciting decks. We have some pretty exciting decks in terms of what made it here to the tops and what is going to be playing tomorrow. But first things first, JJ, Ben, how are you feeling after these amazing 8 rounds? Very exciting. Got to see some amazing decks through and through. What are some of your reflections at the end of the day?
I actually want to hear Ben this time because it's been a while since I've heard him speak. It'd be nice to hear him again. So what do you
I
got for me?
think the big takeaway is how quickly the day went by. Like, obviously there's a lot. Everyone can guess that standard is the fastest of the 3 formats because there's a lot less complex things going on at any given time. But it only feels like less than an hour ago we were watching like round 1, round 2, and some games were very fast, but some games were also surprisingly long given what they are. Like, for example, the Eugene video grind game. But overall, it just feels like you make a decision and it happens, and you're through with it. And I quite like that because what I said at the beginning of the day about how nothing's set in stone. You have to actually step through the motions and playing these matchups because it's not just like, okay, I'm gonna win, like this beats this beats this. You have to actually sit there and flip the coin, see if you hit the over trigger or not. But that process itself isn't actually painful. Like it just happens. You go, okay, cool. I'm just gonna ride on their roll. I'm gonna flip my orders. They're gonna have 60k, no sentinels. They get crit to death. Or okay, yeah, he's playing Bruce. I'm just gonna restand these 40k columns. And we go from there. And it's like you're in the moment. That I think that's the big takeaway. Like it's a lot more about you're there having this done to you rather than it just happens and you're there along for the ride. So yeah, that's the big takeaway I've gotten from today. Like it's things happen, but you're not just a passerby, which I think is what you definitely want in a game like this.
Yep, absolutely, 100% agree with that. And I think the games have definitely attested to that as well. What about your side, JJ? It's also the last weekend. It's crazy how fast it passes by. We were practicing for this weekend, and the whole day is already over for EU. There's still NA to look forward to. But what's your kind of reflection at the end of Swiss here?
For the end of Swiss of everything, I am really happy that I did get some testing in with some of you guys and with my friends as well. It did give me a lot more insight because I did think of the format being a pretty simplistic one. Just kind of attack, pass, go, activate your skills, and kind of unga bunga it, mid-range chimping it. But I feel that this game, especially this format, has a lot of depth to it, a lot of hidden depth that if you play it a lot more and you become a lot more competent in it, you see that's reflecting in your decision making. A lot of decisions that you make where we were watching, Ben and I were casting one of the rounds where we did see one of the players choose not to attack a particular the Vanguard opponent to play around a particular skill that they would have to activate in the following turn if they had set piece, which didn't change whether or not they gave them the damage or not give them the damage. It just made it so that it restricted a lot more what your opponent can do. Damage denial, didn't think that would be much of a factor here, but yeah, it's come up sometimes in the tournament. I'm excited to see it. A lot more depth than I thought.
To think that we've had this much depth in the format after it's only been alive for 8 months. Like we only got into Overdress in May of 2021, and to think that it's been just a bit over half a year and we already have this many builds, this many like lines of play available to us is also very exciting. And I think it's really cool to think about how much further Standard and Overdress will go forward as well. We saw how much V Premium changed since its inception to where it is today. And so I think Overdress has already started off on a really high note and it's only going to go further and further. So I'm very excited to see how things are going to go. But enough talking about, Overdress as a whole. Let's take a look at the standings here for today's Swiss tournament for the EU region. We're all excited to see how things paced out. So the top 8 players going from the bottom, we have Marcus, GRM, and Kelvin, who both went 6-2 and managed to make it in with the 2 losses record into top 8. And then the rest of the players are all X1. We have Aaron, David, George, Nuno, William, and Kent in first. You can see that Marcus, even though he lost the last round, still made it in.
It's crazy to me because like a lot of these players played very admirably. A lot of their matches that we ended up featuring, I think we featured everybody on this list. I think except for Aaron. I think.
I think we're
Kent.
missing William and Kent are the only two, but
Yeah.
I can give you their decks now. So going from the bottom up,
Mhm.
Marcus was playing Baron Magnus. We just saw that go on. Kelvin is playing Gravidia. He's playing the hybrid version featuring the Destiades and the Cubizia. We have Aaron, who's on Bruce. I believe his version is more quote unquote normal. I don't think he's playing any of like the Quinlus or the Pandemonium tactics. So yeah, just very quote unquote standard Bruce. David A. Adipatama, Mr. Wirab, we just saw playing Lauren Errol. George D. also on Lauren Errol. We had him on stream earlier in the round, as we did Nuno, again, also playing hybrid Gravidia. William, I believe, is also playing Bruce, although I don't know his build off the top of my head. Come back to me on that. And finally, we have Kent playing pure Gravidia.
And so to also add up to William's list, he also plays the kind of like quote unquote standard list of Bruce, but he does play one copy of the Mabel, which is the triple drive enabler. And so that's a pretty interesting tech that we don't see very often and still running Edens. So that is your top 8. It's a very exciting top 8 as well. Like as a tally for decks, we basically have 3 Gravidia, 2 Lorna Roll, 2 Bruce, 1 Barrow Magnus. So quite a diverse top 8 cut that we're going to be able to watch tomorrow. But you can see, oof, this is where the bubble happens. So 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. Look
a
at all
lot
these
of familiar names on this list.
The
a
Bubble
lot
Boys.
of familiar names. I mean, going from the top down, like Dave Vect, that's one of your boys, JJ.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to be a little bit upset about that. In 11th, Chris and I, Mr. Victor Z, that's one of our boys.
Yep, that's my teammate there.
Yep, 12th, 13th, Fabienne and Andre, both fairly well-known players in the Singapore sphere. Very real shame that they couldn't join their countrymen in the top 8. Of course, 16th, we have Toby J, Mr. WC, a fellow WCC member. And who can forget, in 15th place, the standard man himself, Kalen Fallon.
Yep.
No lovely Bruce this
lovely
time.
Bruce Fallon. Unfortunately, the Bruce was not lovely enough for this tournament. But hey, maybe in NA it'll turn out to be a bit lovelier and bring him closer. But you know, even then, finishing top 16, finishing top 32 is amazing. You know, with how many players there are for this event. So even if you didn't make it top 8, you know, give yourself a pat on the back for making it this far and being able to, you know, say that you were top 32, top 16, because it's still an amazing showing. And it's hard to make it out on top. You know, it's pretty hard to top this format when you not only have a lot of the big names of, you know, the Vanguard's history, but also a lot of new blood, you know, just coming in, and a lot of new talent that started with Overdress and wants to prove themselves. You know, I have players from my locals that they're playing their first premier event of their lives today for Vanguard. And so that is the kind of, you know, the breath of fresh air that we have going through the tournament scene right now.
And it's a testament too that from 9 till 16, 6 and 2 is what it is. It's no 6 and 3s, there's no X and 1s, 6 and 2s. That means that all of their pairings or all their tiebreakers were probably around the decimal points. It was like very varying small things, like one mismatch here, one less drive check there. It could have gone any other way, and I think every last one of them give themselves a pat on the back. That darn, I was so close. This is like close. This is as close as I've ever seen any top 16 before.
Yeah, for sure.
Oof, it is cutthroat. It is super, super close. And I think, you know, as I said before, give yourselves a pat on the back if you are one of these names, because you barely made it. And there's an A happening in 2 hours. So there's always going to be that to run through as well, right?
That's right.
All right. So I'm not sure if we have the actual bracket and how it's going to look tomorrow, so you can see who's facing up against who, you know, what the matchups will look like, whether the Gravidias will be fighting the Bruces. I think we might have that, but I'm not entirely sure. So we'll see if production can show us what the actual standoff will be tomorrow. And don't forget, tune into the stream tomorrow because they're going to show all 8 deck lists for the top 8 and run you through them, so you can see all the spice basically there. And then on top of that, you will also be able to, just see the action, right? See the action first thing in the morning. It's going to be great if you're in Europe, in the afternoon/evening if you're in Asia, and of course throughout the night if you're in NA. And I think we have one of the NA players actually that did make it to top 8, so they're going to be playing a pretty late night tomorrow as well.
Yeah, so while production pulls up the bracket, I'm just going to quickly remind everyone of the 8 decks. So we've got 3 Gravidia, 2 of which are hybrid, 2 Lauren Nerol, 2 Bruce, and 1 Baron Magnus. So with that, JJ, run us through the bracket.
So we have Kentel here. Is going to be facing off against William. That's going to be a really stunning matchup here. Then we do happen to have George versus David, Nuno versus Kelvin, William versus Aaron. Awesome players. These cream of the crop, and they're making it into the top 8, are going to be facing off into each other to find semifinals and finals, and eventually crowning a grand champion.
One correction, I think the opponent of Kent will actually be Marcus. So there's just a little, I think probably a little bug in the frame here. But so the first match for the top 8 will be Kent versus Marcus. So that's going to be interesting because Gravidia versus Barrow Magnus. That's not really a matchup that I'm used to seeing as well. And then after that, we're going to have George versus David, which is going to be the Lornerol Mirror. The only 2 Lornerol players are going to play against each other. So that's pretty crazy. Then we're going to have a world tier gameplay between Nuno and Kelvin, both players that are very familiar with the World Championship scene. So
also a mirror match between the hybrid Gravidia lists. And this is something that I find really cool, right? Because they both are playing hybrid Gravidia, yes. But their lists are tuned in ever so slightly different ways. Like I said, Kelvin's playing the Cubizia, Nuno's not. Nuno's playing a higher ratio of Meteors. Kelvin has the Destiades. I'm really excited to watch that game and see how that plays out.
Same. And then if the mirrors aren't enough, William versus Aaron is also a Bruce mirror match. So the top 4 is going to look very diverse because all the mirrors are going to just knock each other out. But the only one that isn't is going to be Kent versus Marcus, the Gravidia versus Barrow. Which one of them will rise to the top? It's going to be super hyped to see how things are going to develop there. But I agree.
Yeah, and speaking of that diversity, again, if you look at the representation rate from the beginning of the day, 20% Bruce, 20% Lauren Errol, 10% Gravidia, 10% this. Like, Gravidia is the one that's made out on top. Like, all these Lauren Errols and all these Bruces, like we said, they just knock each other out in the middle of the Swiss rounds. That's why we have such a wide distribution of decks. And 4 different archetypes in the top 8 is not, we've seen better, but especially given what we were expecting, I think it's still quite nice to see, especially like the 1 Barrow and the multiple Gravidias, given how few Gravidias there were. I'm really hoping to see 4 different decks in top 4. That's my dream for tomorrow.
I think with how it's being poised right now, it's definitely gonna be Gravidia into the top 4. That's for sure. We can kind of cross that out now because
because of the mirror.
The mirror, that's granted. And then it's going to be Lorena Roll versus Bruce, and then Lorena Roll versus Barrow. So that's going to be, I think we're going to have to see how those pan out. And then it's also going to be Gravidia versus Bruce as well. So it's just, it's going to be nice.
Yeah, I'm really hyped to see. Like, I don't know what game do I even want to watch the most? Like, is it Kent versus Marcus or Nuno versus Kelvin? Like, it's like William versus Aaron too. Like, the Bruce mirrors can be really exciting because it really depends on who can play the early game better. And then David versus George as well. The Lorner Roll mirror is gonna be pretty tight.
That it will be. So I'm happy to see that we have such Did you ever factor that during this run that we would ever see Gravidia in top 8? Did it come to any of you guys' mind?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Chris and I are both very up to date on the Japanese metagame, and we've seen that article that talks about the strengths of the hybrid Gravidia list, and it's no surprise that many people would have been picking it up and figuring out how well placed it is between the early aggro and the late game meteors at line of play. So I definitely expected at least 1 or 2. And what surprised me at first was how few there were at the beginning of the day, but also the fact that 2 of them have actually made it all the way through to top 8, which is, I was expecting maybe 1 to squeeze in on good breakers, but the fact that we've seen them win on stream consistently and convincingly every time is yeah, definitely been. It's 50% expected and then 50% surprised at the same time.
I think you guys are cheating though, because then you guys can speak Japanese and read it. So I can't. See, y'all have an unfair edge. That's so
You
that's so
see,
broken. That's
you
OP.
see, Ben gets the ultimate reward. Anyone that studies the Japanese meta and brings the decks that are played in the Japanese meta gets the ultimate reward of getting told Nihongo jozu desu ne. So that's all we're fighting for over here, you know. But it has been incredible. It's been a really great run, and here, oh, we can see. Man, I completely forgot we had that Magnolia in round 1. I was really sure it would go the full run. The Magnolia in round 1 looked so good.
It
I
looks
was like,
so clean,
sure,
yeah.
surely it's gonna be top 8. But let's look at the Swiss representation versus tops here. We see for Dark States, 40 players bringing Dark States, and then essentially the tops being, again, look at the right side. It's not 15, it is 3. So you got to look at the right side of the chart here. For Lyrical, it's actually 40 people brought it, only 2 topped. And then for Brankgate, we had 30 players and 3 topped, so that's 1 in 10 players. But then Keter, Dragon Emperor, and Stoikea, I'm not feeling too good about what I brought.
But I mean, you shouldn't feel that bad, because, like I said, the fact that we expected Bastion to actually make top 8 and none of them did, or the fact that we saw a Magnolia win in round 1, we thought, oh, maybe it could go all the way. Anything could have happened there. We saw a bunch of Dragon Empires floating on the top table as well.
Sagra, maybe.
Bab Sagra. There was also a Nevada, I think, on the top tables at the end of the day, and I think he just barely didn't squeak on through because of unfortunate tiebreakers. There's never say never when it comes to standard. There's always an over trigger to flip.
Yes, exactly. I mean, there's just in general, like, so much interesting representation, and I can't wait to see how it's gonna go for NA as well. Like, we've seen, AO with like 6 Bruces, 1 Lorneral, 1 Buff Sagara, right? It's like that's like the surprise. Whereas this is like, hey, completely different story. Yeah, we got the Lorneral and the Bruce pile over here, but then Barrow and Gravidia. How about that? It's like the 2 completely different sides of the meta and the expectations. And I wonder if, like, in NA, maybe we'll see like 2 to 3 Bastions in the top 8. Maybe that's going to be the trend there. Maybe a Eugene, right? We saw Eugene actually almost made it, had like going undefeated into round 4. There's so many things that could happen on the NA side as well, and it's the biggest tournament of them all. Like, over 450 players signed up, and it's going to be tough to top, let's just say, for everyone participating, even though it's going to be a top 16 cut most likely if everyone checks in. It's still going to be pretty hard to top there.
Since a lot of decks, unfortunately, ran into a meteor shower. So here we take a look here at the matchup data, as what matchups played against whom, and what decks played against who, and what their win rates were. Let's walk through on this. I'm not much of a statistician. Numbers are not my forte. So let Ben.
Good thing I'm here. Yeah.
Take the lead on this one.
So I think the way to so for those of you at home who don't know how to read this chart, the way you read it is that deck they're going down the column. So on the left is deck A and how it did against the deck at the top. So, for example, if we look at the first column, we have first row, my apologies, Dragon Empire. In the mirror match, it's a 50-50, which is what you would expect. But then against Dark States, Dragon Empire only beat Dark States 3 games and lost to it 12 times, which means that in this event, Dragon Empire had a 20% win rate against Dark States. And obviously it's the opposite, where Dark States beat Dragon Empire 80% of the time. So that's how you read this graph. And for those of you who aren't mega into stats like I am, you aren't nerds, something anywhere between 45 to 55 is considered healthy and reasonable. Anything beyond like 60 or higher, or like 30 or lower, that's when you start getting a little bit concerned. So we see here the 2 big numbers are Dragon Empire doesn't do very well against Dark States or Brant Gate. And I think I want to give a hypothesis onto why that might be. And as we stated, a lot of the Dark States decks nowadays are Bruce and Barrow, which both have pretty good field control. Bruce is Eden, Barrow does Barrow things. And then Bradgate, you have Gravidia, who wipes your board with meteors all the time. And if there's one issue that Dragon Empire has, it's committing a board that can actually apply pressure. Like we saw with the Bavsagra game, all of their pressure came from Soul Blast 1, Bavsagra gains a crit. Same with Nirvana, all your pressure comes from overdressing Verena a bunch of times, which eventually you're not going to be able to revive. You're not going to be able to revive your Trickstar more than they can retire your Verenas. I think that inability to sort of make a comeback with your resources is what leads to that. Good thing that's getting fixed in set 4. But before we talk too much about the future, a few other interesting numbers is the Keta matchups. We can see here that Keta has also not been doing very well today, which is why we unfortunately have not seen any Bastions in the top 8. But again, against Dark States, it's just Pharaoh is just going to aggro you way too quickly because most of the Bastion deck is grade 3s, not grade 2s or grade 1s. So you have very little early aggro to fight back with. Meanwhile,
Or
you're
ways
on
to
3.
guard.
There are ways to guard, but it's very hard for you to fight back. So, while you're sitting there on like 3 damage when they hit turn 3, you haven't done much to them, and you're pretty much relying on your big Ragriel combo to get there, which can be tough. But most of the other numbers you can see in this graph are mostly okay. There's a few 60% floating here and there, but it's quite interesting to see that despite making up the majority of the top 8, Brandgate's win rate isn't that high up. It's 50% across the board, 60% against Stoicheia. So could it be that our top 8 players just got to farm a lot of Dragon Empire players?
I think it's a or just decks. Just against decks that just want a whole lot of board, really. So if they played against like Keter, if they played against Stoicheia, as you can see there, it's like 46%. Lyrical Monasterio, sort of the same deal as well, kind of farmed up a little bit of their board too. It's a little bit 50-50 between the two. But I think that the 50 swings in the better ways when you have a Meteor board and they still have to guard and they still need to commit a cards from their hand to guard with and call and attack. Yeah, it's just a little bit too much. It builds up way far too much.
Yeah, I think also what Ben talked about earlier is like the fact that in card games, like anything that surpasses like 65, 67% win rate is kind of seen as like, that's where you really know you have like the good matchups. That's where like the win percentage being that high in card games is like a significance, basically. So seeing especially like Dark States, like it has its only subpar matchup is Stoicheia, which contains 2 different decks that can early rush and are supposed to give it a hard time. So of course, Arcstays is built up of Greedon, Barrow, and Bruce. All the decks are very different, but still, like across the board, it's a very, very good matchup overall. Whereas looking at Dragon Empire, like it breaks even on Lyrical, and there's not that many games to look at from Stoicheia in terms of matchups, but still quite interesting here. Just interesting to look at like the standouts, right? Also for Brancate, like none of their matchups go into the negative either, which is pretty surprising. And even for Lyrical, like Lyrical has more matchups that go into the negative than Brancate, but we only have 2 Lyrical decks in the top 8 here, so it is pretty interesting how this looks, right? Just like when you really break apart the numbers on their own.
Yeah, there's one interesting thing that you mentioned at the beginning of the day that I think is this graph encapsulates perfectly, which is when we looked at the 20% Bruce, 20% Lauren Errol, and you say like, and the most of the rest of these are counters for it. Look at Stoicheia's row. It's mostly negatives, but with positives against Dark States and Lyrical, these 2 biggest decks in the format. But then Stoicheia's lowest win rate is against Brandgate. So maybe that's what happened here today. We have so many Gravidias in the top cut because they just managed to farm all the Stoicheia decks that were expecting to farm the Bruce and Lyrical decks. And it's seeing that sort of trend pop out from the data is perfect for me. It's
yeah, I love it. It's definitely amazing.
So while Ben's mouth waters, I think the only thing I could extrapolate from this is that like you can see, and it indicates that all the game is, of course, it's a bunch of numbers, right? Everything has a parameter what fits in with it. But one thing I would like to tell people, these are also not written in stone. It can happen that you might end up being the 3 over the 4 in that matchup. You might end up being the 20 to 43%, for example. You might be that part where you end up beating bad and unfavorable matchups. Does not mean that you can't beat them. It just means you need to work harder for it.
Yep.
Exactly.
But I hope that people enjoy the extra data we're giving you guys as well. Huge love and shout out to ENTCG. It's the EU stream kind of, we have this little bit of extra spice for you guys, the percentages, the extra data that we can provide thanks to the hardworking folk over at ENTCG. So yeah, I think with that though, we're basically going to be wrapping up day one here for the EU stage of Standard. It's been an incredible tournament, and I think, some really cool games we got to see. I think every round gave us something exciting. We got to see different decks, different players, all kinds of exciting and emotional moments. And I think the emotions are only going to get cranked to max for tomorrow when we see who's going to be fighting for the grand prize as well.
It's
Yep.
going to be so swell to see.
Not just from today as well. Don't forget, we also still have the NA Swiss coming up in just a few hours' time, so stick around for that. But of course, as always, jump on social media, hit us up on Twitter, #BRO2021. Let us know what you enjoy, what you want to see both in the NA coming up and in tomorrow's event. We're all ears.
Yep, exactly. So make sure you follow the official Twitter, check out the official YouTube, follow these Twitch channels too, right? You get to see so many amazing games across the 3 regions. And of course, if there's future events as well, you're going to get to see them right here as well. So with that, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to work with you. It's been a great day one for Standard, and there's still more with the NA tournament. But with that, we'll be back tomorrow early in the morning here in Europe for the top 8. So we hope to see you guys there. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.